Good morning, cricket fans, and welcome to day 2 of the Premier Division European Cricket in action. It's the ECS Portugal Premier Division, and I'm Phil G. Welcome to another lovely day in Centurion where the action is about to kick off.
This European cricket event is proudly brought to you by HCL Software, Rado, 1xBet, and Victorinox.
So, Phil G here once again for the European Cricket Network. I hope you had a great weekend wherever you are in the world, and it's not over yet for us. We've still got to get through 5 matches today. It's day number 2 here of the European Cricket Series Portugal Premier Division, and what a step up we had for yesterday. We had 5 great games yesterday. No score under 100 yesterday. Something to sort of note as well. We thought the batting would get a bit more aggressive. We thought we'd see a lot more runs, and we indeed got that. So, 2 teams facing off this morning in this match number 6 on day 2. It's going to be the Gorkha 11 take on Gamblers SC. Both played just the 1 game yesterday, and Gorkha 11, they picked up a win. Gamblers, unfortunately, didn't pick up a win. So let's get over to Stefan Gooch for the all-important coin toss.
Gamblers to call. Heads is the call. It is heads.
We're going to bowl first.
Bowling, good luck. Have a good game, all the best. Gamblers have won the toss, they're having a bowl.
Thank you, Stefan. So there you have it. The Gamblers win the toss, and they're going to have a bowl first. So interesting stuff, sending in Gorkha to bat. Worked yesterday for Gorkha in their first match in the morning against Punjab CC Amadora. And let's see what happens in this match coming up shortly. We're going to throw to Tina Goff. Tina, you enjoyed day number 1 here with Vinny Sandhu. Mr. Maximo is going to be back later in the piece, but for today and for the next few days, it's going to be myself and Tina, the G-Force reunited. Tina, over to you. And the news from the toss is that the Gamblers won the toss, having a bowl first.
Thank you very much, Phil. The G-Force is indeed back, and we're looking forward to bringing you day 2 of this Premier Division 2025. We're here in sunny Santarém, the Santarém Cricket Ground in Portugal, bringing you live action, and we're on to match number 6. A bit late at local time, so 10 AM, but the sun is already beating down. It promises to be another glorious day full of action-packed cricket, and the first one up, Gorkha 11 against Gamblers SC. The Gamblers, they won the toss. They elected to field, and well, what a day we had yesterday. 5 games to start off this Premier Division. These 2 teams that are walking out there now, well, they only played the 1 games each yesterday, and mixed fortunes. Gorkha, they came away with that win early on. As we take a look at the fantasy dashboard, 2 changes for the Gorkha 11. Gurbaj Singh and Ashish Kurmi come in, as it's captain Suman Gimiri who will have the gloves as well. As for the Gamblers, well, same lineup for them. Jay Parkash will lead the attack, I'm sure, with the ball. And they've got a few big hitters who, well, they will have to hit a bit bigger than they did yesterday when they lost game 4 to Marlo by 6 wickets. And, well, one of these teams is going in with a win, one with a loss. And the win predictor is going with the Gorkhas, who did manage to pick up that win yesterday. But both of these sides have all to play for today. Gorkha 11, they've got 2 games. They'll come back later in game 8 of the competition against Marlo. And Gamblers SC, we'll see them later again against the Lisbon Capitals, who of course come into day 2 unbeaten. So there's lots of points on the line in the Portugal sun here. And a warm welcome to everyone joining us across the world, wherever you are. I hope you're having a lovely Sunday and you're strapped in, ready for another day full of what promises to be really exciting cricket. We had a bit of a step up, didn't we, from the Challenger division in terms of, well, most importantly, the Maximos, the runs on show. Yesterday, I think we averaged about 130. I'm sure we'll share the stats with you as the day goes on, but we certainly saw some big hits onto the road. Scorers in their box were troubled by the Grizzlies coming to say hello. Well, the Gorkha 11, they lost the toss. They will be batting first, and it's Azhar Andani who's out there to face first ball. He's joined at the non-strikers end by Rahul Vishwakarma. Nitin Kamboj, ball in hand, first ball. Here we go. Bit of early swing on show there, but swung down the leg side, and Azhar Andani says thank you very much, leans into that one. Just flicks it away for his first 4 and the Gorkha's first runs of this day 2. And also a warm welcome to everyone joining us in the chat. I see Rob, Johnny, Dave, Terry, Christopher, John. Lovely to see you all. Hope you're all well. And of course the G-Force is back in town. I'm sure Phil, who'll be joining me shortly, he's rested and recovered after his day off yesterday. Wasn't it nice to have Vinny back on the mic as well for just a short cameo, a couple of days, but he will be back later in the competition. Nitin Kamboj, well, takes a little tumble, acquaints himself with the SCG grass nice and early. He's gone around the wicket now, probably just to counteract that early swing he's getting. Takes a tumble. I'm sure has woken him up. Again, just not being able to get a cap on this swing, and that one swung a mile, and the keeper there, Amandeep Kokar, well, he put in the full Superman dive and still got absolutely nowhere near that ball. That's going to be 5 wides. I suppose the gamblers can take solace from the fact it is moving a lot, and Nitin Kamboj, we know he's a talented bowler. He can get a lot of movement. He's got over 50 wickets on the network. Best of 3 for 7. Well, he's already gone for 9 in the first 2 legal deliveries here. The gamblers, they didn't really fire yesterday. It was just their one and only game. It's a better delivery. In match 4, they came up against Marlo, who themselves had lost the first game. Marlo posted the gamblers posted 121, which was not enough. Marlo actually chased that down with 4 balls to spare. Amandeep Kokar, the keeper, he was the top scorer for the gamblers. He scored 35 off 22. A good mini comeback here from Nitin. 2 top balls. Just the 2 balls left of the first. Meanwhile, Gorkha 11, they played the very first game of this Premier Division early yesterday morning. Someone hit firmly down the ground, not quite got hold of it. It's going to be a long chase, and the Grizzly does win. Despite the best efforts, they're still going to run. They can save their legs there. It's Jay Parkash, the captain, upon the long chase there. You can see it wasn't quite middled, high up on the bat. But that's the cruelty of this SCG outfield. That downhill slope means it's a futile chase, trying to run after that runaway Grizzly. Final ball of the first. And it's up in the air. Well, I think it's going to land safely and then some. As that goes to the boundary. And it has been signalled 4 on field as we take a look at this early test for the camera crew. Great footage there. And yeah, it just lands safely inside the rope. Does roll away for a 4 though, so a productive first over for Gorkha 11. 17 runs coming off it. And well, Rahul Vishwakarma, he didn't have to do anything in that over, but the left-hander will face up for the second over. As we take a quick look at the stats, and wow, only 5 matches played. It's only 1 day so far, and look at that, we're going up towards 1,400 runs. And we did suspect this would be the case, more Maximos than 4s, so reversed from the case in the Challenger Series, and well, over 50 wickets. And we can already kind of guess what the past score will be based on that, 137. So a good 30 runs higher than we saw in the Challenger Division. And look at that maximum rate as well. All action cricket here. And well, to help me talk you through the action, the second half, the better half of the G-Force, Phil G, welcome back. How are you doing?
Doing very well, thank you very much, Tina. Not sure about being the better half, but let's just stick with the other half, shall we?
So that one's pulled away. It's Harinder Singh who's come on to bowl. Rahul Vishwakarma, his first ball of the innings. He just hits for a single. How was your day off, Phil?
Had a good day off yesterday, nice and relaxing. Thank you very much for that. Just had a couple of small errands to run, which was well rewarded though. I did get my ice cream and sprinkles at the end of the day, so that was good. Yeah, no, really good day yesterday. It was just nice to sort of explore other parts of Santarem, and I got a chance to sort of explore a few places where they were showing off how they make some of the culinary specialities of the region. So that was exciting.
Well, that was just going to be knocked into the leg side. Is it going to be cut off? Well, we're going to have to take that on replay.
Yeah, but I'm not sure about that one. Have to have a look at this one more time. Might have been an errant foot over the line here. Let's have a close look at this.
Yeah, he definitely stops the ball, but I think his foot, let's have a look. Yeah, that's going to be 4 runs. He does plant his foot, but it's the wrong side of the rope. And yep, it has been signalled on field. 4 runs. Not a bad effort. He just didn't quite get his arms and legs in the right place at the right time.
Exactly. Yep. Obviously, the intent was there, of course, but well, there you go.
Big appeal there. I think it's going to be tailing down the leg side, so they can run through for a leg bite. And everyone says, let's calm down.
Express my good morning to everyone in the chat as well. I can see all the usual suspects in there and then some. So wonderful to see you all out there. Hello to Christopher Ward. Good morning to you, Wardy. Suntory's in there. Dave, Johnny He, Terry Richmond. I know there's everyone there. John Green, of course, Wayne's in there. Good morning to you all. We'll get round to saying hello to all of you throughout the day, I'm sure of it. Hope you're having a fantastic Sunday. And hello to the mothers around who are watching as well. Happy Mother's Day. Yeah. If you're in the UK, it is Mother's Day today.
Happy Mother's Day. Hope you're having a restful Sunday. Well, no rest here as that one's gone high in the air. There's a chance there for a catch and it's taken comfortably on the boundary. It was a good meter in there. No chance of that threatening the rope, and it's Rahul Vishwakarma who doesn't really threaten the scorers too much either. He goes for just 1 and a big top edge there. Picks out the one and only fielder standing there, and in the end it's a nice comfortable catch.
Watched that all the way into the hands, didn't he? That was a really good catch there on the boundary. And, well, that's not too bad. That's the first wicket down. And the Gamblers having a little bit of a huddle there, talking about when the next wicket will come from. Vishwakarma, who made a terrific start to his campaign yesterday here in this tournament, goes for 1 from only 2 deliveries faced.
Good start for the Gamblers. A nice, comfortable catch. It's Nishant Verma out there. And there we have an early trademark celebration. We love to see that. They know where the cameras are. And, well, it's an early wicket for the Gamblers.
Yeah, one of the perks of playing here on the European Cricket Network is, you know, there's a camera to catch your celebration, so make one up, give us something different.
And, well, that one's gone high over, long off, and poor old Jay Parkash, who absolutely put his head down and sprinted there.
Not sure, yeah, he lost the ball and then just ran sort of hoping he was going to be in the right direction. Big grin on his face as well. Knew what he'd done right in front of us as well, as we were trying to keep a straight face at the same time. Lovely stuff, Jay. Lovely stuff.
Great effort. He just turned and sprinted. But unfortunately for him, he sprinted about a right angle to where he should have gone. But full marks for effort for Jay, the captain, putting in a good old early morning sprint there.
Last ball of the second, 27 for 1, the score on the board.
Ashish Komi is the one who's come in to bat, and well, he saved the strike for himself as he takes a single off the final ball of that second. So 28 for 1 off the first 2 overs. So you teased us there, Phil. Have you been kind of influenced by that beautiful video we have at the end of, well, the start of every day? So we'll take a quick look at the standings first. And well, this is actually quite an interesting game, because after this game, every team will have played 2 matches. So maybe we'll have a slight indication of how this tournament will go. But of course, as the Lisbon Supergiants will tell you as well, first 3 matches, they don't really matter. You can still come back and win the whole thing. But of course, both of these sides will want to get off to a good start. So food. I mean, it's very early. We've not even lasted 2 overs. But what kind of culinary delights did you tuck into yesterday?
Yeah, we've gone a bit early, haven't we? It's mainly the desserts. Funny enough, there's a couple of desserts which are specific to Santarem in this region. I didn't realise that. In our video, you can see there's a nice little cake that's made with a bit of custard in the middle. I'll come back to that in a second. There's a ball there.
Ranjit Narayan come on to bowl.
I mean, we love the little what are they, the pastel de nata, those small little things. This is sort of like a long, looks like a sausage roll.
Yeah, and it's kind of burnt on top, but caramelized rather than it's intentional burning. Yeah, one of our production crew, Rhinus, he had one of those yesterday, and he let me tear off the end bit, and I thought it was actually going to be crumbly, like a sausage roll, but it's quite a soft pastry, isn't it?
It's very soft pastry, yeah. Almost to the point where, I mean, you bend it before it breaks, that kind of thing.
Yeah.
And the inside is sugar and eggs. It's like a basic custard, but they also flavour the outside with a lot of cinnamon, and that's where, I mean, there's a lot of cinnamon used in desserts in this part of Portugal, in this part of the world actually. So it's just good to get my head around that, because I like, well, you know, I like cooking, I like baking, and worked in a few kitchens. So,
Oh,
you know.
we've got well, it was an attempted run there, and we can see here on the replay, he finds himself up the creek, stranded without a paddle. There goes his bat, and he almost cartoon character style wheels his way back and goes in with his left foot. No harm done.
Well, at the same time, the fielder wanted to throw the stumps down, but he realised he didn't have the ball in hand. He'd fumbled that. So batter drops the bat, ball drops the ball. Ball drops the ball.
On Ranjit Narayan, he threw his hand up there, and well, that's clonked off Jay Parkash's knee here. And well, he got on the right line this time and put down the long barrier, but it just tailed away from him there. And yeah, it was a tough one because it was a bit of a body blow. And not only did he wear one, he also then saw the Grizzly leap over him for 4. And that takes Gorkha 11 to 34 halfway through the third. Azhar Andani, nice little start for him. 20 off 10.
Yeah, that's not a great start though for Jay.
No. Well, that one's been pulled away. There's no one out there. And it's gone for a big Maximo. Actually, the first one of this innings just dragged down a bit there from the Silver Fox Ranjit, and Azhar Andani leans into that one. So what would you give the pastry marks out of 10?
Would you mean from the one I had yesterday, or just in general for this part of the world?
The one you had yesterday.
Oh, that was easily a 10.
Oh, there we go.
There you go. That's what I'm talking about. These are absolutely stunning. In fact, I might have even found the place that actually, they have like a little area where they sort of show off the breaker. You can see clear into the kitchen. If I spoke more Portuguese, I could actually talk to the chef about it. But you know, I like picking up recipes everywhere I travel and just trying things at home. And you know, sort of, I do a lot of work in pubs and restaurants in Prague, where I like to sort of bring a few ideas to the kitchen as well.
That's cut away hard, and actually a great piece of fielding there, which was destined for the boundary otherwise. SkyQuest saying the GeForce Food Network. I like that. That'll be our spin-off. We've gone early today, but I mean, we did have to ask you about your day off.
It was part of my day off, yeah, exactly.
Final ball of the power play, and it's gone high up in the air. Shouts of catch. It's Khalid Usman underneath it, and it would be a great catch if he grabs it, but he doesn't manage to. Just pops out of his hands. It was a tough one, backpedaling down that hill, and they just jog through for the one. A tough chance there, Phil.
Yeah, he's just got himself out of position and was unsure how far over his head that ball was going. You can see there he's a good 2 steps away from being settled to take that, but he would still be taking it over his shoulder. Just couldn't double back in time. There's the power play. 42 for 1 inside the power play. 14 off that last over, and not a bad start at all for Gorkha. 11 looking pretty good at this stage.
Yeah, decent little power play. Azhar Andani, he's the instigator in chief. 28 off 13 deliveries so far for him. Ashish Kurmi, he'll be back on strike here as we have an early helping hand there from the umpire as he does the shoelaces of the non-striker there, Azhar Andani. Well, he's been doing some big hitting so far, and I think his umpire Andy out there doing all the jobs, not only umpiring but helping with hands and feet and anything else that is required. It's Harinder Singh who's coming back for his second over. First one, he picked up that early wicket of Rahul Vishwakarma. That was a big wicket as well. Rahul was the top scorer for the Gorkha 11 in that early win against Punjab CC. He scored 68 off 22, but only managed the 1 on this occasion. And Harinder Singh, well, I was going to say he starts off with 2 dots, but that one does just slip through the grasp of wicketkeeper Amandeep. It's a tough one there because, well, it pitched on that back line, and a hand up of apology from Amandeep, but he did get a mini Tortuga there. Not easy on this early Sunday morning. Went through for a quick single and an athletic effort there from the keeper. And let's take a look at this. I think they were comfortably home, but it was a great pickup actually. Threw it in. And yeah, let's take a look at this. Umpire Crew, he's in position and, well, full marks for this dive. Obliterate the stumps into the forward roll. But a big shake of the head from Crute, and right decision there.
Good running, very good running. Set off immediately, and despite the fact that the ball went very quickly to the point fielder, he released the ball quickly as well. Throw was a little bit wide, but yeah, great running there. Kermie was already home.
Again, that one doesn't really pick up off the pitch at all. But this time, Amandeep decides, well, he's got his pads on. He's just going to stand in front of the ball and make sure it doesn't go past him. That's that little dead spot. And actually, Amandeep just sticks out a left leg. Does the business.
It's funny you say dead spot. I was thinking the same thing. I think there's a little area there where we're going to get a few daisy cutters.
Yeah, well, that's going to cut a few daisies on the way to the boundary. One bounce four off the bat of Ashish Kurmi. That was a lovely shot, actually. Just opened up that offside. Still in the fourth over. And Gorkha 11 move on to 48. Nice shot, that.
Yeah, Kermie really leaned into that one, didn't he? As you say, over the infield, there's no protection on the cover boundary. The protection is square or straight. And now they're going to drop, or Jay's going to drop back now to the cover boundary. And long off comes a bit straighter.
Final ball of the fourth. And that one's up in the air. There's shouts to catch it, but it bisects the two fielders. It's Jay, as Phil just mentioned, a bit wider out there. But the two of them, between them, couldn't stop that ball flying to the boundary. And that's back-to-back boundaries for Ashish. Gorkha 11 move past 50. It's the end of the fourth. And just double-checking if that one did go all the way. It did indeed. So that's a Maximo. 54 for one at the end of the fourth.
Yeah, I thought that went all the way. That was a good shot. Good little flurry of runs there just at the end of the over from Kermie, who gets his chance. Sort of felt he hasn't seen too much of the action just in the last couple of overs, but have a look at that. The run rate is at 13.5. Interesting to note in the stats that popped up earlier, just before I came on air, that the, I know only after 5 matches, it's a bit early to sort of read too much into the stats, but the trend, past score now is in the 130s, the high 130s, and I'm not surprised to see that run rate sitting where it is after 4 overs.
Yeah, we've already seen a lot of explosive batting, haven't we? And well, there's a 4 to add to the collection. There was a man at backward square and he threw up his hands, more in hope than expectation, I think. Let's have a look if he got a hand on this, actually. Yep, just deflected it, but pushed it over the bar for 4. It's Azhar Andani. So he moves into the 30s. He's 33. It's Ravi Rulan, meanwhile, who's come on to bowl the 5th over. And well, I'd say he was a bit lucky there, but he hit that with such ferocity that the fielder out there couldn't really do much more than tip it on its way. It's a better delivery from Ravi. I'll just jog through for the 1.
Ravi Rulan. I remember him from the night series from last month. I can still say last month because we're still in March.
Just about.
Ravi Rulan, he had a pretty good night series, picked up wickets and got runs for his team. So it's good to see him here in the day series. See if he can replicate his success in this game.
Oh, and there's a big old slower ball. Actually not a bad one, and it was well adjusted from Kurmi. Yeah, I think that night series was Ravi Rulan's first go on the network. Picked up 7 wickets, and his best was 4 for 7, which is not bad for your first few appearances on the channel.
Quite a memorable 4 for 7 too. Really just, yeah, it just blew the game apart with a sensational effort. And yeah, 60 for 1 halfway through the 5th. He's capable of that. Picked up a few runs as well. Didn't really dominate in the runs, but yeah, really, really good player.
And well, speaking of good players, Azhar Andani is certainly one of them, and he moves his way to 40 off just 17 deliveries. Bit short and wide, that one from Ravi Rulan, the old commentator's curse there from Phil G. And it's worked around the corner. Gorkha 11, 2 balls left of the 5th, and they move to 66 for 1.
Yeah, not a good delivery at all, and got the treatment as appropriate. You can see here now, he's suggesting that maybe by moving the field around, he might be able to bowl better, because that was not a good delivery. That was just a sit up and belt me out of the park moment.
you've got to try and keep this ball offside. If they smoke you through the covers for 4, sometimes you can just say, well, good shot, but don't just give them freebies, especially these batters in the Premier Division. They're not going to miss out on those kind of deliveries. This time, good fielding out there in the deep from Mayank, and they're going to come through for a 2, and well, I suspect here this is going to be a tight one, as well the dive is thrown in by Azhar and Dani. This will be criminal actually if they run themselves out here. It was a good pick up and throw. Mayank Darji doing the fielding out there, and my instinct is he might be short here. Oh, he's lucky. The dive saved him, doesn't it?
It does. Just watching the bat, sometimes they slide and the bat can be tilted upwards, but
yeah.
I think he's okay there.
Yeah, I think he's okay. The bat and almost the handle in the end comes in to save him. It's, well, that's the benefit of putting in the dive.
That's right.
You make yourself horizontally longer.
Yeah. I think we had one on Friday, on Finals Friday. There was a dive, but the end of the bat was tilted upwards. So he had the line, but there was nothing actually touching the ground on the correct side.
Final ball of the 5th. That's just worked to the offside. Fielding done there by backward point, and that is the end of the 5th over. 69 for 1. Gorkha 11 at the halfway stage as we welcome you for the first time into the commentary igloo. Warm welcome to everyone. The G-Force are back in full flow. I mean, it was lovely to have Vinny yesterday, the day before. We shared the love, didn't we? You're now full of pastry and full of energy going into this second day, and what a day of cricket we have in store.
Oh, fantastic. Yeah, I mean, once again, we've been blessed with some terrific weather out there. We've got some great people in the chat keeping us company. That's all you guys, of course. And action aplenty. More runs being scored. A lot of action going on indeed. I've been looking forward to the Premier Division. The Challenger Division was great. Don't get me wrong, absolutely fantastic. But I was looking forward to this one. A lot of familiar names for me as well. So, yeah, let's get into it as we commence the 6th over. It looks like it's about to get started, but good to have your company. Thanks for joining us today.
It's Nitin Kamboj who has the ball. And well, it's a bit of an action replay this time, as how many times have we said don't drift down that leg side, especially Azhar and Dani. He's cashed into that area so often now as he actually moves to 49 off just 20 deliveries. And a bit of a loose ball there from Kamboj, and it's given the treatment. Gorkha move into the 70s.
Yeah, I thought maybe he just got in his 50 there, but you're right, just 49. I'm just about to get ahead of myself there and congratulate him. No.
Well, he's got a chance here.
Chance of running maybe an extra on that, and Danny wasn't interested in taking another one. He's thinking, look, let me just take care of this one run, and then we can start running extras on the wide. There we go. So he's 49 from 20, putting together a very good innings here. And good run rate at the moment, 14.7 on target for probably to knock the 150 sort of score into the books.
Well, there is his 50. It's just going to be with a single, but that's a terrific knock from Andani. He moves to 50. Just the 21 deliveries. Has he noticed? Well, no, he's just giving a word of advice to Ashish Kurmi. Maybe his teammates will give him the heads up in a minute, but we'll congratulate him nonetheless. There we go. Well, I'm not sure if he's practicing a shot there, but we'll raise the bat on his behalf. Well batted, Azhar and Dani.
Yeah, funny little moment there. I thought I heard a little bit of clapping off to the side just for a split second, but it might have been one of the Gamblers fielders just trying to G up the rest of the team and say, come on, fellas, need a breakthrough. We've only got one. Let's get a couple more.
They certainly do need a breakthrough, as well, this partnership is worth 54 at the moment. And well, a brief reprieve, 2 dot balls in a row there, but the Gamblers could dearly do with another breakthrough here.
Yeah, Nitin Kamboj, the left arm, has been a bit expensive today. 25 off his 10 deliveries bowled. We saw him in the night series. He was playing for Punjab CC Amadora.
Calls a catch, it's up in the air, but there's no one near that. And that one will roll away into the bushes. It's a Maximo. And Ashish Kurmi this time getting in on the act. Actually not too much width on offer, and I think that's what Nitin Kamboj is saying. He's like, well, what else can I do? Maybe just a bit too short. And this partnership keeps growing and growing.
One of my fondest memories of Nitin Kamboj from the night series we had last month was he took 3 catches in one innings, but the third one he took, it was such a surprise. The look on his face, even he couldn't believe he caught it.
Well, no one's catching that one, as that one this time goes leg side, and even dropped there by the fielder for the Gorkha 11, but they'll be more than happy with what they're seeing here. Ashish Kurmi, he's quickly catching up with Azhar Andani. He moves to 28 off 13 deliveries. That's also the end of the 6th. Gorkha 11, 89 for 1, and that's, well, there's a misfire there from Rahul Vishwakarma, but otherwise that's what you want to see from your top order.
Oh, absolutely. That is quite an explosive 6 overs there, almost going at 15 and over, almost. And the way they're looking for quite a big score here. I wouldn't be surprised if they push into the 160s, 170s. If they can keep these two together, and if the bowling is, continues to be, well, I wouldn't call it, I don't want to get negative or anything like that this early in the morning, but it hasn't exactly been terrific. This partnership was 66 from 26 to note.
It's Ranjit Narayan coming back for his second over, and well, that more or less underlines how things have gone for Gamblers SE so far this morning. It was just punted really into the leg side, and the dive was put in. I mean, it's tough out there on this outfield, but, well, that's not textbook fielding in anyone's book, and it just rolls away. Azhar Andani with another 4 to his name as he steps across the stumps here, but ends up hitting it straight down the ground, and this time Devendra Mehra does a better job than his teammate of fielding that.
Yeah, that previous 4, I think, just completely out of position at every time. Took it a bit casually also, doesn't really help. Bowl a little bit filthy on that one.
And this one's going to go in similar direction. Will the result be the same? No, that time it's Mayank Darji, who's fielded actually well, and well, that underlines it from the boundary, throws it in, hits the stump. Half-hearted appeal, but I think Ashish Kurmi was well in. But that's a better fielding effort there. It's bobbling away to him. Doesn't quite pick it up cleanly, but pivots round on his left arm, and well, he's well in the end, but I don't think Ashish Kurmi was quite expecting that to be fired in from the boundary.
Did everything right there, got the body behind it, and the ball throw in hit the stumps.
That one's up in the air. There's someone out there. It should be taken, and is. Deep cover there. Cleanly takes the catch, and that's the end of Ashish Kurmi, but a well-constructed 30 for him off 15 deliveries. That is the partnership breaker between these two. It's the second wicket down for Gorkha 11. They're 96 for 2.
Yeah, good outfield catch this one. Have a look. Looks like that's Nishant Verma who gets around under it, takes it very comfortably and safe, holds it to his chest. So they do get a breakthrough finally here in the 7th. And already with 96 on the board, they're going to need a couple more breakthroughs to try to tie the score down and tie the scoring down. Striking there, Ashish Kumar at 200 exactly in his innings. And Dani's going along in quick time as well. In the air for a long time, this ball.
That's the second clean catch from Nishant Verma. Both batters departed in the same way, but this time Ashish Kurmi put a few more runs on the board as captain Suman Gamiri comes out. And, well, oh dear, let's have a look at this one back on replay, because it's the old 1-2 misfield, just as we were singing the praises of Nishant Verma. A nice little ball rolls his way, he drops it, he completely wrong foots Ravi Rulan, who then overruns the ball, and it just trickles over the rope. 4 runs.
Bit of a double act, that one, wasn't it? Just a little bit unfortunate deviation from the first fielder, disrupts the second fielder. Yeah, I would call that a double act. Narayan here just wishing the fielders would back him up.
It goes in the same direction, but this time Nishant Verma can only watch as that soars over the rope for 6, and a bit of insult added to injury there. 4 that probably should have been a 1, and this time width on offer from Ranjit Narayan, and the final ball of his over gets hit for 6. Gorkha 11, well, they're threatening a big score here. They're 106 for 2 after 7 overs.
Yeah, it's really good scoring from them, and they really are, I agree with you, Tina, they are really threatening big score. They've been threatening right from the get-go. They've been pretty much on the whole way through this innings. It's been terrific batting. Just need to give a quick shout-out. A few people saying hello to you and me, Tina. Saw Paul Kempen giving us a shout. Barbara Corsair, Morning Phil G, and Guten Tag, Tina. Nice one. And everyone else, thank you for joining us. Sky's in there as well. European Cricket Network Supporters Club Australia. Scotty has joined us. Good morning, or good evening to you, Scotty, down there in Melbourne. And we're going to start now the 8th. And Ajay Parkash with the job to try to put the brakes on here.
This is first ball of the innings. And, well, his first ball's going to be hit to the rope. It's Azhar Andani, who is completely unfazed by that wicket in the previous over. Well, to be fair, Suman Gamiri came in and hit his first 2 balls for a boundary. This one just drops inside the rope.
Yeah.
But it's a 4 to start off the captain's over.
Very nice indeed. I'm a big fan of skipper Saman Gamire. He's someone who he talks to himself a lot. He fires himself up. He's a real character too. You get a bit funky, a little bit funny out there in the centre.
That one goes all the way through him. It was his birthday 2 days ago as well, so happy belated birthday to Suman. He was able to celebrate yesterday with that early win in game 1, so he's clearly not celebrating too hard the night before.
No, that's true. He was celebrating on finals Friday, so obviously he was sitting back somewhere and enjoying himself on Friday. Had birthday for you for a couple of days ago.
Should just be an easy one. Fielding done there by Ravi Rulan.
Yeah, keep an eye on him. He talks to himself, and it's a motivational thing that he has these little moments. If he's not keeping, he does tend to bowl, and so he'll come on to bowl, and you can watch him as he's going back to his mark, and he's talking. He's having this conversation with himself about what he needs to do.
And that one's shouts of catch. It's gone straight in and straight out of the fielder there at point. And it was Ranjit Narayan who's just bowled the previous over. Maybe he's still thinking about those 17 runs he gave away, and this was flashed hard at him. And, well, he picked it up quickly enough to throw it in. It was a dot ball, but it really should have been a wicket ball. Saman Gamire, the captain, well, he might be talking to himself here, telling himself not to do that again, and he makes sure he doesn't. Yeah, it's an interesting one. He's carded as keeper, but he has 33 wickets on the network.
Yep.
Best of 3 for 13, so he's a bit of an all-rounder.
Yeah, he gets amongst the wickets when he bowls. He's short in stature, but like I said, he's a real character. He's always got a smile. If he hasn't got a smile, believe me, moments later, suddenly there's a smile on his face. He's just that sort of character, that sort of player. Joy to watch.
Well, Azhar Andani, he's been a joy to watch so far, as we see some proper ground fielding there, as Harinder Singh acquaints himself with the ground on all fours. This is just a dot ball to end that over. And yeah, bit of fake fielding there. I think hopefully he's all right. And that's a decent over actually from Jay Parkash. The captain started with a 4, but came back with just 3 dots and 2 singles. And that's why that run rate has just taken a slight downturn. But the Gorkha 11 are still well positioned here to go big in the final 2 overs. Currently find themselves 112 for 2.
Yeah, the top order here, they've pretty much got license to just go nuts here in these next 12 deliveries. Ravi Rulan's going to come on. 15 in his first over. He needs to be nice and tight in this one, though.
And, well, Suman, the captain, he's annoyed with himself, talking to himself in no uncertain terms there. He does get the single, and that's probably not the worst result. Get Azhar Andani back on strike. He's 60 off 27 deliveries.
Yeah, you can see a genuine little moment there just after he mishit that one. He was having a chat already.
Slower ball from Ravi, but it's cut away hard. And there's nothing that Nishant Verma can do out there on the boundary. As that Grizzly makes an escape for it onto that access road over there. And Gorkha 11, well, they've got 10 balls left to do a bit of damage and to almost keep the Gamblers at arm's length. Especially, well, given the Gamblers, they haven't won a game so far. Of course, they've only played the 1. But a big score here, and they might be staring down the barrel of 0-2. One, though, just cut off on the boundary rope by Verma.
Yeah, Gamblers yesterday, they scored 121 in their dig. They batted first, and that score was overhauled by Marlo with a couple of balls to spare. So they showed themselves to be adequate with the bat, but under par score that.
And, well, they're certainly not helping their cause here, the Gamblers, as, well, rightly so from Amandeep Kokka. If you could just put if you looked in the dictionary or the Pictionary for unimpressed, then there would be that exact shot
that
of Amandeep Kokka.
Exactly that picture.
So it runs away for 5 wides, and, well, these are costly extras. 15 extras so far, 12 of which have been wides. And, well, moves over the cover fielder there. Nishant Verma, who has been more than busy on that cover boundary, mops up just the 1.
He has been busy out there. I was just thinking that there's been a lot of cut shots going out to the boundary there, through the infield, over the infield, anyway around the infield. He has been every over. He's got work to do at least 2 or 3 times.
Steps across his stumps there, Azhar Andani, and actually a really smart move because there's no one out there in the fine leg region, and that goes for 4. He moves to 69. What an innings this has been. And look at this, all the way across. The ball was probably bowled around 5th stump, but he premeditated that shot, knew exactly what he was doing and executed it to perfection. 1 ball left of the 9th.
Do you think he was intentionally giving Nishant Verma a break there? Just heard us and said, you know what, he's had a lot to do. I'm going to go leg side.
Whatever he was thinking, it worked, but he's going to reacquaint himself with Nishant Verma there. But in fact, Verma can just, well, he throws his hands up in the air in a half-hearted attempt to try and stop that, but that was destined for one place only, and that's the boundary. A big Maximo from Azhar Andani to finish the 9th over. He moves to 75, and the Gorkha 11, they move to 134 for 2, and a bit of tap here for the bowl as well. I'm assuming Jay Parkash, he's going to bring himself back on for that final over. He's the only one that really hasn't been put to the sword. Harinder Singh, he got that wicket and he went for 10s, but otherwise a bit of grim viewing there for the gamblers.
Yeah, I agree totally. It's the right thing to do. Parkash to get in there and try to find something. Try to find some breaks here. Doesn't necessarily have to take wickets, but just needs dots. Needs to frustrate the batters. Only 6 deliveries between the Gorkha 11 and a big score, maybe pushing 150. And Joe Parkash got the job to do here.
Gets off to a perfect start for the gamblers. Dot ball.
Yeah, there you go. There's one. Hello to John Gray in the chat, and hello to Johnny Heesum. I probably haven't said hello to you, Johnny. And if I haven't said hello, apologies. I saw you just dancing around in there, keeping people entertained. And Kev as well is in the chat. Hello there, Kev. With his 2 years with the Crown now. Got that a couple of days ago in the chat.
And welcome to everyone, and I hope you're having a lovely Sunday wherever you are, or if you're over in India, I hope you're having a lovely evening as well. I mean, I know we had the clocks going forward, so we missed out on an hour's sleep last night, but we're full of energy, and well, the weather is playing along, and Suman Ghamiri, he's playing along here as well as he flashes one to the boundary for 4. A bit of a miss hit, but he won't mind that one bit. Gorkha moved to 139. Still 4 balls left of this innings.
Yeah, swing hard and the miss hits will fly off the edge all the time. It goes to that third man area where so many runs were scored throughout the last several days of this Portugal ECS, both Challenger and Premier divisions. And yeah, he's moving up now, what, 17 from 8. Taking a little while to get going here, Ghamiri, but he's got to get the runs on the board now.
Yeah, and they should be running through that, and they do. It's Amandeep Kokka who decides to again use his feet, and well, they run through for 2. I suppose they'll just say every run counts here, and well, those were bonus runs there, as the keeper, in attempting to stop the ball, actually only manages to deflect the ball halfway to the rope. Again, it was that little dead spot, and maybe he just didn't quite get his legs together firmly enough, so it just hit the inside of his pad, went flying away, and well, that's 2 byes, 3 balls left of this innings. And again, not an action replay, that is just a flash to the boundary. That helmet is, luckily for the gamblers, the right side of the rope, but threatened to hit the helmet there. Suman Ghamiri, he moves to 21, and well, this is a dangerous over. Only 11 gone off it so far, but there's still 2 balls to go, and Gorkha, they'll be eyeing up that 150. They're currently 145, 2 balls left.
Yeah, not for the first time this over, just swinging hard, catching an edge, and the ball is flying away. And that's the key, isn't it? Just in these dying moments of your innings, just to really just don't try for the paddle unless you really just want to get your opposition a chance for a run out, or just to get the non-striker up to the other end. But if you swing hard, get an edge, the ball's going to fly away. Good bounce, good true bounce on this pitch as well.
Does swing hard on that one. There's a fielder out there. It should be stopped. Not quite taken cleanly, but they will just run through for 1, and that brings Azhar Andani back on strike, and well, probably rightfully he takes the final ball of the innings. He's on 75 big 6 here will take him into the 80s, and it's been a great effort from him. And they'll also be eyeing up that 150 mark. Will the Gorkhas? Just a psychological advantage as we have the final ball of the innings coming up here. It's high up in the air. It hasn't got the legs on it. It probably won't be taken either by Devendra Mila. Oh. Suman Ghamiri desperately wanted the 2 there. Azhar Andani said no thank you. Maybe he was wanting that not out. He wants to keep his average. I suppose they probably wouldn't have come through 4-2 anyway. And, well, that's a great innings from Azhar Andani personally, but also for Gorkha 11. They finish 147 for 2, and that's quite an imposing total for the Gamblers.
Yeah, really imposing. It's a good score. It's a very competitive score. It's above par, and that is going to really throw the gauntlet down to the Gamblers. Interesting to note that that extra run was turned down at the end there. I think you're right though, Dina. I'm not sure Andani would have got back in time, but he was very quick to put the hand up and say no. Ghamiri tried to set off. We'll see in the final wash-up whether that was important or not. It may be completely academic as we roll the videotape and have a look at the highlights package. I'm just going to show you the Gorkha 11 batters at the top there lose a wicket pretty quickly, and it was Vishwakarma who couldn't stick around, just 1 run from 2 deliveries faced before the next 2 got together and really led a big charge with some big hitting. Not too many opportunities given to the fielding side to pick up wickets. They give us plenty of opportunities to go and get the ball from the other side of the boundary line rope though. There was some good lusty hitting throughout this little package, and well done to them. Andani really put the foot down and getting things going, and that was a joy to watch.
Well, exactly, and it's that big partnership, that second wicket partnership. It was worth 73 runs, it was worth, which means that the Gamblers, well, the odds are probably against them at the halfway stage. The 2 wickets fell for Gorkha 11. There was that early celebration from Harinder Singh, but otherwise it was the Gorkha 11 who were celebrating. The Grizzlies saying hello to the teammates, and Azhar Andani, he was really the star of the show. He scored 76 runs, including 10 fours and 4 sixes. That was the end of Ashish Kurmi, Nishant Verma's second catch of the innings, but he put in a nice 30 off 15 deliveries, and Suman Ghamiri, he came in, the captain, at the end, and this is the thing, they built up partnerships, didn't they? And he scored 22, got a bit funky, made use of all of the field, and well, it's all played in a good spirit. A big slap on the back there for Ghamiri, the captain, as he finishes 22 not out. Azhar Andani, though, he was the real star of the show, finishing on 76 runs. And at the halfway stage, Gorkha 11, I'm sure they'll be more than happy and probably eyeing up those 2 wins from 2 games.
I think they will indeed. They will feel very comfortable with that. Look at that batting card there. Azhar Andani at the top there, 76 only from 32 deliveries. Really good effort there. Funny enough, we saw Nanglu in the Challenger. He also got a 76 off 32, his second highest score of that tournament. Rahul Vishwakarma, the man to miss out with just the 1. Kurmi there with a very good cameo. Didn't get a lot of the strike, but didn't have to because Andani was doing all the damage at the other end. Only 2 bowlers to get wickets there. Harinder Singh gets a wicket, and so does Ranjit Narayan. And you can see the fall of wickets there, 23.96. A couple of good partnerships, really held it together, didn't allow wickets to fall, and that's why the Gamblers are staring at a bit of a run chase now.
Yeah, 2 partnerships over 50 is always going to put you in good stead. Well, the Gamblers, they're going to have to play a few of their trump cards here if they're going to chase that big total down. 148 runs needed at the halfway stage, but I wouldn't bet against them just yet. The Gamblers, they have some firepower of their own, and they will have the right to reply in just a few minutes here. G-Force taking you through the action. We're halfway through match 6. Join us in just a couple of minutes time for this run chase. Can the Gamblers SC chase down those 148 runs? We're here in Portugal. It's ECS Premier Division 2025. Come back in just a few minutes time for the run chase.
This European cricket event is proudly brought to you by HCL Software, Rado, 1xBet and Victorinox.
Welcome back to the Santarem Cricket Ground. Phil G here for you on the European Cricket Network. It is Premier Division day number 2 in this European Cricket Series in Portugal. And what a start we've had. The Gorkha 11 came out and blasted 147 for 2 off their 10 overs. Did a really good job. They're only losing 2 wickets along the way. Put together a couple of good partnerships. Azhar Andani is not out 76 from 32. Terrific innings from him to anchor everything for the Gorkha 11. They've really thrown the gauntlet down to the Gamblers, haven't they? So for a bonus point, if the Gamblers can achieve this in 7 overs or less, they will get a bonus point, and quite rightly so. That will be a tall order if they can do so. And 102 is the score for the fielding side to be considering as well. 102 to get the bonus point, and that's up for grabs. So a fair bit going on out here today and this morning in this first match, this match 6 of the Premier Division. Gorkha 11 versus Gamblers SC. Well, let's see how this is going to pan out. And yep, that's fielders coming out, batters coming out, umpire Crute is clapping his hands. I'm not sure if he's trying to keep them warm, or he's just trying to fire up a few people, or he's trying to get people into position. But yeah, standing umpire Crute there was just giving his hands a bit of a clap. Maybe he was just being generous and saying, welcome to the centre of the SCG. It's great to have your company. And from myself and Tina, when she joins me in a few moments, great to have your company if you're watching from wherever you're watching around the world. Hope you're having a terrific Sunday. Hope you've had a great weekend so far as well. We've had a great weekend here. It's been a terrific weekend of cricket. Premier Division kicked off yesterday, and it continues on its merry way today. Gamblers SC with a lot to do. 148 runs needed for a win here. They need to really get powering. They only put together 1 innings yesterday. They only played 1 game yesterday, and they scored 121 off their 10 overs, so loss of 7 wickets. That was the match 4 against Marlo. Marlo overhauled that total with 4 balls to spare. But here we go. We kick things off. Islam comes in to bowl the first over. It's a short ball. That's called wide, and it's going to run away to start things off with a mini-mo. Mayank Darji is the batter facing that rather errant bouncer. As that flies away. Wow, that really took off, didn't it? Keeper had no chance to get to that. And that is Suman Gamire with the gloves. Also the skipper. I mentioned before he likes to talk to himself. I reckon he might have said a few words to the bowler then as well, along the lines of, chill, calm down, we'll get this. Try it one more time. A better ball, but a better response. That's up, up and away, and it goes over the cover boundary for a really great shot. Look at this one. Crunch. Left-hander goes downtown. That's well and truly over the boundary. Good shot. Just rolls past the dugout there. So we've had a minimo and we've had a maximo. How about that? Not often you get that little mixed bag of deliveries. So only 1 legal ball has been bowled. It's worth 11 runs thanks to the minimo and maximo combination. And Islam, he's going to come over the wicket now. Tries to change the angle. And follows up with a very correct lofted shot. Similar. Goes a bit squarer, this time just between the 2 dugout tents. Away there over the offside boundary. Just leans into that one, slot bowling that, just put there and elevated perfectly. Couldn't have done that any better. Lovely strike. Not an auspicious start for Gorkha 11, trying to defend 147 with a target of 108. Bonus point equation says 103. Cracking start, 17 off 2 deliveries. Follows up with a terrific ball. Batter walks away to the offside and punches the air and says, well, I should have connected with that at least. Look at this one. Just a much better line through that 5th wicket channel. Way better line, much better length as well. Nothing in the slot there. And I think his captain, Smagiri, behind the gloves, behind the stumps with the gloves, will be saying that's a lot better. Jahidul Islam bowls a terrific ball. Needs to keep that up for this entire over. There's currently 17 on the board, no loss. Darji, he's got 12. Just gets on him a little bit quicker, flicked around the corner, shouts a catch, catch, catch. No one's catching that because that's another Maximo. That is the third Maximo for the over. Put that together with a Minimo and a dot ball, and you're looking at 23 off the over thus far. And there's still a ways to go, still a bit to do here. Islam hands on heads, and he is just he's given up a bit of a great start here for gamblers. They're going to feel very confident. Still 2 balls to go, by the way. Already gone magical, and it can be added to quite nicely here. So gamblers need 125 or 56, and 23 off the first 4 deliveries. Talk about the pressure off the batter just ever so slightly from when they first walked out. Gets a little bit high on the bat and controlled across the boundary for 4 runs through third man. Bit of a generous applause coming from the dugout away to our right. Now I can understand why, because that was a little bit of a tricky ball to negotiate, but have a look at that. Just comfortable as you like, high up on the bat, and guided it perfectly to the left-hand side of the man who was at third man. And backward point inside the circle, had no chance of getting to that either. What a start for the gamblers. Terrific start. And talk about starts for Gorkha, they're going to be scratching their heads and saying all that effort to get 147 on the board and 27 already been knocked off. Goes leg side now as it strays onto the pads. The race is on. Ball versus fielder. Fielder wins that one. And it's just going to be 1 run. 28 off the first over, chasing 148. Gamblers right on target here and then some. That is terrific work from the opening bat there of Darji. 24 matches since the golden ball. And it's time to bring in my co-commentator, the other side of this G-Force combination, commentating for you today from the ECN Igloo. Tina, welcome back, and well, you've come back to a blistering start, an amazing first over, 28 runs from it.
Well, we did say don't quite bet against the gamblers yet, and boy, have they proved us right as that first over goes magical, almost threatened to go supersonic. Jahidul Islam, not the start he would have wanted. And, well, that run rate just over 13 at the moment. And Mayank Darji, he did all the damage in the first over, got himself back on strike as well. But that's a better start there from Kurmi, who has been throwing the ball for the second over. He also had a nice little cameo with the bat, scoring 30 off 15 in that really good partnership with Azhar Andani. That was worth 73, and that's why Gorkha 11 have 147 runs on the board. We'll have to re-bowl that one though. And well, despite that really promising start, the win predictor still firmly in the favour of Gorkha 11, just flirting with that Goldilocks zone. In fact, there we go, ticked over. 60-40, that's what we like to see. Nice tight games here on the European Cricket Network. And as Phil mentioned as well, for that bonus point, 103 is the target. As that one is hit firmly over the covers. That's a lovely shot from the Silver Fox, Mayank Darji, who picks that one up on a length. 1 bounce 4 over the covers, lovely.
Amandeep Corker at the non-striker's end, probably thinking, I wonder if I'll get to face the delivery. But then he saw that shot and thought, don't think I need to. It's all happening at the other end. So this is quite a display here from Darji. Very impressive thus far.
No ball called. It must have been an overstep. And, well, to add insult to injury, that does go for 4 as well. So Darji races to 31, and he'll have the lovely little added bonus of a free hit to come. Let's take a look at this. Yeah, big overstep there, actually. Well called on field there.
Called nice and early as well. This is, well, not just a magical start. This start is getting really out of control. 38 from only 8 legal deliveries.
And the free hit gets the treatment, and that is hit hard over the team dugouts into the neighbouring field. Hello, good morning to the cows out there who have just had a grizzly come to say hi. Applause there from the Gamblers players who were just watching from the sidelines. And, well, Amandeep Kokka, he is watching from the sidelines at the moment as well. He's at the non-striker's end. And 10 deliveries so far, all gone the way of Mayank Darji. And, well, why not? And why not lean on your bat looking like you've got not a single care in the world when you've hit your first 10 deliveries for 37. Gamblers 44 for no loss. still only halfway through the second. Big appeal there, and the finger is raised. Mayank Darji turns away, and I don't know who he's looking for, but he should just be looking at the umpire who's given him out. There must have been a nick on that one. The Gorkha players were absolutely convinced it was less of an appeal and more of a statement here. And, well, there was not much else it could have been. Darji just lost his shape on that one. Big swing.
Yeah, he's still looking back at the umpire, but, you know, the umpire put the finger up pretty quickly. The appeal was quick from everybody. The finger went up very quickly as well. The only person who's not quick is Darji. He feels a bit hard done by there. He's still discussing with anyone who will listen that he didn't get something on that, but everybody was convinced there was something on that one. So he goes 37 from 11 deliveries, and, well, I think the Gorkha 11 will be very, very relieved to see his back.
Absolutely, and it does bring Ravi Rulan to the crease. And he's faced just as many deliveries as Amandeep has at the non-striker's end, namely 0. Well, a great start there from Darji. Frustrated with himself, maybe frustrated at the umpire, but I think it was a good call there from umpire Andy. That's not too bad a delivery from Ashish Kurmi, but it's just flicked dismissively here from Ravi Rulan. Doesn't take any time to get his eye, and maybe just straighten down the leg side just a little, but a lovely little flourish of the bat. Ravi Rulan gets off the mark straight away. Gamblers move up to 48 for 1. Still 1 ball left of the second over.
Yeah, Ravi Rulan comes in, and the message obviously from the dugout is keep it going. That's all you have to do, just keep it going. And he did so with that really bit of finesse there.
And, well, it chases after a wide there, does Rulan. It definitely would have been called on field. The end result is the same, a single, and well, poor Amandeep Kokka. He's still going to continue being at the non-striker's end after that cheeky single from Ravi. And, well, I suppose he doesn't mind quite so much, given that his side are on 49 for 1. I'm sure he'd like to face a delivery at some point as we take a look at the standings. And Gamblers, they will almost be dying to get themselves off the route of that table. And 3 points here, or dare I say even a 4, would see them climb into second place. Of course, we're still very early in the tournament. A lot can change between now and finals day next Friday. But it's always good to get off to a flying start here. And it looks like the third over will be bowled by Gurbaj Singh.
Wouldn't it be ironic if we found out that that Gorkha is actually like a number 11 batter? And the fact that he hasn't faced the delivery yet is exactly what the idea was. I mean, why you would do it, there's no reason, no rhyme or reason whatsoever, but that would be, well, there'd be a few questions, I'm sure.
Well, it looks like he might finally get a chance to bat here, and well, he ducks for cover at the same time as he does get through for a single. I mean, a bit pedestrian fielding like the two of them there. Does get fielded in the end, and Amandeep Kokka, well, he probably doesn't know what to do now. He's at the striker's end, so he decides to crawl on all fours. His gloves are in his hand. He'll have to put those on finally, as he does get to face his first delivery of the innings. It's taken 14 balls to get there. Here we go. And, well, he's going to have to wait one more delivery, as that one is a wide ball from Gurbaj Singh. We saw him in the night series as well, didn't we, Gurbaj?
Yes, Gurbaj Singh. He had a good night series. Very busy with the bat and the ball, specifically with the ball. Had a pretty good night series from I remember calling his name many times.
Well, you'd be right. 28 wickets. Best of 4 for 10 against this very opponent. And, well, there's one to add to the collection. And a big swing and a miss from Amandeep Kokka. And, well, that might be the world's longest golden duck.
It's I'm shaking my head, but only because there's someone who's been out there. He's an opening bat,
apparently,
right? And when he does get to face the delivery, it's a wide, so he doesn't get bat on ball. He gets bowled. He still hasn't had bat on ball today. That's got to be something that's going to live rent free in his head for quite a long time. For the rest of the day, he's going to be thinking, well, you know, you put me out there to make some runs, and I'm just not sure I'm the right person. Didn't get bat at all. If that's a new bat, he could return it and get a full refund, I'd say.
Well, at least he spent a fair bit of time out in the middle, and, well, he put on a first wicket of partnership of 44 without facing a single delivery, and then he put on a slightly less impressive partnership of 7 again. He contributed 1 because he was there for that 1 wide, but no runs to his name. Amandeep Gorkha, the most curious of innings. He does have to depart, and that leaves Gamblers SC 51 for 2 halfway through the 3rd. Ranjit Narayan is the new batter, the second of the silver foxes that the Gamblers have in their repertoire. An earth of foxes, as we learnt yesterday, the collective noun for foxes.
An earth of foxes?
Yep.
That's quite an interesting one. I don't think I've heard of that one before. You'd think it would be pack or something like that. I think it'd be something a little bit more standard.
Yeah, well, we had a whole conversation about collective nouns, and when there was a flash through there, a direct hit, and that would have been the end of Ravi Rulan. As it is, they scamper through for a 1. It was a good pickup here, straight into the hands, and a good throw in, and he would have been gone. A good bat slide from Ravi Rulan wouldn't have saved him, and he just throws a little hand up saying, "It's all good, I'm still here to tell the tale." And yeah, he would have been well short. He didn't put in the dive, but here he is facing his 5th delivery. That one's hit high up in the air. Shouts of catch it. There's 2 fielders converging, and that's a great catch. Big celebration, and take a bow, Arav Andahiriya, because that is a lovely catch. Backpedaling. He's saying the sun was in my eyes as well, but I still managed to do it. Give me a pat on the back. Well, we'll give you one, because that was a lovely catch in the outfield.
The fielder running in around like that, I thought he was going to try and snatch it out of his hand. He was very aware that the catch was going to be taken, but he still put the head down and ran towards him, maybe as a backup in case. But at that last second, I thought he might just try to rip it out of his hand. Doesn't. But yeah, that is a good catch indeed. Gurbaj Singh gets another wicket, and he's had a terrific over.
And that is, in fact, the end of the over as well. Goes for 3 runs and 2 wickets, and well, that's quite a turnaround, isn't it? And look at that, 2 first magical overs, suddenly plummets down. Still possibly, it's a toss-up, isn't it? Gamblers 52 for 3 off the power play. Gorkha, they were on 42, but had only lost that 1 wicket, and that was the start of that really tidy partnership for Gorkha. Gamblers, they're going to have to put in a similar partnership, and it's Jay Parkash, the captain, who was all over the field. He had the ball in hand, probably the pick of the bowlers actually for Gamblers SC. He'll now have to do the business with the ball. High score of 41, that came last year. He's certainly an all-rounder. He's got wickets, he's got runs on the network. And well, still set 96 runs needed for Gamblers to take the win. Remember, 103 is that bonus point line.
Yeah, I might have been a bit hasty on my comments about Amandeep Gorkha there, who couldn't get bat on ball, because he did actually top score for this team in yesterday's match 4. He got a 35 from 22 deliveries. And just unfortunately, today was not his day, or this match was not his day. He'll get a chance later on to come out for the Gamblers as they take on Lisbon Capitals in match number 9 later on today.
That one's flashed away. It's in the air, but it's going to land safe. Again is Arav Andhiraya doing the fielding. This time he couldn't pull off a miracle. In fact, they do run through for a burgled run as the fielders on the leg side still half asleep on this late Sunday morning. It was nice fielding out there. It looked like he was going to go for a 4, dropped short. And, well, that good fielding, I think he just manages to keep his foot within inside the line. High 5 straight away, and, well, the offside did their bit. The leg side, well, the bowler wasn't there to stop the ball, and the leg side were just having a nice Sunday morning brunch. And that meant that they were able to run through for 2.
They were just admiring the cloudless sky. That's as far as the eyes can see. Haven't got absolutely 0 blemish. I can't see nothing. It's just pure blue. Lovely day today.
That one's been hit hard towards long off. There's a fielder there, but he can only watch as that one flies towards us here in the igloo. And it was Gurbaj Singh who, despite his heroics in the previous over with the ball, you can just watch that drop safely over his head. A big 6 for Ranjit Narayan, and a nice little counter punch here after losing those 2 wickets in the previous over.
Yeah, good counter punch that, because things are starting to slow up a little bit now for the Gamblers. 3 wickets down, you can understand. Got a little bit of something on that. It's going to fly away for 4 runs. goes very quickly. That's the edge we talk about often when you see the players just swinging hard and they connect just a feather edge or a thick edge with the bat. It goes away so fast. And once it hits the ground here, like absolute lightning. This outfield like glass.
Yeah, especially that's the smallest boundary on the pitch, straight behind the keeper. Remember, it's 50-meter boundaries all the way around, and that's not an action replay. We are back to live, but the result is the same. Back-to-back fours, and actually 3 boundaries in a row, as this Sushil Kumar over has gone for 16, and there's still 1 ball left to come. The Gamblers move to 68 for 3.
Yeah, quite interesting. That's I'm often accused of saying things like couldn't replicate that shot if he tried. Guess what? He tried, and well, I don't know if he tried it, but it's gone exactly the same area.
Can he make it 3rd time in a row? Oh, he goes a bit more conventional. It's high up in the air. There's a fielder running in, and it's a great effort actually from Jaidul Islam, who got in position nice and early, put his hands down low, actually got good contact with the ball, but just couldn't quite hold on. But a nice effort nonetheless. It would have been a spectacular catch.
Yeah, had to come forward quite a fair way there. Diving forward, hardest catch to take in the outfield, because it's just it's a real judgment call that you don't end up one with a ball in your face, or you don't dive forward and the ball is still 2 meters in front of you. It can be quite difficult to do. Well, let's have a look at the run rates here. We've got a really good run rate going so far with the Gamblers. They're on 17 1/4, so 69 for 3, going along ahead of the curve. You can see there one more time, this time with the wickets in place. But those 2 wickets, all the 3 wickets that have fallen at really opportune times. So Gorkha 11 fighting back by picking up wickets.
Absolutely, that'll be the key to this fight back, as it's Gurbaj Singh who comes back for his 2nd over, and well, he didn't concede a single boundary. In fact, he only went for 3 runs in his 1st over. He's immediately gone for a 4 at the start of his 2nd. Ranjit Narayan again in the runs. Jay Parkash, he's kind of doing a bit of an Amandeep Cocker. He's been out there a while, hasn't faced a ball, but the first ball of the 5th goes to the rope. It'll be interesting here. The wickets really might come into play. Gorkha, they only lost 2 wickets in that whole 10 overs.
That's right.
Gamblers, they've lost 3. They won't want to be losing too many more, especially when you're chasing a big total. It's all about those partnerships. That's a good stop in the outfield there. Amninda happy there, doing the mopping up.
Yeah, a bit to do here. Gurbaj, he's you said it before, Tin. He picked up a lot of wickets in the night series, so he's a very familiar name to the European Cricket Network. And that first 4 that was hit off his this over, hopefully put that behind himself and really try and tighten things up. 2 for 7 he's got.
First ball for Jay, and a half appeal. There's no wide signalled actually yet. Umpire Crute gives the little secret signal that it's gone off the pad. Thank you very much, Crute. And yeah, well, Jay just chasing one down the leg side there. Would have been better off actually just stepping away from it to make sure he does secure the wide.
Yeah, bowler and keeper not really too interested. The outfielders were. Umpire Crute giving the correct little soft signal there to us.
This one squares captain up a bit. They will run through, and well, Ranjit Narayan has a bit of a half-hearted slide of the bat here. It's no on-field call, and whoa, that's closer than you think.
Wow.
As we take a look at this one, oh, and you can just see that puff of dust, which suggests that the bat is down, but whoa, Ranjit Narayan had been kicking himself if he just walked his way into a run out there. Solid call from umpire Andy. Maybe he didn't realise just how close that one was, but the right call was made nonetheless. And this one's heaved away into the leg side. There is a boundary rider out there, and it's Azhar Andani out there, who, well, he did enough with the bat, didn't he? Scoring 76 runs, not out of 32 deliveries, and he stops the boundary there, but a pretty regulation stop. Not that that means anything here, because we've seen a few burst through the hands already today and in the last week of action. That's gone high up in the air. Shouts of catch it, but it will only be caught by the boundary riders out there with their bibs on. And Jay Parkash, he's faced 2 dot balls, and he says enough of that. 3rd ball goes all the way for a big Maximo.
Yeah, 82 for 3, 5 overs gone. This is a pretty good run chase so far. Obviously lost 3 wickets, and Tina, you said it a couple of times in this innings already. Well, especially after the 3rd wicket fell, if they couldn't afford to lose one more, they could be in all sorts of trouble if they go 4 down. Have a look at upcoming events after Portugal, Spain, Madrid for the first time. European Cricket Series takes you there. Then Italy, Bologna for ECS and ECS Women. That's going to be exciting for the first time. ECS Women in Bologna. France, and for ECI and ECS Malta Spring Series. Same, ECS and ECI action. And then to my hometown of Prague, where we're going to play some T20I action over that weekend. It'll be myself, Danny Hudacek, and I think Vinny stepping in also for just a 3-day women's. I thought it was women's T20I. Might just be men's. Need to double check that. But a lot coming.
Yeah, a lot coming. I'll tell you what, if you were to put together a European food tour, you wouldn't be too far wrong. Madrid, Bologna,
France.
Malta, Czechia. What would you recommend in Czechia if you had one thing that you'd say to ECN fans who are going there for that series?
Oh, the pies from the down under for sure.
Not very Czech, is it? Well,
no, the pork knee. The pork knee.
Okay.
And the ECN crew have had it and they love it.
There you go. Recommendation from Phil G, the G-Force Food Networkers. Jidul Islam, his first over went for 28, and he comes back for the 6th, and a bit of slipping and sliding there, hits the foot, and actually it's good work from the keeper there, Suman Gumiri, to make sure it doesn't hit the helmet. He kind of just slaps the ball forward, sits on it just to make sure it's not going anywhere, and they do just run through. Oh, be a leg bye in the end.
It did go close, didn't it? It went into its vicinity, a bit too close for the fielder's liking.
I don't know why. I mean, I know we're on the clock here and they need to make sure that they get around their overs, but it's a 50-metre boundary, even less for the keeper, is probably halfway there already. Just put the helmet the other side of the boundary. And, well, that's gone down to that kind of backstop region, which is quite a nice little field placement, given the amount of times we see the ball flying down there, and what would otherwise be an absolute 100% boundary is cut off by that man out there. Bit of an unconventional one. They do end up running through for the single. I don't mind that fielder though. Usually we'd say don't put a backstop in, you've got to trust your keeper, but sometimes in these crazy T10 formats you can't always trust the keeper because the ball flies everywhere. That one's flown all the way to the rope. Maximo Ranjit Narayan moves to 29 and moves his gambler's side to 90 halfway through the 6th.
I'll tell you one of the other reasons I like, not a regulation backstop, not directly behind the keeper, but just fine either side, is because generally speaking the 6s are hit in front of the wicket, you know, deep mid-wicket, down the ground, that sort of thing. So you can't set a field for someone hitting Maximos, but you can set a field for a ball that gets through with an edge or something a little bit streaky that is not part of, you know, the big hitter's game. It's not part of their game plan. So if the bowler can pull a mistake, especially a fast bowler, having someone there is a good idea.
Yep, agreed. That's just a big old swing from Ranjit. Doesn't get anything on that, and look at that. The game is finally in the balance here, firmly in that Goldilocks zone, and that was a nice ball from Islam. Never easy if you open up, and yeah, well, the first over went for 28. Started off with a big 5-run wide, and he's recovered well here. He did get hit for that 1-6. But otherwise, just 8 runs coming off this 6th over so far. That one's hit firmly, but again, good fielding out there as Azhar Andani, he's just scratching his chin. I think that one might have popped up. He got his hands in the way. He certainly decelerated the ball, but let's have a look. That just popped up. Well, the main thing is that it didn't go to the rope. He just makes sure all of his facial features are in the right position. He's still pointing his hand to his chin there. Maybe he caught a glancing blow. And this one's coming his way, but he's going to be able to do nothing about that, as that's hoisted away by Captain J. He moves into double figures, and the Gamblers move to 97 for 3 at the end of the 6th.
Yeah, he's tried to put that into the pasture, which is just away there to the right. And, well, if cows could talk, I guarantee you one would say to the other, have you tried one of these little white potatoes that we're finding? They taste like leather. And we have a look there at the scorecard, and it's an interesting scorecard there. A couple little fits and starts there. Amandeep Gorkha doesn't get going, and neither does Ravi Rulan. He goes pretty cheap as well. But the other three are motoring along nicely. Well, they were motoring along at the top there. Tell you what, Taji was having a cracker of an innings until he got dismissed. But these two have come together, steady the ship. 97 for 3 after 6, 51 from 24. This is going to be one of those not high-scoring thrillers, but this is going to go right to the 10th, I reckon.
Well, that's exactly what the win predictor is suggesting as well. Just keeping a slight eye on that clock as well. I think they'll be all right, but it's ticking down below 11 minutes. They need to make sure they just get their noses into the 10th, and then they can take all the time in the world in the 10th. Well, not quite, I'm sure. There'll be a few words said by the umpires and the match official, but we'll take a look as they go into the 7th, which will be bowled by Ulla. And well, that one just sneaks through. I think this one actually kind of grips in the surface. Big swing, and it only just, look at that for camera work as well, it only just goes over those stumps.
Wow.
Ranji annoyed with himself that he misses out. He doesn't miss out on that one, as that one flashes away before you could even blink. It's Gurbaj Singh out there, and I'm glad for his sake that he didn't get his hand in the way of that, because that was just a flat baseball shot. Went flying to the rope.
Yeah, real aggressive strike, that one. Just probably up after that that last ball, which just really teased taking the bail on the way through to the keeper's gloves. The 100 up with that as well. 101 for 3 in the 7th.
Well, that's a great comeback from Ahmadullah. He teased it on the first ball, didn't he? And here we go, the big Ronaldo celebration comes out, and why not? Because that's a big wicket. It's the set batter, Ranjit Narayan. He has to go for 34. And well, that's a wicket at the right time for Gorkha. Just as this partnership was threatening to build, it went for 49 in the end, that partnership, so one short of the 50. And, well, you can see exactly what Ahmadullah thinks of that one. He gets his teammate, and they go in to the Ronaldo celebration, and looks like he enjoyed that one.
They really enjoyed it, didn't they? And that is 4th wicket down. So, as we discussed just a few moments ago, the fact that the gamblers need to keep their wickets, but they do lose another one. It's going to also help them with the clock as well. But what a time to lose a wicket, just when you're sort of only needing just under 13 runs per over to take a win. And you're now 4 wickets down. So Usman comes in. He needs to rebuild with Parkash. So a bit of an interesting moment now as we get into the middle order proper. And Gorkha 11 probably feeling the door is well and truly open for both teams right now.
Yeah, it's on a knife edge, this one, isn't it? Well, the win predictor says probably as a result of those wickets going down, it will certainly test the middle order of Gamblers SC, as Khalid Usman was the man who came in and faced that first ball. And well, maybe this is why the win predictor is firmly on the Gorkha side, because Khalid Usman's come in, first 2 balls, dot balls, but this is a great over from Ahmadullah. He did go for a 4, but otherwise 3 dots and a wicket, 1 ball left. And actually it's going to be 3 dots in a row. Those final 4 balls, 5 balls actually, 4 wide and then dot, dot, dot. It's almost like a mini wicket maiden for Ahmadullah. And Gamblers after 7, 101 for 4.
Yeah, that is a really good over. As we have a look now at match 7, the fantasy dashboard there in front of you. Awarish taking on Punjab CC Amadora. A couple of changes. Adnan Ali comes into Punjab CC Amadora, and Diego Mendonga, he comes in for the Awarish team. Oh, and Miguel Stoneman is in as well. Good to see Miguel getting a game. And that is going to be a really good clash coming your way here on the network at the top of the hour. And Awarish won the toss. They can have a bowl first. So there we go. Good chance here for Punjab CC Amadora to open their account with a win.
And that one's hit firmly to the cover boundary, and there's a good dive put in there by Arav Andhiraya on the boundary, but he couldn't do anything. That was hit with such ferocity from Jay Parkash, who you imagine is really the key to the chase now. The captain out there, he'll want to lead from the front. And it's 43 runs needed in 17 deliveries. That 4 does bring up the bonus point, so the Gamblers, they have won, but they're going to have to go all in and go for the 3 points here. So that one's been hit to long off. It should be straight down his throat, and it's a nice, comfortable catch there from the captain. Oh no, sorry, it's Ashish Kurmi, in fact, on that boundary. And, well, Jay Parkash didn't quite repeat the two-card trick there for the Gamblers. And he has to depart for 17. The Gamblers 105 for 5.
Yep, and that might be the straw that breaks the camel's back right there, and that was a good outfield catch. Straight to the play. He's still going to take the catch as well, but a well-held catch nonetheless. And that was, yeah, as you say, Kermie takes a really good catch. Jay Parkash, though, skipper, hands on head as he departs just a moment ago, having a little chat there as he heads off with, I think it's Azhar Andani just on the field. I reckon that could be it, though.
Yeah, it's a tough chase from here as Ankit Kumar comes to the crease. A slight misfield there. It won't result in an extra run. Sheepish little... It's always interesting, isn't it, when a fielder has absolutely no one else to blame but themselves, but they still have a lot of things to say when they make a misfield. It's definitely someone else's fault, not theirs.
Yep. Oh, the grass wasn't cut right. There was a couple of worms I was looking at.
And this one's high up in the air, and, well, will it be taken? There's 3 fielders coming underneath it, and it's Gurbej Singh who's the closest, and the ball keeps on rolling. The Grizzlies got a mind of its own here as, well, it takes 3 men out there. How many Gorkhas does it take to field a Grizzly? The answer's 3. And Gurbej Singh, let's dissect this. He was the one that went for the catch. He did well to not get his head blown off from that one, and then it takes a left turn. Azhar Andani puts in the dive. He misses it entirely. Amninder Happy then runs after it, and he brings an end to proceedings.
Lucky he had backup there. Had backup for the backup.
We need to sound the alarm there as well, because that one actually went for a genuine... Well, I suppose it's a genuine 3.
Yeah,
it's certainly a 3. It wasn't a case of overthrows. It just went to the one side of the wicket. They managed to run 3. I think they ran 2.5 by the time that ball had landed.
It was in the air a while, yeah, to be fair. Yep.
That one... Well, they'll check that one.
Yeah.
He does march down the pitch. It zips past him, and yeah, actually, he kind of bounces himself.
He did indeed. Okay. Yeah, just for the eagle eye spotters there was a 3-all run. You note that down. If we talked about the last week about having bingo cards.
Yep.
That is definitely one of the squares in a bingo card for sure for European Cricket Network events.
It's a good question for the chat. What would you put on your ECN bingo card?
Yeah.
We certainly would have Tortugas out there. It was the end of the over as well, by the way, 109 for 5, so 39 needed in the last 12 deliveries.
Bit of a loopy delivery that one. It's going to get pushed out and fumble, but no 4. I was keeping very close eye on that fielder.
And we're going to have another 3 here. It could even be a run 4. How's their stamina? They do come back for a run 4, and that's certainly something we can put on that ECN bingo card as well, as they run 2 to the offside. The ball's thrown in. It's a direct hit on the stumps. It cannons off the stumps into the leg side. As we see here, well, in the process of fumbling that ball, they run through for 2. I think it's Ashish Kurmi doing the fielding out there. Hits the stumps, and off they trot for 2 more to the collection. And we don't have that too often, but that would be a tick in the box in the bingo card, as the next one should be cut off, and is. So I think we definitely have 1 foot either side of the boundary fielding. We see that a lot. We'd have a Tortuga, we'd have a Baximo.
Yep.
So we'll open up to the chat. What else do you think we'd have on our bingo card? As well, 34 needed off 10.
I'd go with a Minimo.
A Minimo, yep.
Swing and a miss there. I wouldn't put the swing and miss on, sorry, I was just describing what I saw.
That's just a cricket shot.
the all run 4, if you got the bingo card and there was all run 4 in the square, you probably go, oh right, likely. Come on. No chance of that. But then when you see what happened just then, big tick. Thank you.
Especially we just have the 50-meter boundaries. I mean, shoelace tying among teams, that's always a nice one. We had the umpire shoelace tying at the start of the innings, and now we have the cross team tie. As we look here, this is the replay here. There's the 2, and then they run again. Hands thrown up in the air, and then it's actually Ankit Kumar who says, come on, I'm going to the danger end, I'm going to run again. I mean, if that was me, I'd have the oxygen on at that point. And this one is more of a conventional boundary, and in fact it's not an all-run 4, it's not even a 4, it's a Maximo. That goes all the way, and suddenly this game still remains interesting. That means currently 28 runs needed, 8 deliveries left.
Yeah, these 2 deliveries coming up next in this over, massive for the batting team. Really big for gamblers. They need to get to the boundary on this delivery. Take one ball at a time. This one's got to go to the boundary though.
And well, it could have been actually Bai's run, but ends up being a dot ball. Usman at the non-striker's end, resting on his bat a bit there. Doesn't look entirely like he's ready to run there, does the man with 110 on his shirt, but yeah, he does back up there, and well, that's a full toss, and it's gone straight into the hands of Gurbej Singh. It was a full toss. I think there was no problem on height. And the Ronaldo replay celebration comes out again, and that should be the end of Ankit Kumar. We'll just take a look. I think he's all right here. Yeah, just about dropping, especially it's not one of the quicker bowlers. Ahmed Ullah there with the delivery. And safely caught there in the deep by Gurbej Singh. The Gamblers 120 for 6. That is the end of the 9th over. So, well, you'd bet against them here probably if you were a betting man, wouldn't you, Phil? 28 runs needed in the last 6.
I think so. I think there's too many. For me, that's too many needed in the last. But weirder things have happened. A couple of good responses in the chat. You having a look at this? We've got a few good ones. There's a Royal Diamond Derek from Dave B. Just a Derek from Sky. John Gray had a good one. I just lost it there. Was it? Yeah, the final ball of the over, which turns out not to be the final ball of the over.
Ouch. As that one goes high up in the air. It's the start of the 10th chance here, and it's a well executed, caught and bowled actually. The bowler, Ashish Komi, he had to get his reverse gear out, and he managed to turn around, do the fielding, take a nice comfortable catch, and luckily for him, he more or less can just take a few strides there to get back to his mark. And it's Khalid Usman who falls. He goes for 8 off 7 deliveries, and well, it's uphill and then some for the Gamblers here. They need a snooker, 28 runs in 5 deliveries.
Yeah, it's looking like they're going to fall short here in this first game of day number 2, and because that big score that was put on the board of 147 by Gorkha 11, it looked like it was a really good. It looked like a good score, like a winning score. But I got to say, the way this run chase started, with Darji just absolutely middling everything, and you had a minimo off the first ball, and then a maximo straight after. Not often you get back-to-back minimo maximos. But we had it with the first 2 deliveries. I thought the run chase was on for probably about half of the game.
Absolutely. Ishan Verma, the new man, the left-hander, and they'll just run through for 1. You're absolutely right, Phil. So the first over went for 28. The next one went for 21. But there was a wicket there, and that third over from Gurbej Singh was really the turnaround. 3 runs coming off it and 2 wickets. And since then, despite some kind of counter punches, you'd say that the Gamblers had always been behind the rate and just kept on losing wickets, and that was really what stopped the momentum of this innings. Harinder Singh is the new batter. He'll get himself off strike with a single. And now, well, the game is more or less wrapped up, and they're just preparing the bow, the Gorkha 11, to put the flourish on top with, well, too many runs needed off the final 3 deliveries. That one goes high up in the air. He won't have the legs, but the fielder out there decides, well, I'm not going to do myself any mischief. It's Rahul Vishwakarma, who I'm sure will be needed later in the day as well. He'll come back with the bat. He makes sure to just get the ball back in safely.
Yeah, Gurbej Singh's third over was terrific. And I agree, Tin. I think there really was a moment in this run chase, a real proper moment where you could identify as, that's it. That's like tearing down the Autobahn and someone pulls a handbrake on. Just everything just suddenly stops and gets flipped.
Cannot recommend that, especially in Germany.
Absolutely not recommended, kids. Do not even think about that.
Final ball of the innings, 25 runs needed. This game is all but wrapped up. That's just knocked into the leg side. Shouldn't be a boundary and isn't. They just console themselves with the 1, and that is the end. Well, they do go for the 2. Oh, and he tries to go for the dive. He ends up, I mean,
what's he doing there?
Are they going to take the stumps off? Yeah, it's the world's slowest run rate.
That was terrific.
And let's take a look at this. So they go through to the one. I was more or less calling the end of the game. They're half running off the pitch. The ball hits the stumps. Harinder Singh is already trying to take his gloves off, and then there's a tumble in the middle of the pitch. He doesn't even want to look. And, well, in almost an act of mercy, Ashish Kurmi takes off the bails, and that will, I think, be a wicket, unless the ball was called dead, but it was almost, yeah, an epilogue to that game there.
It was.
But whatever happens, the Gorkha 11, they beat the Gamblers SC. It was called a wicket on the final ball. Just as well we didn't turn the cameras off too quickly to capture that fun moment at the end there, and the winning margin is 23 runs. And it all turned on that one over, didn't it?
It really did. That was a terrific over. Absolute put the brakes on and stopped the scoring dead in its tracks. A massive one. Wickets taken and a very, very tight over that one. And we have a quick look at the fancy dashboard. Match 7 coming your way shortly. Starts at the top of the hour. Awarish take on Punjab Sisi Amadora in a really good head-to-head ding-dong battle. That one's going to be.
Yeah, looking forward to that one. But first, let's take a look back at the highlights. And, well, all action there from the very beginning. Umpire crew, he was geeing up the crowd, the players, everyone. And it was mostly Mayank Darji who said, OK, I'm ready to rumble. And he hit 4 sixes and 3 fours on his way to 37. Amandeep Kokka, he was there for a good old while, didn't do anything. He was just applauding this innings from Darji at the non-striker's end. But when he did eventually come on to bat, he faced a wide, and then the next one he was clean bowled, and well, that was the end of Darji first. In fact, he got to 37 before Kokka even faced the delivery, but then he got caught behind. Despite his protestations, that brought Ravi Rulan to the crease. This is Amandeep Kokka finally getting a chance, but didn't last too long as he fell for the world's longest golden duck, and that more or less was the beginning of the end in that big third over for the Gorkha.
It's interesting to note that after the fourth over, the run rate that they were going at was still around 17. So the run rate was well in hand, but they were 3 wickets down with the Gamblers. And we said it a couple of times, if they lose another wicket just in the next couple of overs, that's really going to just jolt their progress. And it's kind of what happened. And then there was a procession of nice strikes down the ground for Maximos, a little bit of funny fielding that ball got through, a few shots for the into the pasture next to us here, and then wickets started tumbling as well. This was a well bowled top of the stumps. The celebration there for all to see. A couple of happy people there in the Gorkha 11 lineup, probably all of them ecstatic to see wickets tumbling with regular monotony. Catches held in the outfield too. Obviously on the leg side where they're looking directly at the sun, there was a number of catches were put down and a bit of misfielding as well. But all in all, I mean, the Gorkha 11, they fought back really well from that really lightning start from Gamblers in this run chase.
They absolutely did, and then they started taking wickets at some regularity. There was a bit of a fight back in those middle overs, but a wicket in each of the final 4 overs and a double wicket in the 10th with that curious run out on the final ball as, well, it was kind of face in dirt moment for Nishant Verma, but the game had been more or less done at that point. We had time for an all-run 4 as well, but here, game over. No, not quite. Let's have a run. Now it's game over. And, well, it was Ashish Kurmi who just put the cherry on the top by whipping those bails off. Thank you very much. Nishant Verma, I'm sure we'll be seeing that back in his nightmares and all over social media. But at the end of the day then, Gamblers SC, they fall 20 runs short in the run chase. And there was a bit of resistance at the top. While Mayank Darji, he was going mad in that first over, we thought, well, they could make light work of this run chase. But Amandeep Kokka, the world's longest golden duck, he didn't help his opening partner. Ravi Rulan didn't contribute much either. It was Ranjit Narayan who was the only one. The 2 Silver Foxes, actually, who put together their earth and tried to get this run chase going. But in the end, they fell away. Harinder Singh remained not out on 2, and yeah, just too many balls used up towards the end, too many wickets fell. And the bowlers, well, wickets shared around. Gurbej Singh, it was that one really key third over that he bowled, went for just 3 runs, got the 2 wickets, and that's what put the brakes on the run chase. So he's the pick of the bowlers. And then taking a look at the match summary, Gorkha 11, they put on a imposing total 147, thanks mostly to Azhar Andani scoring more than half of his team's runs of just 32 deliveries. And the Gamblers, they came back, tried to counter-punch. They did pick up that one bonus point, but they were 23 runs short of chasing down that total, so they are now facing 2 defeats in a row. Well, speaking of 2 defeats in a row, that's what Punjab CC Amadora already have. They'll want to come back fighting on day 2. Awerash, well, they've got 1 win and 1 loss so far in their book. They'll clearly want to make it 2 wins to add to their collection. The news from the toss, Awerash won the toss. They've elected to field, so we'll see them out there in their red strip in just about 15 minutes time. So join me and Phil G. The G-Force will be taking you through all the games today, and match 7 is coming up. ECS Portugal Premier Division 2025 here on the European Cricket Network. Join us back here in just about 15 minutes time.
This European cricket event is proudly brought to you by HCL Software, Rado, 1xBet and Victorinox.
Welcome back to the sunny SCG, where we're into match 7 of this Premier Division, ECS Portugal. And this match sees Awaras take on Punjab CC Amadora. For Awaras, they won one, they lost one yesterday. They lost late in the piece to the Lisbon Capitals last night. They'll want to come back with a win today. As for Punjab CC, things couldn't have got off to a worse start for them. They were 5 runs down before a ball was even bowled, and then they followed that up with a loss later in the day. So they'll have a point to prove, and I'm sure we're in for another terrific match. Taking you through this action, the other half of the G-Force, Phil G, he'll tell you the news at the toss and take you through the first ball. Enjoy.
Thank you very much, Dean, for that introduction. Yes, welcome back to the SCG, Portugal's own SCG, the Santarém Cricket Ground. It's day number 2 here in the Premier Division, the European Cricket Series Portugal Premier Division, and match number 7 coming your way shortly. Awaras versus Punjab CC Amadora, and the news from the toss is that Awaras won the toss. They want to have a bowl first, sending in Punjab CC to get a score on the board. Let's see if they can do better than they did yesterday. It wouldn't be hard to try to do a bit better, as they came away yesterday without a win, searching for that elusive first victory here in the Premier Division. They do have a couple of points. They picked up a couple of bonus points along the way though. So a consolation, you could say, for Awaras. They had a good day yesterday. Well, a mixed bag actually. They had a win and a loss, and they're sitting with 4 points at the moment. They also did get a bonus point as well. So the supercomputer likes Awaras here, 58-42% over Punjab CC Amadora. So this is going to be very interesting little contest between these two sides. For me, from where I remember seeing them, I find them pretty evenly matched. But we're going to find out shortly exactly how evenly matched they really are. Let's have a look at how things went yesterday for them. So Awaras yesterday in the second match, they had a good win over Marlo. Bowled Marlo out inside the 10 overs as well. But in the match at the end of the day, they went down to Lisbon Capitals by 7 wickets. For Punjab CC Amadora, didn't have a great day yesterday. They had the first game yesterday, and as Tina said in the introduction there, that unfortunately, because they're a little bit late to the ground, they had 5 runs up against them even before a ball was bowled, and they lost both games yesterday. Here we go. We start now game number 7. Shouts of oohs and ahs as we get the ball flying through there, and it is indeed Vicky Chauhan starting the bowling here. Lovely pace. And there's a beautiful day here. Arshad facing. That says Arshad, who was the top scorer during the night series in February, and put together a really, really good tournament there for his team. Got off to a fly, and see what he can do here. Sit down the ground. It's just mishit and no chance of a run there. Mid-off comes around and picks up. No problem there whatsoever. And also we've got Parveen Singh. He's at the non-strikers end. He'll get his chance soon, I'm sure. And Punjab CCM Maduro looking to get a good start here. Looking to get a real big score on the board and try to push Awarish as hard as they can. Awarish looking quite strong yesterday. I was really impressed with them yesterday. Strong in the batting, strong in the bowling. Oh, it's a short ball. That hit the batter. Umpire's going to get across and have a little chat with him about that one. And a couple of the players also going over to make sure he's okay. That's a short, nasty ball. Really catches him just on the front there on the grill. Hopefully that's done the job to protect him. Turns away there. Oh, he's just given that shoulder and just underneath around the collarbone area, a bit of a rub there. Yeah, hope he's all right. Umpire's just checking in, making sure that he's okay, the equipment's okay. Just a short little test to make sure that he's okay to resume. Arshad, he's a tough customer. He looks okay, nodding, just flexing that right arm, getting the breath back. Good work from the men in black to immediately get over and have a little chat. Make sure he's all good. Obviously, play safety paramount here on the European Cricket Network. Let's go again. Through him. Thought the bowler might maybe test with something short again. There's probably always that temptation for a fast bowler just to sort of give a cheeky little short rising delivery. Doesn't though, it's pretty full. And Arshad can't get anything on that one as he backs away to the offside to try to give himself some room. And unsuccessfully does so. So still no runs off the bat. 4 balls bowled. Great over to start with. Good fire, good pace. And so far, no runs, no wickets. There's a lot of zeros on the scorecard at the moment. Arshad's faced all 4 deliveries. And that is let go. And wide indicated by a standing umpire there says yes, that has breached the tram lines. John Foster out there with the umpiring duties along with Krit Patel. Krit Patel standing at square leg. Good work from the umpires throughout this tournament and last week during the Challenger division as well. Always salute the men in black. Tough job to do, and they do it well. Just a reminder that Irish won the toss, wanted to field first, and so far this has been a great start for them. Well, I say that, and if we had that ECN bingo card and commentator's curse was on that card, people would be ticking their boxes saying, thank you, Phil, you've delivered to us in the first over. And I would think, well, I kind of knew that was always going to happen. That's a big Maximo struck over the square boundary on the offside. Lovely shot. That's gone quite a fair way back. In fact, yeah, ball boy is really in the shrubbery there, and even the fielder had to help and say, no, it's further back, it's over there. So that's a good blow for Arshad. Gets off the mark with that Maximo. Because of that previous wide, we're going to have one more. There's 7 now on the board. And just one more to come. A bit of just a look away swing there from Arshad, and that sees the overdone. So it is 7 on the board, 1 overdone. And that's not a bad over, actually. I'm really impressed with Vicky there, done it, his team and himself. A really good justice there. As I welcome Tina Goff into the commentary position. And Tina, have a look at this. The Tour of Portugal. What a fantastic tour this is and what it's going to be.
Yeah, the action doesn't stop, does it? I mean, the Challenger Series was already eventful enough. We're just into day 2 of the Premier, and then we're going international. Portugal, Norway in both the men's and women's ECIs, and then T20Is. I mean, I feel like we're spoiling the viewers here, but we love bringing you the action. I'm sure you love watching it as well. I also am really enjoying going through these ECN bingo card entries.
Yes. Well, you're getting some absolute terrific ideas. I'm making note of every single idea and noting the person who's given us the idea as well. There's some absolute corkers in there.
Yeah, see if we can maybe put a little graphic together of an ECN bingo card and We've got enough games throughout this year so people can get involved. Little prize maybe for whoever gets a full house first.
That would be fun. Second over starts now. Taj Muhammad with the duties. Just a little fumble there around point. Taj Muhammad, he's Mr. Express. Probably one of the fastest bowlers I've seen in Europe for quite a while. Really impressive. He was here last Monday during the Challenger. Sorry, it was actually on Saturday. That's right, we had the bad weather. Because he said he came down to the ground just to have practice in the nets, but the weather was a bit slippery underfoot, and he was working on his slow ball. Let's see if he's got something like that in his repertoire. Oh, effort ball, bit of a grunt, being collected and dispatched for a Maximo square of the wicket crunch. So that one, all of that out of the middle of the bat, that is a really good strike.
First class delivery straight to the boundary, and well, Taj Muhammad certainly didn't bring out the slower ball there. He's got express pace though. He's a bit of a pocket rocket, isn't he? Not the tallest. And well, now there's a three-man conference happening at the top of his mark. Probably telling him, don't bowl that again. But I'm sure he already knows that.
Over's only 2 deliveries old and already having a conference. 14 without loss. Shouts of, wow, he really bends the back hard on that one. Miss hit by Arshad. He's on 12. He's faced 8 deliveries. At the other end, though, Arvind Singh, he's only faced 1 for just the 1 run. Early days here, though, for Punjab CC Amadora. Really important for them to get their tournament off to a better start. They've been sort of they've had two losses already on the trot. They'd like to make sure they come away from this one with a win under the belt if they can. That one just lack of footwork from Arshad. If there's one criticism of him that I had during the night series, it was just the lack of footwork. If the ball is in his hitting zone, oh my goodness, he is really striking hard, but sometimes you've got to move your feet.
Yeah, he just needs to get his feet moving, especially with the pace of Taj Muhammad. You don't even need to middle the ball to see it fly to the rope, as we saw at the end of last over as well.
That's very true. And leg side for a wide. Really putting in the effort here, isn't he? Every ball seems to be an effort ball from Taj. He's giving us a little bit of vocal work as he's delivering the ball.
Well, a little congrats to him as well, because he got 2 for 12 yesterday, and that took him beyond 50 runs on ECN, 51 in fact. So a nice little milestone for him. I'm sure he'll want to contribute a few more before this division is done.
Oh, good for him. Congratulations. Oh, I think there was a little bit of something on that, and hands up into the air. Keeper just spilled that one. Came out Girish Singh. Have a look at this one again.
It's a tough one when it goes between bat and pad, and it died at the last minute, tailed away. Was that given a wide? Actually, no, it was a dot ball.
Dot ball.
Went through everything.
Yep. People remember Girish Singh from the night series. He was wicket keeper and opening bat for the Coimbra Knights. That's hit high, hard and handsome. The race is on to try to spoil it with taking to catch.
Whoa.
Fielder goes down. It's still a bit slippery underfoot over there, as you just see. Saves the boundary though, so good run there.
I think it's Miggy Stoneman out there who's into the team and make sure his trousers get dirty straight away, so he's got some laundry to do later in the day.
I just saw Barbary Corsair's little ECM bingo card one. You're going to like that when you spot that. Nice one, Barbary Corsair. Very nice one.
Oh, I'm glad you didn't mention it though.
No, I'm not going to mention it because I know that's the proverbial can of worms in this igloo, so we won't go there, not at all. Have a look at the standings. Owaris there sitting 3rd on the table, and now with Gamblers getting an extra point, or the bonus point in the previous match, Punjab CC Amadora, they command the bottom of the standings right now. They don't want to remain the cellar dwellers for much longer, though. They'll be looking to really turn things around. Just remember, though, the winners of the Challenger, well, that was the Lisbon Supergiants. They were on the bottom for quite a while. They couldn't celebrate until their 4th match when they picked up their first win.
And that was the Golden Ball, 73. That was at the end of the day.
That's right.
And Punjab CC, they have their 4th game at the end of day 2.
There you
Just
go.
saying. Early signs. It's never too late, is it? I mean, it's always good to get off to a good start as Faf Stoneman gets off his first over at the start of the third. But I mean, you always want to pick up points. Beggars can't be choosers.
Yeah.
Gamblers can't be choosers either, and they'll
True.
want to pick up some points like they did this morning with that bonus point.
That's right. That's right. I think just like we had with the Challenger division, it's going to be interesting when we get to end of day Tuesday. Is it end of day Tuesday or end of day Monday? When you get to the halfway point and you see where the standings are and you start to sort of assess, end of day Monday.
End of tomorrow.
Yeah, end of tomorrow. And you'll be like, okay, well, everyone's played, same amount of games, and where are we standing right now? How does it look? Who's got all the work to do, and which teams, are comfortable, I guess is the best word to use. This has been flicked around the corner. That's going to run away, and that is a comfortable shot indeed for Arshad. He's playing quite well at the moment. Hasn't really hit his strides. A lot of mishits. So Punjab Amadora still a little bit rough around the edges this morning, taking a few overs to get going, but the score is now up to 22 for no loss, and just coming up to almost halfway through the third. One more to come to get there, and 4 more in the over.
Hasn't been the most fluid so far from the batters, but both of them still there, scratching around. 22 on the board.
So another miss hit there. Arshad looking to try to go aerial on the offside and doesn't connect cleanly. I'll tell you one other good thing that asking the chat to help us out with this ECN bingo card concept is I'm seeing a few comments that I maybe say once or twice. So I might have to try to invent a few little new ones just to spice things up a bit. Oh, got him. Plays on. Exciting moment here. Stoneman is absolutely electrified with that wicket. He is ecstatic. Oh, what a celebration that was. And Arshad has to go. He's chopped on. That is a big body blow for Punjab Amadora, losing Arshad, who I was just describing as being the man to watch. The one who can get the run scoring very quickly. Well, one of those ones. There's a number of them in this team. So big breakthrough that one. Good delivery, extra pace, and the mistake has been has brought the wicket.
Yeah, well bowled from Faf Stoneman. He had a bit of a taste of bowling yesterday, but wasn't overused. So it's good to see him get in to the bowling early today, and also getting into the wickets early, as that is the final wicket. Just as we were saying, that they were kind of scratching about, but at least they were both there. Well, one of them isn't there anymore, as Arshad does have to depart. That brings Imran to the crease.
Right, Imran, skipper. There's a lot on his shoulders now, coming at the fall of the first wicket. Probably go where he wanted to go. I think he was looking to go a lot more in front of the wicket than where the ball ended up, but in the end it's a dot ball. Great over this one from Faf Stoneman. Doing very well indeed for his team. He's got 1 for 5 from 5. See if he can finish strong here.
This is the key partnership. I know it's early days, but these were the 2 top scorers in game 1. Parveen 59 and Rao Imran captain 44. If they can get those 2 together again, then they could build a good innings here. Well bowled though.
Yeah, look at that one. Just didn't be too sure about that one. Drop the hands and end up being a lot of daylight between bat and ball there. It was almost like didn't want to play the shot, any kind of shot, and maybe just remembered at the last minute, well, probably should get the bat out of the way. Funny old shot there from Rao Imran. But that is indeed the end of the power play. So 22 for 1 after the power play. Really cautious start here. They do lose an important wicket though. And it was that's Arshad who goes, and well, he's gone. He hasn't done, not just goes, he's gone, he's out. He's already taken the pads off in the dugout and having to think about what could have been. Umpire Krut giving us the signal that the power play is done and dusted. And the team, Irish, can start to put their players out a little bit. But this has been a good tight start for them.
Absolutely, and they'll really want to keep their foot on the throat of Punjab CC, who are, of course, lacking a bit of confidence. It's never nice to lose your first 2 games on the first day, and well, when you can turn to someone as experienced as Junaid Khan as well, then you know you're in a pretty strong position. Well over 100 runs on the network. Sorry, well over 100 wickets on the network. Yep. Over 100 runs as well, but he's got a few more than that, over 900. So a genuine all-rounder who always delivers for the Swans.
It's been crunched in the air, just out of reach of the fielder there, who is the is that the tall figure of Vicky there? I think it is. Just outside the stretch hands. Look at this. This actually gets a lot closer than the batter probably realises, living dangerously there, but a 4 and probably a very, very well needed 4 too.
Well, I had my eye on Vicky before the over because he was right on the boundary rope doing big leaps as if he knew the ball was coming his way. That time, well, he was in off the boundary and didn't quite get the leap going at the right time.
Parveen Singh living dangerously here. Oh, what a great delivery. Oh, the Yorker length, the sand shoe crusher, and it just goes clump right on. Hope he hasn't hurt himself there in the process.
Did well to get anything on that. And what a ball that is for Junaid Khan. There's a reason that he's got so many wickets, and he's not the quickest, he's not the youngest anymore either, but he's got a whole bag of tricks, doesn't he?
He does. The corresponding game yesterday, the second game yesterday, picked up a 4 for.
Yep.
4 for 22 in the demolition of Marlo, who only just got to the 100 before being bowled out. See what he can do here. Shouts of catch it. There's a lot of distance to go. Oh, puts the hands down to try to get that one. Unfortunately, it's going to run to the boundary line. I'm not sure if actually play really got to this. One more time, we'll see this again. Ball comes down and not really sure. It was a really hard chance. Yep. Very, very difficult.
It was Brendan out there, and he kind of knew that the ball was dying on him and then tried to pat the ball into the ground, ended up going through him. It's a tough one because you always want them to go for the catch, but he had to almost put the brakes on last minute, try to stop the boundary, managed to do neither.
Oh, well, probably trying to flick that onto the leg side off the pads, ends up going just over the head of the bowler. So the leading edge is connected. Lucky there, very lucky indeed. And the field is switching over now for the right-hander. So Rawi Imran still hasn't opened his account, faced 2 deliveries. Let's see if he can do it here against Junaid Khan. Being hit over the covers. Is that going to run? 3 fielders chasing it. Who wins? It's a proper boot sunk into the ball there. In fact, it goes from deep cover almost to deep extra cover and then some. That was a proper boot. Give it a really good kick. Watch this one. Comes in, crack.
It's the old 1-2, isn't it? He stops it with his left and then just volleys it with his right and carries on running himself. Does his own fielding.
That was Faf Stoneman again.
Yeah, Faf Stoneman. He does his own stunts.
He does indeed. But he saved the boundary, and that was a really important bit of work there. They get back for 2, though. Rawi Imran continues to face up to Junaid Khan. He puts everything into that, but it's been mishit, and that wicket is massive. The captain has to depart without bothering with the scores too much, and he'll be extremely disappointed. It was just mishit straight up in the air. It didn't even go that high in the air. It came down without any interest whatsoever. Junaid takes the catch, throws it to the umpire and says, "It's all yours. I've just done my job here," and that is the end of the over as well. The things are not going well, not one bit. 33 for 2 now. Trouble aplenty from Punjab CC Amadora.
Wicket number 127 for Junaid Khan. One of the easier caught and bowls he'll ever take. Just had to contend with that sun, which is right up at the top of the sky, just past 12 o'clock local time, but took it comfortably. And while the run rate is pretty consistent, unfortunately for Punjab CC, it's consistently below 9, currently 8.25, and those 2 early wickets as well.
Yeah, that is real trouble. And with the skipper leaving as well, big hitting skipper, he's done. That's going to be left now for Parveen Singh's been there since the very start. He's only faced a handful of deliveries, really, out of the 4 overs. He's only faced 6 deliveries. Mandonga he's got the pill, he's going to bowl.
It's good to see him have a ball.
Yeah.
We were calling for him yesterday, me and Vinny, when that game against Marlo was pretty much sewn up. But it's good to see him when the game is still very much alive here.
It is really alive, yeah. Adnan Ali joins Parveen Singh, the right-hander. Adnan Ali had an interesting dismissal that had us reaching for the books. Just to be sure, we were pretty confident we all got it right here during the night series, where he hit wicket off a wide. and the wide went well over his head. He went for a hook shot, and on the follow through, he smashed the top of the stumps. We knew it was out, but we just had to. We'd never seen it before. I think Stefan was there, and a few of the others who are actually here today, and we all just paused for reflection.
I assume it was the first for the over then, because if you already had one for the over, then it would have been a no ball, and then you wouldn't have been out, presumably.
Exactly, yeah. But Adnan Ali, just the look on his face, and even he looked around to the umpire, still holding the bat aloft, going, but it was a wide. And the umpire said, it doesn't matter.
You can be stumped off a wide.
You can get out off a wide.
Yep.
You know, this is how it is. It's in the rules. Smacked really hard and high. That is big. Maximo into the dugout area. Good shot that. Need to get the run rate back up. Need to get the run, this big total pushing along. Adnan Ali swings agricultural style, but he connects with every little bit of that.
Yeah, good counter punch there from Adnan Ali. It was a good over so far from Diego Mendonça, just a 1 and a dot, but ruined it a bit with that 6. Still 3 balls to go though.
Okay, so 40 for 2. Diego needs to come back a bit here. Let's see how they go. Expected score just over 100. It's not going to be good enough. Need to do better than that. Oh, bottom edges it. Good work from the keeper though to stand tall and make sure it doesn't get past. Very good work indeed. There's Girish Singh.
Would have been a wide.
Would have been a wide, yeah. Look at that. Try again. No, here cheers of much better, as that is again mishit, and that seems to be the story of this inning so far. Just mishits, and the clean hits are travelling, but there's just not enough of them. We're almost to the end of the 5th now. There's only one more to come. 41 for 2 on the board. Unusual to see this from Punjab CC Amadora. I'm used to seeing him being a little bit more aggressive, but also successfully aggressive, I guess is how I'd qualify that.
Yeah, it's just a bit of a meandering innings so far as we get to the final ball of the 5th. Well, he's got a hold of that one, not all of it though. There's 2 fielders converging, bounces short of them. They will just, well, go through the one, and then there's a, this is an interesting one because he crashes down the stumps as the wicket keeper. The ball's not in hand. He almost had enough time to still dislodge the stumps on the second effort. Of course, then he'd have to pick the whole lot up. Look, he has the ball and he almost, maybe he just doesn't react quickly enough. In the end though, they run through for 2. Just couldn't quite scoop the ball off up the ground. Yeah,
obviously he thought he had the ball in hand. You could see that the way that's been reached down, and he just hasn't done it. Anyway, welcome into the Comsha Igloo. Phil G here along with Tina. It is indeed G-Force back in full flight here on day number 2 of this Premier Division for the European Cricket Network. Wonderful tournament, the ECS Portugal, and Tina, it is turning out to be another lovely day weather-wise, but also the cricket is getting pretty hot as well.
Yeah, we saw those stats at the start of the day, didn't we? The maximum rate has gone up, the number of 4s has gone up, the par score is through the roof, and we're expecting some more cricket madness to come. There's still, 4 more days of action before we head into the internationals as well, so non-stop cricket.
That's right, the Premier Division, similar sort of mode to the Challenger. There's going to be 30 group games, 5 games each day, so please stick with us, and we welcome everybody for joining us today. Hope you're having a great day wherever around the world. That's been struck away. I think there was definitely a bat on that, and that has gone fine. 4 runs. Well, as we turn the halfway point of the innings and we start the 6th, that starts with a boundary. Probably a bit of a relief there that there's some boundaries coming now, because Punjab CC Amadora, they're really lacking a bit of fight there. I noticed when Arshad left the scene, faced 14 deliveries, 10 dot balls to his name. Kind of spoke volumes to me about just the mishits that are happening, and just the fact that they don't seem to be their usual selves. Now that's basically normal service resuming with that shot there. So 4 and a 6, Amadora CC really tearing open that bag of tricks and seeing what they got left. Still got a long way to go. Need to keep wickets as well. Can't sort of burrow too far into the middle or lower order.
Yeah, it's Brendan Badenhorst who's come on to bowl here. You'd probably call him a part-time bowler. I mean, he's bowled 26 overs on the network across 18 matches. He has picked up 10 wickets. He's got a 2-fer against Marlo and against Punjab CC back in 2023. So he's not a complete stranger to having ball in hand, but you wouldn't call him necessarily a frontline bowler, but maybe Awera should just trying out different tactics. They gave Diego Mendonça the ball in the previous over, and well, in a long tournament like this, you need all your bowlers to fire, don't you?
You really do. And I think it's pretty good, though, that skipper Conrad Greenshields gets across and just has a little word in the ear. It would have been nothing more than just a quick little pep talk, just a quick little keep your chin up, mate. Next one. However, it hasn't worked out because the next one has been sent long, high and handsome and over the boundary line for another Maximo. So suddenly, Brendan, he's looking down at the ground and he's looking around the ground. Conrad's going to wander over and just maybe have another word, maybe in the other ear. This one might be a little bit different.
Well, he's just bowling the wrong line at the moment.
Yeah.
It's a bit too short, a bit too wide, and Adnan Ali doesn't really have to do much, but just pivot on it. And you can see here Conrad having a discussion with Brendan. Brendan doesn't seem entirely happy maybe with his run-up or his action. And, I mean, Conrad has a wealth of experience, and he's sharing it all at the moment. And the captain himself, he had a bowl yesterday, picked up 2 wickets.
That's right.
In that, well, it ended up being a loss to the Lisbon Capitals. And it looks like he's recovered from that wrist injury that he suffered while he batted. That was back in game 2. He scored 43 runs though, but then got hit on the wrist. Next ball was clean bowled and looked like he was really suffering. And it's Brendan Badenhorst that's suffering at the moment.
He is indeed. That has been hit for another boundary. So 4 successive boundaries. There's been 2 4s and 2 6s. That's 20 runs off the over. And Brendan's really feeling the heat now. Adnan Ali loves his bowling, clearly. And he is really getting onto a bit of a heater here.
Well, you were always teasing the fact, Phil, that Punjab CC, they do have it in them. And maybe this is the over. We had an over turning point last game, didn't we? And maybe this is the turning point here.
Oh, that sounded good. 1 bounce, 4 runs. So that's 24 off the over. Everything's gone to the boundary in one way or another, either via airmail or via land. But it's gone to the boundary again. Oh, there's a bit of pressure now. Not much more you can say to the bowler, really. I mean, he need to keep his spirits up here. Needs to come back hard. Needs to find a way to get a dot ball through this batter. But Adnan Ali's he's loving what he's seeing, and so's the dugout. Oh, goes again. This time, it will be cut off from getting to the boundary. It wasn't quite hit with the same ferocity as the previous couple of balls. And just one to finish the over, 68 for 2 after 6. That over goes for 25, all from the blade of Adnan Ali, who races to 32 from 10. Blink and you miss it. He's there already.
Big over for Punjab CC. And they, before that over, only had 6 boundaries. And they managed 5 in just 5 deliveries there. And that's why a bit of a counterpunch has happened. Adnan Ali, he is the chief instigator at the moment, 32 off 10. Stealing that single off the final delivery as well, which means he'll face up the next over. And it looks like they're turning back to seam. I mean, the Brendan Badenhorst experiment didn't really pay off there. And suddenly a bit of a corner has turned for Punjab CC. That expected score was hardly 100, now up to 122.
Yeah, Vicky's back on for a bit of pace. Goes leg side, not a well-directed first delivery, that one, and that has been whipped away for another boundary. So dealing in boundaries here, the last 7 balls have been all boundaries bar just 1, which was a single. And Adnan Ali, he's out there with definitely an agenda, definitely sent out there with purpose, and he's delivering for his team. 72 for 2 now, start of the 7th.
Welcome to Vinny in the chat, seeing that he's exited lurker mode. And a nice bit of information we can maybe come to in a second regarding the Awirash captain.
Okay. Well, connects well with that one, except for he's connected straight down the throat of the fielder out there. He's there for exactly that reason, to protect the boundaries. The lone rider out there on that boundary, straight down the throat. Walks in, has a smile. Adnan Ali goes for a blistering cameo. But a cameo nonetheless. He doesn't get to stick around, and he doesn't get to score any more runs in this one. So Awarish now getting into their little huddle, giving each other a bit of a rev up and saying, all right, look, we've got the wicket. We had expensive last over. We've got the wicket now. It was a good catch by Junaid Khan out there as well. Just stood his ground, did not have to move a muscle, went straight down his throat. But now that's going to bring a very, very destructive batter into the crease. This is someone I love watching him play. And this is going to be absolutely amazing. So, we'll resume here. 72 for 3. Vicky gets a wicket, so he's pretty happy as well. It did for a moment look like that was going to carry beyond the fielder out there, but in the end, it goes straight down his throat, so well deserved. And it goes leg side on this first ball.
Yes, Simranjeet Singh, who's come to the crease. He scored 41 off 15 deliveries yesterday to the. It was still a loss against the Lisbon Capitals, a big loss as well by 26 runs, but he at least was a glimmer of hope.
He's a quick scorer, Simranjeet Singh. His, I think in 2024 maybe and 23, his strike rate didn't fall below, I think, 250 at any time. He was, I think, even striking 270 for most of 23. He had a couple of sensational years here on the European Cricket Network.
Oh,
That's a good ball.
just had to wear one there.
Oof, yeah, he's given that arm a real rub. That's one way to stop someone from striking at 270. If you get them on the forearm like that, that is really going to hurt.
Yeah, he's in quite a bit of discomfort there. It was a vicious ball from Vicky Chowan. Nothing wrong with the delivery, but you can see he drops his bat. And just being checked here from the umpires, his helmet is now off. And, well, someone else we saw in discomfort yesterday was Conrad Greenshields. He had that wrist injury, but he clearly wasn't suffering too much. He came on to bowl. He had a huge LBW appeal. And umpire John, he took his time. He took, well, I think it was timed at 6 seconds to make the decision, which is a perfectly normal amount of time. But in the meanwhile, Conrad Greenshields, he turned away in disgust, thinking that the LBW had not been given. Just as he turned his back, well, I don't know if this was conscious or not, umpire John said, yep, that's out. It was the correct decision. Everyone happy in the end, well, apart from the batter.
Of course, yep.
And Conrad Greenshields then had to be told by his wicket keeper, Girish Singh, oh no, he's given you. And then he turns round and he's still in such anger mode that he doesn't even want to accept. He's, oh, you know, I don't want the I don't want the decision now. And it looks like we do have to have a change here, as Simranjeet Singh is in quite a lot of discomfort. Umpire Kroot saying a change might have to be made. And as Vinny then confirms in the chat, Conrad, because of his voiced displeasure, we call him the Whispering Red, he was certainly not whispering then, he voiced his displeasure at the LBW decision, which of course then went in his favour, but maybe just too long for his liking. He became the first person ever on ECN to commit a level 1 dissent offence on a decision that went in his favour.
Not exactly the most auspicious thing to be put onto your CV. Absolutely. You wouldn't put that in achievements if you were asked to put together your curriculum vitae for review and scrutiny. He
is chastened by it, and he has since apologised. I think at the heat of the moment, he's a man with a lot of experience and a captain who leads from the front with his passion. So all good. We're all friends again. But someone who's not all good, certainly in a big amount of discomfort, is Simranjeet Singh. And, well, we gave him the big old build-up. In the end, he does have to retire out.
So that's a bit of a body blow for, well, not just for Simranjeet Singh, but also for Punjab CC Amadora. That ball is low. It's hitting the stumps. Umpire concurs, says, yes, you are indeed correct. That is a wicket. That's a big wicket. So Awarish capitalising here. And that is another wicket. That really is going to hurt the Punjab CC Amadora team. 74 for 4. And Vicky absolutely dead on there. That is a cracking delivery. Looking forward to seeing that one more time. Have a look at this. Just straightens up, and umpire has a think about it. Umpires do not need to be rushed giving their LBW decisions, because they'll say either out or not out when they are good and ready. And standing umpire John there was good and ready to say, I agree. That's hitting the stumps. Parveen Singh goes for 14 from 9 deliveries face. He was there right from the very start. A couple of dot balls there, so he was trying to get things moving. Unfortunately for him, he's done there in this game.
It's a bit of a disaster over here for Punjab CC Amadora. 2 wickets coming off it, but you could call it effectively 3, with Simranjeet Singh also being retired out. So we thought in the previous over, that Badenhorst over that went for 25, it was swinging towards Punjab CC, at least being able to put on a big total, but now that expected score dipping again. And those 2 wickets plus the retirement certainly don't help their cause.
Yeah, and Mubin Tariq is the new batter, and he's been greeted with a short rising delivery that rose a little bit too far and wide indicated there. Still a couple to come in this fiery over. Gives it a bit of a charge. It was in the slot. Just been hit down towards deep mid wicket for the one. Field there looks like Lakshan has fielded that and just threatens to throw the stumps from the boundary line. Doesn't. Gagan deep now. He gets a chance to face his first delivery. He's been out there for a few minutes, but hasn't had a chance to get to the striker's end. And he gets to face the last delivery of the 7th. 76 for 4 on the board. And Vicky bowling with absolute ferocity in this over. Clipped nicely. That's going to be 1-2 bounces. It is protection out there. Lakshan Weerakoon has got the ball in hand and gets a throw back quick as you like. Very safe fielder is Lucky. That's how we affectionately know him, as Lucky. Lakshan Weerakoon takes a good catch, has a good throw, and that is the end of the over. Have a look at calendar 2025. Massive year coming up on the European Cricket Network. I was thinking before, and apologies to you, Tina, and to the chat, because I kind of kicked off the first over before the first over was finished with food chat. Bad on me. That's way too soon to do that. But I started thinking about the calendar, started thinking, because you mentioned Spain, Italy, France, Malta, all the places about the food, you can get things like that. I just look at that and I do see menus. I mean, for some reason I just do. Where would you like to go and what food you would like and all that sort of thing?
I mean, the end of August, start of September could be quite heavy on the meat and the potatoes. You've got Croatia, Hungary, possibly Germany in there as well, Romania, Switzerland. You have a lot of cheese there, so you might have to go on a diet come mid-September.
Oh, the fondue.
Yeah.
That's right. Oh, yeah. That could be dangerous indeed. Good delivery to start the 8th. Just been punched in the ground for a single. Just full and on off stump.
To finish the Conrad Greenfields saga as well.
Yeah.
Vinny also made the point that umpire John, who was the victim of the verbal assault, actually gave Conrad a lift to the ground in the morning. I'm not sure if Conrad had to walk home, as Monty asks, but Whispering Red, usually so calm and placid, suddenly saw red there. But the decision went his way, and I'm confident that he and John have made up, and Conrad, well, there's going to be decisions that don't go his way and some that do go his way.
True.
That one went his way, but not before he turned his back in absolute red mist.
Red mist descended, it did, didn't it? Yep. And then it was blown away quickly, and sanity prevailed. Swings the blade pretty hard at that one, does Tariq, and he gets a boundary to his name. And Punjab CC Amador. And they did find a way to get another, well, you want to get to pass score, you probably need to pile on at least another 50 runs here in these dying overs, but that may be a bridge too far for the middle order. Not too sure, we'll see. Just saw Vinny drop a little comment in the chat, and a hello there to Vinny, and it's wonderful to have you here too for a couple of days. Always good to see you. And it was my first chance actually to commentate next to Vinny since the Portugal night series last year. We thought about that. I thought, it's been about 9 months since we've actually done a game together. So that was great that we could do finals Friday. Gets through, that's going to run away for 4 runs, so back-to-back boundaries there.
And these were the two teams that faced off in that final last year.
They were indeed, yes, in the night series. Yes, that's right. And well, it's quite a funny one because that night series, let me get this right. For the qualifier, it was Lisbon Capitals, and they got knocked off by Punjab CC Amador on the last delivery because they needed a 4 and they could only get, I think they just got 1. And then Punjab CC Amador took an Awarish, and Awarish had been absolutely dynamic throughout the whole tournament, and they got knocked off as easy as you like.
Oh, hello.
Goes to get a bit funky there. He prepared for a ramp and changed it to what ended up being quite a clever deflection through the third man area. Really good invention there to just change the shot. Literally changed his mind there. That was really well played in the end. And gets a boundary as well. So this over getting a little bit expensive. Exactly what the batting side needed. And the bowling side, well, they've had a terrific couple of overs, some really good tight overs.
What a bit of an invention that was. He almost yorked himself by going for the ramp, and that was pretty much the only place he could put that ball for 4.
Yeah.
He managed it.
That's a good follow-up delivery, that. Yeah, the ramp shot came out, premeditated ramp shot, then realised it was too full, and just stopped himself with the ball probably about 3 metres away from him, and just turned it around the corner and found the gap. Easy, use the pace of the bowler to get the boundary. as we finish the over. Lovely beauty shot of the ground. That's a beautiful ground here in Santarem too. It's that shot doesn't really show the curve, the gentle curve, which helps with the drainage and helps just helps the ground look so sensational. From our level, we're at ground level, looking around the ground, and it's a beautiful sight. And yep, the rolling hills in the countryside. I think when you first turned up, Tina, on Monday last week, your first comment was, "I could be in the English countryside here."
Absolutely.
It does have that look about it, really does.
Especially at the weekend when it was absolutely pouring with rain. Felt like just being at home. I mean, we're almost below ground level, aren't we? There's a slight incline to the pitch up there. So sometimes when we're not quite sure what's going on, we just lose that ball the other side of the hill. It always comes back to us. And this one looks like it should be going into the hands. And it goes into the hands and straight back out. That's a dropped opportunity there. And it's Faf Stoneman who's into bowl, and I think it potentially even his brother down there who drops the catch. It's hard to see. Again, it's the other side of the hill, but they do drop that chance. And well, good response from Faf. They run through a 1 on that drop. Comes back with a dot.
Yeah, swing and a miss there. Looking to accelerate if possible. Tariq there, he's on 13 from 7 with those 3 boundaries in the previous over. Tried to move things along. But Faf Stoneman's bowled a really good first over. And if you can back this up with another good over, well, Punjab Sisiamadura, they're going to be lucky to get into about a 110 sort of area now. There's a wide, so that's going to help, of course. Let's redo that one again. And I'm watching Faf get back to the top of his mark pretty quickly. They do have 4 minutes, so they should be okay to get through this over. But I wouldn't be surprised if maybe the word was just speed things up a bit, shall we? Shouts of catch it. It just bounces in no man's land. And would you believe it's going to almost get through the fielder? Oh, that was so close. It had run out of pace already by the time it got to the fielder, so luckily there was no extra damage there. But look at this. Just takes a bit of a right turn at Albuquerque, that ball. It's a Tortuga. And, yep, they get back for their run. Steps over the stumps in the process too. That's all happening. 94 for 4, halfway through the 9th. Pushes that one wide, but not wide enough to infringe the tram line. Dot ball. So another good over here.
Yeah, I like this tactic from Faf, just playing with that wide line. And if you do end up giving away a wide like he did on his 3rd delivery, that's okay. You're better off doing that than bowling it into the slot and getting hit for a Maximo. And there, that's his famous slower ball, which got him a wicket yesterday.
Yeah, I think they're going to check this just for height. And ooh, there it is.
Should be all right, I reckon.
I think so.
He's out of the crease, and it's dropping like a stone as well, because it was that slower ball, which yesterday was a full toss and splattered straight onto the stumps. Not quite the same result there, but does avoid the boundary.
Yeah, definitely dropping that one. One more to come in this over. Well, goes for a bit of a charge and misses the lot, does Gaganpreet, and that is how things are going to finish. Stoneman can hold his head up high. He's got 1 for 10 from his 2, and Irish have done a terrific job so far in 9 overs to put the brakes on and stop Punjab Sisiamadura, who are full of big hitters, just to stop them from getting out of the gate there. Brendan Badenhorst, he took a bit of a hiding off his 1 over. Don't think he'll be back to bowl the 10th, just between you and me, Tina, and we'll see who will bowl it.
Well, they probably wish that Faf Stoneman can bowl back-to-back here, 100 style, because he only went for 10. That 9th over, all-important 9th, going for 5. Could have got another wicket there if his teammate, and I think his brother, I can't tell when he's up and over the hill, I think his brother was the one that dropped him there on the first delivery.
Yeah, I think it was. Taj Muhammad gets the duty with the final over of the innings. And we start with just a leg bye. Batter is a little bit distraught when he gets to the non-striker's end, hits the bat into the ground and maybe even mutters a few words. Wishes he'd got something on that one. But in the end, got absolutely 0 on that one. Taj Muhammad, Mr. Express. So Gagandeep gets to try to push things along. And that's, well, he does push things along, but it's just a push into the covers. Greenshields runs across, picks up the ball, threatens the shy, ends up just doesn't pull the trigger. And he's happy to see the single through and hand the ball directly back to Taj.
A bit of a boundary drought going on here. There was 3 in a row in that Junaid Khan 8th over, but since then, that's 9 balls without a boundary. Not what you want at the end of the innings. Well, there's one, maybe.
Well, prepped for the ramp even before the bowler had let go, and successfully does get it to the boundary for 4 runs. So the result is pretty much what was wanted. Oh, stump's been shown there, and Taj is probably thinking, I had enough time to see that to maybe redirect my delivery, and in the end he doesn't hit the timber at all. Big slide attempt there. That was really, was that Ross Reed back there? We haven't called much of Ross throughout the game in the field, and decides to get his moment on camera with a massive slide. Unsuccessful though. Shouts of catch it, and that goes out to the boundary. Good work. Keep the ball in front of yourself there. Gets a generous round of applause from his teammates for that effort. Could have easily bobbled past, could have easily been a little bit casual, possibly could have put the foot down. See a lot of foot fielding in the outfield, but no, very good work on the boundary line. 2 to come. The score is 102 for 4. The 100 came up with that previous boundary. Taj Muhammad steaming in. That's a leg side wide, so still 2 to come. Where's the score going to end up? Because there's only 103 now. You do get the feeling that Awara should be able to overhaul this one. Don't feel that this score is going to be something which is going to set a challenge for Awarish. They're still going to get the runs. We all acknowledge that. But this is definitely an underpass score from this team.
Yep. And finally, Taj Muhammad gets his radar right. When you've got batters like Brendan Badenhorst, Conrad Greenshields, who I'm sure will come in at 3, in your lineup, then you really want an above par score. In Punjab CC, or even if this last delivery goes for a 6, they'll still be below 110. Might have been probably a par score in the Challenger division, but as we saw earlier today, the par for Premier up in the 130s. Final ball coming up.
Shapes for the ramp, and this time stumps are sent flying as the ramp is unsuccessful in its in its implementation. Taj does hit the timber, and he was aiming for it, and he says goodbye to the field. He gets high fives all around from his Irish teammates. They come in for a bit of a get around because that is indeed the end of the innings, and Punjab CC Amadora, they are going to end up on, was it 103 runs only, and that for me is that's trouble for them. They're going to have a lot of trouble defending that.
Yeah, and it was a bit of a slow end to that innings. We thought maybe after that Badenhorst over in the 6th that went for 25 that the big push was on, but the next overs went 9, 13, 5 and 8. So those last 2 overs going for just 13 runs.
Wow.
And that wicket at the end as well meant that the brakes were really put on the Punjab CC Amadora innings. They managed to get to those triple digits, 103 on the board, but probably below par, especially when you look at the batting power and depth that Awaris have at their disposal.
Yeah, I completely agree with that analysis for sure. It just hasn't been their morning here with the bat, Punjab CC Amadora. But you know what? The bowlers, they're going to feel the pressure of trying to defend this, and they need to stand tall as well. If the batting team can't stand tall, then the bowlers have to. If they want to get their first win in this Premier Division, then they're going to have to really pull something out of the bag here. See a bit of fancy footwork there. The big kick that went almost all the way to backward point from deep cover there. That's how they do the fielding here in this part of the world. Any way to get it off the rope, just keep it off the rope. Rawim ran there, centre of screen a moment ago. You see him. Unfortunately for him, he's failed in his attempt to get the team up and running. A couple of big hits, a couple of big sixes, but just few and far between. You talked before earlier, Tina, about the boundary drought that they experienced there. There were these little pockets, these little moments where suddenly we'd look at each other and say, do you remember when there was a 4 or a 6? It just seems there were too many of those moments for this team.
Well, only 2 of the batters for Punjab CC managed Maximos. That was Arshad, the opener, and Adnan Ali, the top scorer. He scored 36 off 12. But there was that one destructive over, wasn't there? Which was destructive in more ways than one from Vicky Chow, and he picked up 2 wickets. And also, well, Simranjeet Singh, he took a big blow on the wrist, so he had to retire out, and there we see it in just 1 over. That really turned the tables, and could see he's in quite a bit of discomfort there. We hope he'll be back, if not today, then later in the week, because he can be a damaging player. But it was a big LBW call here, Vicky Chow, and he was convinced that was the end of Parveen Singh, who we know can do some damage. And, well, the wickets kept on tumbling, the fielders kept on tumbling as well. And despite some funky business here, it was Taj Mohammed who had the last laugh as Ross Reed tumbled over the boundary because that final ball smashed the stumps. Taj picked up his first and only wicket there, and, well, probably, we've said, in a below par score, Punjab CC 103 on the board. And, well, they're facing 3 defeats in a row here, but they'll ideally want to fight back with the ball.
They really will. The bowlers need to stand tall. And we're going to see what's going to happen as we just look through the batting card now and the bowling card, and we have a bit of an assessment of how it all unfolded. Adnan Ali, I enjoyed the fact that he came out and played a cameo, really, really short cameo, quick, very aggressive cameo. Loved the bowling of poor old Brendan Badenhorst, who just couldn't get anything right. Went after him, took 25 of his over. And you have a look there, so it's 36 there for Adnan Ali at the top there, Arshad with an 18, Parveen Singh with a 14, and no one else really contributing except for Mubin Tariq, who got 3 boundaries on the trot for that in that 21. Not bad bowling, 6 wides and all that, 103 for 5 is the score after 10.
Yeah, and as for the bowlers, they shared it around, and as we just mentioned, that Brendan Badenhorst over, that was the one that went big, almost went supersonic, went magical, 25 off it. He, unsurprisingly, just had the 1 wicket, 1 over. Diego Mendonça, good to see him bowl only the 1 over, but it went for 10. The pick of the bowlers, probably the top 3 there, Vicky Chow, and what a revelation he's been for Awareness. 2 wickets picked up for 15 runs. Taj Mohammed and Faf Stoneman pick up a wicket apiece. So at the halfway stage here in match 7, Punjab CC and Madura, they've played 2 games, lost 2 so far. They'll want to stop the rot, but it'll be an uphill battle for them as they put on just 103 on the board for the loss of 5 wickets. So Awareness, they will need 104 runs in 60 balls to take home those 3 points. Who knows, they will be wanting to go for that bonus point. Can they chase it down in 10 overs? Can they chase it down in 7 overs? Well, join us in just a few moments' time as we come back for the run chase here, ECS Portugal Premier Division 2025. Come back in a few minutes for the run chase.
This European cricket event is proudly brought to you by HCL Software, Rado, 1xBet and Victorinox.
Good afternoon, cricket fans from around the world. Welcome back to the live action here at the Santorini Cricket Ground. Phil G here in the commentary igloo for the European Cricket Network and the run chase in this match number 7, Irish versus Punjab Sisi Amadora. Score on the board from Punjab Sisi Amadora is 103. Well, the batting team, if they can get that in 7 overs or less, they get all 4 points. For the fielding team, if they can restrict Irish to only 72 runs or less, that they get themselves a bonus point. So there's a bit to play for here, as always. And just having a look at there, I can see Simranjit Singh, he's out there after getting that nasty blow that he took previously. I think that was him out there, sorry, just spinning around looking at the numbers. Looks like it. And he's actually got a bandage on that forearm as well. So that blow that he sustained in that innings where only faced a couple of deliveries before he had to retire hurt. Yes, he is indeed out there. He's just in the mid-off area. So it's really good to see him take to the field. I was a bit concerned that maybe that injury might have been a little bit worse than how it looked from where we were. But it was enough to send him off the ground. He was unable to get out there and to assist his team to get a bigger score. But the score is on the board nonetheless. It's there for Irish to chase down if they can. I reckon they'd be looking for all 4 points here, looking to really make a charge. Haven't seen an all 4 point game yet, so this could be the one. We'll see. Yeah, so Simranjit Singh, he's just there. The number 39 is back. He's fielding down in the mid-off area. Keep an eye on him. Hope that arm isn't causing too much trouble. We'll find out if we'll see him later on today as well. But the run chase starts now with the first delivery coming your way. That has been hit really hard over the infield, square driven. That's a great shot, and that is Badenhorst gets the team off to a flyer with a 4-run strike. Look at this, gets down on one knee and looks sensational, that crunching square drive. So a lot to do. Punjab Sisi Amadora, they've got so much to do, not just with the bowling, but their fielding has to be absolutely on today. Anil Kumar's got the job to try to start things off, searching for early wickets and try to get some early scoreboard pressure on the batters. Good delivery, that one. And that is tailing off down leg side, I believe. We'll have a look at the replay again. There was a lot of anxious people there watching, a lot of people appealing. Well, that's missing lock, stock, the lot, especially when the batter is standing a good half a foot almost outside of the leg side. Yeah, that is missing everything. And just from my benevolent side, maybe just asking the bowler to keep those appeals for the Red Cross. They need them more. Taj Mohammed is at the non-striker's end. He is the other opening batter. Crunch, and that is going nowhere except well into the boundary there. And that's up, bounces just inside the line, 4 runs. And that was straight over the infield. Look at this, over the infield. Doesn't try to hit the cover off it, and happy to collect 4 runs there. And that might bring a change of the field. I'm looking to see about what's going to happen with the deep fielder. They're going to leave someone out there now and maybe bring the long on up. And if all the runs are being scored, well, I haven't seen too many runs being scored straight down the ground, to be honest. So square of the boundary seems to be the popular play. So it makes sense to keep a boundary rider out there. They've done that now. They've plugged that gap. Of course, all Badenhorst has to do is to just elevate. You go over the top. Well, they attempt it, and what happens there is he's pulled it around the corner towards mid-wicket for another boundary. So, bit of a run fest going on in the first over. Have a look at this. It was up there to be pulled. He could have played an uppercut shot maybe if he wanted to, but obviously with the boundary rider being pushed out there, there's a danger. So he's pulled it around the corner instead. It has hit the toe end of the bat. You could see Brendan looking at the toe end of the bat, thinking, well, I'm glad maybe I did miss hit that, because it kind of went a little bit more square than I would have liked. Oohs and ahs, and that is going to run away for another 4. Well, if this Irish team isn't hunting for 4 points, then you'd have to wonder about what's going on out there, but they look absolutely on here in these first few deliveries. Anil Kumar is not bowling with any success whatsoever. They're thinking, what have I done to upset the course of the universe? I'm not getting anything working for me here. 16 on the board for just no wickets and 5 deliveries. 1 more to come in this over. And everything coming from the bat of that man on strike. Last ball. It's been mishit, but it's going to go all the way down the ground, just to the right-hand side of the igloo. 4 runs. That is a massive, massive over in the run chase. 20 on the board. It's all to do for Punjab CC Amadora. They need to dig deep and find something here, as I welcome my co-commentator and the other side of G-Force into the commentary igloo. Tina, you join me here, and this is looking problematic now already for Punjab CC Amadora.
Yeah, you can see straight away the signal of intent from Owera as we see 25 matches since a golden ball. Interesting to see Taj Mohammed opening up with Brendan Badenhorst. Of course, it was Mohammed Ashraful Rupu who opened the 2 innings with Brendan yesterday. He's not in the squad for this game, and Taj Mohammed, I think he might just have license to go and hit. We're about to find out.
Oh, that's disappointing. Now, there's a reason. There's a reason that Simranjit Singh went one-handed there. It's because, well, it's because of the injury he's got. And look at this. Doesn't try to catch it 2 hands, tries to catch it just 1, almost. And he wasn't doing it for show. It's because he is genuinely injured. And that's insult to injury as that gets sent downtown for a maximo.
Insult to literal injury there.
Yeah,
Simranjit. He looks in a bit of discomfort. We had that 1 wrist injury to Conrad Greenshields, who's probably going to come in next if he is needed at all. But Simran, he looks in a lot of pain here. He's been moved actually out of mid-off now. It's interesting to see him on the field. We do have Saeed Ali Naki carded as the 12th, but he's soldiering through. He's now being hidden kind of at the 3rd region. We know that's a bit of a hot spot though. Ball might come flying to him. And there it does. It goes straight past him. Yeah,
just at the last minute, they swept him over to fine leg. Yep. So that was
probably a good call.
It was probably the only good call that Punjab CC Amadora made just in that last moment, just to say, no, go leg side, just in case that happens. Yeah. That's exactly what happened there. The problem is, though, and Tina, this is a good question maybe to open up here, is where do you put a one-armed fielder on a cricket pitch?
It sounds like a joke of some sort, the opening line of a joke.
It does. I'm not trying to be funny about it, but honestly, where do you put a one-armed fielder? Because he went for that catch with 1 hand. We know he's sustained a really bad injury. Where do you put him? Literally, I would say, allude to what you did, which is 12th man, please.
Yep.
It's a wide ball there. I would ask 12th man to come on, and I would say, Simranjit, you go get treatment. We need you later. What good are you out there? You can't. Your catching capacity has dropped by 50%. I'm not sure that's something that we want. Yeses and nos. It's a nervous, just a couple of deliveries here. And good couple of balls, good comeback balls here from, that's Lovepreet Singh who's bowling. See if they can keep that up. 73 from 49 required. The run rate should not pose a problem for Owarish at the moment.
Well, also, the fielders aren't posing a problem because every ball that's been hit off the bat has either been a dot or a boundary. That's the first one that's going to be run.
There you go. So they were dealing just with boundaries, and then suddenly they have to run that one.
Maybe that's the answer to the question. Just have a batting slide that's going all guns blazing. Doesn't matter where your fielders are. As we take a look at the standings, and well, I wouldn't say it's a do-or-die game for Punjab CC Amadora. The Lisbon Super Giants can attest to that.
True.
But that's already a pretty big negative run rate. And, well, just the body language out there. And they've been a bit lackluster the last 2 days, haven't they? And while they're staring down the barrel of 0-3, they do have that final game of the day today against Marlo. But well, they don't want to leave tonight, leave the Santorum Cricket Ground with 4 defeats in a row.
You do not want that, not at the start of a tournament. That's given a lot of flight, that delivery, and it's going to get away from everybody. Oh, the throw back is also a little bit erratic. Yeah, Punjab CC Amadora, they look a shadow of the competitive, fierce team that we've seen over the last couple of years on the network. I'm referring to last year's ECS as well as the night series, 24 and 25. Just look like they're really struggling in a few departments at the moment. That's hit up and away for Maximo. Lands with a plonk and a bit of dust, just about 3 or 4 metres in front of the tent. And Lovepreet Singh has to clean up. And that is, well, that's a statement of what we're talking about in this innings. There's probably feel there's not enough runs on the board, and Irish already off to an absolute flyer. Run rate required is less than 8.5.
Brendan Badenhorst is making a statement as well as one of the biggest hitting batters in this Premier Division. He's already got scores of 41 and 51 to his name yesterday. 26 so far contributed, but he'll want to be there at the end, won't he? He'll want to go big and see his team home to a big possible 4-point victory. And that'll be the first 4-pointer we'll have seen so far in this Premier Division. It's taken until match 7, but there's still a long way to go.
Yeah, there's still a fair ways to go here, but yeah, I'm nervous for Punjab CC Amadora. It's already 40 on the board. We're still inside the power play. Yeah, make that 41 on the board. And, well, this is turning into not a good game for them, and Irish look comfortable, probably the best way to describe it. I agree with you about Brendan. He's on 26 from 8. He's looking particularly comfortable as well. So, anyway, let's see what Tariq can do here. Down on one knee, gives it the slam of a lifetime, and that goes out of the ground. There it is. You can just see it towards the top of the screen there. Blink and you miss it. Big Maximo. That is a lovely strike. He's looking on here to collect all the runs if possible. Looking really, really good is Brendan.
Yeah, absolutely. And that was just a sweet sweep of the bat, and all the way, almost a flat 6 there. He was on to 32 off just 9.
It's tossed up again.
There's a commentator's curse bingo card for you.
That's the one. Can you believe it? Oh dear, oh dear. Well, he's come undone there, going for a similar sort of shot. Tossed up is probably what's undone him here. Just loses it probably in the flight, and he's lost his stumps. Have a look. Just clicks the off stump. Bails go flying. So Brendan Badenhorst, he's got his team off to an absolute flyer, there's no doubt about that, but unfortunately he's not going to be able to stick around and see them home. It's going to be up to a couple other players, I think, to do that. As he departs 32 from 10. What a great start for him, though. Only 3 dot balls. Didn't want to give anything away. They're striking at 320. Full of wicket is 47. So 47 for 1. And that's probably a bit of a relief for Punjab CC Amadora.
Yeah, he dragged on there, actually. And, well, if your lowest score so far is 32, then I think you can still be happy with your work so far. It does bring the captain, Conrad Greenshields, to the crease. And it's kind of from the frying pan into the fire here for Punjab CC, as the big hitting Greenshields comes out. He got 43 yesterday in game 2.
It is indeed. Well, they're in again. Smoked. Absolutely smoked. That has gone a long way back. I was waiting to hear it land somewhere behind us, and maybe it's still travelling. I'm not sure. But yeah, I think the short celebration of the removal of Brendan was very quickly extinguished when they saw Conrad was walking out. And when Conrad gets in a mood, oh my goodness, what a mood. So power play's done, and let's have a look. It is 53 for 1, chasing 104 for a win. Well, they're over halfway there in the power play.
Well, 2 magical overs so far, which is 1 more than Punjab CC managed in their whole 10 overs, and that kind of shows the trend of the game. Just on bonus point watch here as well. If they get that within the next 4 overs, well, double the score now, and they do it comfortably.
Going to turn to Adnan Ali to bowl the 4th. Mr. Reliable. Doesn't pick up all that many wickets since I've been watching him play, but he's thereabouts. He needs to really turn something on here. Needs to put the brakes on, find a way to silence these Irish teams' batting efforts. That's gone up in the air again, and it lands not too far from us. I heard the thud that time, and that lands. And Taj Muhammad gets a big Maximo to his name for the start of the 4th. And this run chase is, it's almost been, well, the total's almost been blown out of the water by the Irish batters.
Yes, almost down to a runner ball for those 3 points, but they'll certainly be eyeing up that extra bonus point, which will also take them to the top of the table.
Well, that's going to go now to the left of us. So if Taj Muhammad is pretty keen to sort of say hello to you and me, Tina, he wants to give G-Force a bit of a rev up. He's hit to the right, he's hit to the left, he's then gone back to the right. Maybe we're going to get one into the commentary area. I'm going to get ready to hit the bike button and try to run around and field one, because he's getting his eye in.
Well, Vinny and I had a few knocking on our igloo front door yesterday.
Taj gives that one a bit of a welly. There's going to be a race on. It's not going to be the player who's going to field that one in time. It's going to be the ball that races across the line. And that is another boundary. So Irish preferring to deal with boundaries here. And if the bowling, I guess, is like this, why not? Capitalise, go for the hit. 69 for the loss of 1 wicket halfway through the 4th. 35 needed from 39 now. And that bonus point watch well and truly on. Shouts a catcher as this one doesn't get the same distance as the previous ones. Bounces just in front of the feet of the fielder coming round there. Can't really get to it. And that is Mubin Tariq, who's probably, I wouldn't say he was slow out of the blocks, but it was just tantalising short of where he ended up.
Yeah, it's the first one really that hasn't been middled. That shows you just how well the ORS batters are going.
Exactly. 70 for the loss of 1 wicket, and that gets Greenshields on strike. He's 6 from 1. He whips it around the corner. Very fast off the pads he is, and just for a single. So there you go. They are happy to take singles after all that. Throw bamboozles the keeper though, but no overthrows.
It's good that he's seeing no after effects of that wrist injury yesterday. He said to Vinny it was less of a jarring of the wrist and more kind of in the swing. The wrist just kind of clicked out of place. Clearly he's clicked it back in.
So how did he do the injury? I didn't see that.
It was just a big swing of the bat, and it looked like maybe he jarred his arm somehow. He was in real discomfort. It looked innocuous. It did hit him on the wrist, and we thought, oh, that can't have done that much damage. But it turns out he'd already hurt himself in the swing before the ball had even hit him.
So
and
it was the power of his swing
where
he did it.
Put his arm out of joint just by extreme power. I mean, we saw the power off the bat as well when he did make contact. There was a few that ended up on the road behind us, as we see. Well, at the moment, this is a bit of a procession. 33 runs needed in 36. But they'll be looking at 33 in 18 for that bonus point.
Yeah, which is very, very gettable, especially when you look at like the current run rate is 17. Well, it's over 17. It's almost pushing 18. So that is absolutely on. And I wouldn't be surprised if that's exactly what they thought. They probably looked at that scorecard and they said, look, this is definitely an underpass score. There's no reason we can't be chasing this. They got a couple of good scores yesterday as well when they were batting against Marlo. They got 137. That is coming down towards us, and it's going to go over us for a Maximo. So once again, the Commercial Igloo is proving to be a bit of a target for the straight hit. This time it's Conrad Greenshields who gets into the mood, and that goes quite a fair way behind where we're positioned. So our thanks to Conrad for having a good radar locking system. And he's put that one right away. 77 for the loss of 1 wicket. Start of the 5th.
They might not even need the 7th over at this rate. There you see the equation for the bonus point, 27 off 17.
Yeah, Gurjit Singh doing what he can here, but having his first delivery taken over the boundary line. Conrad's not happy, he just needs an extra moment. Try that one more time. Yeah, Gurjit Singh, when your first ball of your first over goes back over your head for 6, it's a bit soul destroying, isn't it? And you know, it's very hard for a bowler to just come back and be positive, and that's what they have to do. Well, that one is up in the air. It's been mishit, and oh, that would have been an interesting moment if Conrad had it hit straight down the throat. Unfortunately, it's going to be dropped by Lovepreet Singh. Wasn't that difficult, if I'm honest, and I don't like to sort of make it out like, oh, I could catch that, but he didn't have to dive forward. Just had to walk it in and take a good catch. He's filthy with himself. He knows that was a big moment. And isn't that normal when we see that, Tina?
Yep.
Batter has been put down, and then it's just been nicked away for a boundary.
Yeah, I would say maybe a costly mistake from Lovepreet Singh, but the way that the batters are going, it seems like more of an inevitability, even if Conrad Greenshields departed then. But it's always the way, isn't it? A dropped catch, a double teapot there from Gurjit, and, well, what should have been a wicket and then possibly a dot has ended up being a 1 and a 4.
So Gurjit needs to find something, dig deep here. This goes out to Lovepreet again. This time he gets the body behind it, stops it getting past him. Still can't prevent the single though. But that's another one to the score. He's got a couple more to come in this over. But 14 balls then to get 21 runs for all 4 points here for Owarish. And right now, you'd probably back him.
Yeah, it'd be a big statement of intent there. And when your luck's in, your luck's in. Conrad Greenshields, he got a life earlier in the over, and since then nicked 2 beyond the keeper, Gurjit Singh. He doesn't know who he upset this morning. Maybe the cricket gods. He needs to send a prayer up to them, because at the moment they're not listening. And Awaris cantering to victory here. 17 runs needed. Off 13 balls for the power play.
Yeah, you really got to feel for the bowler in this over. He hasn't done a lot wrong, to be perfectly honest. Okay, the first hit went for 6. That's probably the only thing you could fault the man on. But since then, he probably should have had Conrad twice. Unfortunately, it's not to be. And that is another Maximo. This pro's still going up. No, it's come down now. That's another cracking shot. He loves this ground. He knows it really well. And that is, well, that's a tough over to watch if you're a fan of Gurjit Singh. And obviously, if you are Gurjit Singh, as there's only one person in the world who is, he's walking off in towards the mid-wicket area thinking, well, I don't want to know about this game. That is not fair. It's absolutely not fair. Up-and-coming events. Oh, Tina, 5 weeks of action coming your way. Let's not descend into food chat just yet, but I just want to talk about Spain, Madrid, ECS. The first one in Madrid. I was surprised when I heard that was being talked about, that we're going to go to Madrid. And then when I found out it was the first time we've been there, I sort of rubbed my eyes a bit and said, really? We've never been to Madrid? Turns out we've never been there.
We've never been there. We've been to Barcelona on a few occasions, but spreading the love across Spain.
Great.
Not too far from here. We're staying then on the Iberian Peninsula.
That's right.
And then, yeah, staying Mediterranean, going over to Bologna. I'm looking forward to that one.
Yeah, big time. Taj Mohammed just trying to fend that one away to the offside. Lucky not to get a nick. Anil Kumar trying to take this to a next over. But we need 11 from 11 for the bonus point. And you do get the feeling that this could be tidied up in this over. Just a little feeling in the back of my mind. I think you said it only a few minutes ago, Tina.
Yep.
Pro won't need a 7th. Oh, shouts to catch it. That's definitely gone the wrong way. Keeper takes the hat off, turns around, completely in wrong position there, unsighted, never looked settled. Just had the feeling it was never going to land in the gloves.
Tough one there for Gaganpreet. Helmet comes flying off. There you go. And maybe just took his eye off the ball there, but it was swirling in that midday sun as well. And well, he got near it, but he just couldn't ever get a solid base. In the end, he ends up on the floor. The ball ends up on the floor. And the batters, they just jog through for one.
Yeah, it was all a bit sort of, yeah, didn't look comfortable, but yeah, it was a tough chance. In the air for a while. That's been pulled around the corner, straight to the fielder. Gets the ball back sharpish.
Oh, good effort there. It would have been in extreme amounts of trouble with a direct hit there.
Yeah, Taj almost caught short out of his ground there. Yep, a direct hit would have had Taj Mohammed walking back. Backed up a long way there. Greenshields on 24 from 7. Looking like he wants to finish this in a hurry. Is that coming down near us?
I didn't see that at all.
There, it's right there.
I was bracing for impact there.
That went really, really high up in the air. It at one point I thought, is it gone way over us? Because there was no sound, no nothing, and people were looking at us.
Well, what's it got to do with us? That was a moment of pure terror from me, Phil. I was literally bracing.
Lovepreet Singh, who's fielding just in front of us here, he turned around, he looked at us, then he looked up in the air, and I thought, say something, man, say something. Tell us if we're in trouble.
Let's have a look how close this one did come. Well, that was the next one. That was quarter wide. So much going on. We're missing deliveries here, Phil. As that one, yeah. Well, it was still rising by the time it went past Conrad, wasn't it?
Quite wide, yep. So, hundreds up in case you missed it. And they're going to run on that miss hit. Why not? Taj was backing up a long way. Now, Conrad just a little bit proppy when he gets to the non-striker's end. I think he's cannoned that into the foot. You have to sort of walk that one off. Yeah, just looked a little bit proppy there. But hopefully he'll be okay.
We will need the 7th over then, but it's just the 2 runs needed to win and 2 runs in 6 deliveries to take home the bonus point. Or is there still 1 ball left? There's still 1 ball left, isn't there? So maybe we won't need the 7th because there was that wide in there as well.
I thought also the batters come together to change ends. I thought it was the end of the over as well. Here we go. And we will need the 7th now, as that is a wicket that falls. Taj Muhammad gets a little feather edge on that. He's got 35, faced 17 deliveries, and well, he's done his job, you have to say. He's done his job quite well. And he's going to go for a, well, he's done. He's stopped halfway.
Yeah, maybe.
They're going to check for side on, maybe just to see if this was a bit short. Have a look at this one.
Yeah, because we've had a wide already in the over. No, I think that's fine.
I think that's okay.
Yeah, it's shoulder height. Oh, yeah.
Yeah, as you were.
It has been given out. I think rightly so.
Yep, I agree. Yep, Conrad gives Taj a little bit of a pat on the bat and a pat on the back as well, as he says, "Look, thank you for that innings. Well done. Bring a new person in to join him when we start the 7th." And you get feeling this game is just moments away from its conclusion.
Yeah, Taj Muhammad did his job there. Got his team more than a third of the way to the total as the new opener. 35 off 17, 3 4s, 3 6s, and it brings Miggy Stoneman to the crease in his first game of this tournament, first bat as well. And well, it's quite a nice situation to come into, isn't it? I'm sure they'll face more pressure situations this week, but you know, they'll still want to get those 4 points in the bag. They need 2 runs to do so and to close out the game.
Love to see Conrad get a single here. And there's the single. And have a look at that. Miguel Stoneman has a chance to win the game here for Irish and pick up all 4 points. And that's something which he'll be telling everybody about for quite a while. So, yeah, this is his moment.
Yeah, Conrad Greenshield's obviously feeling a bit benevolent after he has some making up to do after yesterday's level 1 antics.
Yeah, and he's a good egg as well, as we like to say. Good egg. Here we go. Could be the last ball. Shouts of how easy. It does indeed finish right there with a boundary. So, well done to Miguel Stoneman. He managed to hit the winning runs. This has been an emphatic one-way victory for Irish. They have basically gone after Punjab Sisi Amadora that in this run chase, and they have nailed it in less than 7 overs and picked themselves up all 4 points. Yeah,
the first forfeit of this Premier Division. We saw a couple in the Challenger. Took a while though, and well, it didn't take a while for the Awareness batters to chase down this total. We thought it was probably under par, and well, in the end it was under par and then some, wasn't it? Taking just 6.2 deliveries to chase down the total. As we take a look at the game that's coming up, well, we've got a bit of a longer break now, don't we? About 35 minutes before the Gorkha 11, beaten Gorkha 11 take on Marlo, who before this game won 1, lost 1. Couple of changes, but we'll get to that game. Let's first take a look at the highlights, and it started big, didn't it, with Brendan Badenhorst picking up exactly where he left off yesterday. Yeah, he had a really great start. He and Taj Muhammad opened the batting, and between the two of them, got things going for Irish and then some. Really motored hard. Unfortunately for Simranjit Singh, who sustained an injury during the batting, he put down a sharp chance down there at a regulation mid-off, and he got moved to a part of the ground where they hoped the ball wouldn't go because he's only got one arm. And in the meantime, the carnage continued aplenty. This was some really big lusty hitting. Unfortunately for Brendan, he did get a feather edge and chopped on and had to go with 30 odd to his name, but the damage had been done by then, and it happened early on as well. A couple little moments here for Taj Muhammad to really get into the batting. Some good straight hitting. He was hitting it to the left of the commentary eagle, to the right, to the left, to the right. Getting a pat on the head from Conrad Greenshields as well along the way. Luckily, nothing came into our areas, so we were happy to be spectators and watch that. The Grizzly was flying high in that innings. Flying high in all directions, and when it rains, it pours. And poor Gurjit Singh there, he actually bowled not too badly, but Conrad Greenshields, he was edging him before, and then he found the middle of the bat as well. And well, some lusty blows from Taj Muhammad as well. Eventually on this, well, was a tough chance there. Taj Muhammad does end up falling to a feather. That was the easier of the 2 chances for the keeper, Gagandeep, but that was about all there was to celebrate for the bowling side, as Punjab CC, well, they were put to the sword at the end by Miggy Stoneman. He got given 1 delivery thanks to the benevolence of Conrad Greenshields, and he put it straight to the boundary for 4. And speaking of 4, that's the amount of points that Awareness will pick up, and they'll be more than happy with their morning's work. Yeah, this has been an emphatic display from the Irish batters, and also from the bowlers as well. It was a complete display from them. Really, really happy for them. They've only got this 1 game here today, and they've gone away with 4 points, which makes it probably even more appetising for them right now as they
pack up and celebrate on their way to spend the rest of the Sunday afternoon, maybe somewhere enjoying the fruits of their labour here. You can see here that run chase successful in 6.2 overs, well inside the 7th as you see there, and a good opening partnership of 47, followed by an even better partnership that came after that of 55 runs, and that was the story right there. Bowlers got, well, a couple of wickets only falling, but the bowlers were really hammered by the Irish batters. So in the final summary, 103 for 5 was on the board in 10. We straight away felt that that was going to be not just under par, but just something that Warriors should be able to eat up. They did it in 6.2 overs, they did it in style. Taj Muhammad there leading the way with that 35. Brendan Bannerhorst with a 32 and Conrad with a 32 as well. Both of those 32s off 10 deliveries, funny enough. And so we look ahead to Gorkha 11 versus Marlo, 31 minutes time that kicks off. So I tell you what, the G-Force will be back here on the comms in about 26 minutes time, thereabouts. That gives us a chance to go and freshen up, get ourselves a little drink of something and be ready for you for the third match of the day. It's match 8. Gorkha 11 versus Marlo. It should be an absolute belter. Join us, myself and Tina Goff, the dream team here in the commentary igloo in about 26 minutes time. Phil G from the European Cricket Network signing off just for the moment. This is the European Cricket Series Portugal Premier Division, day number 2. See you soon.
This European cricket event is proudly brought to you by HCL Software, Rado, 1xBet and Victorinox.
Welcome everybody back to the Santarem Cricket Ground here for, well, what is going to be a really cracking match coming your way very shortly. It is the Gorkha 11. They're taking on the team from Marlo, and this is a big game coming up for these two teams. Marlo have got 1 win and 1 loss. Gorkha got a couple of wins under their belt already, looking to go back to back and claim 2 wins for today. And it's day 2 of this Premier Division in the European Cricket Series Portugal. It's beautiful conditions, beautiful weather, and it's great to see the tournament referee Stefan Gooch again out in the centre with the 2 captains. And let's see who wins the coin toss.
Marlo, your call.
Head.
Heads is the call. Tails.
We're going to bet first.
Batting?
Yep.
Right, have a good game. All the best.
Thank
Good
you.
luck. Gorkha have won the toss. They're batting.
Thank you, Stefan. There you have it. Gorkha 11 win the toss. They want to have a bat first, and they feel that they've got a great chance of knocking off Marlo by putting a score on the board and sending Marlo in to chase. Twice yesterday, Marlo chased, once successfully, once not so successfully. And let's see what happens with Gorkha, because they put on a terrific score this morning, and that was not chased down. 147 against the Gamblers. So if they can replicate that, Marlo have got it all to do when they get their chance. We'll see what happens. It's time to get over to Tindergoff in the Commentary Igloo. Tina, the news from the toss is that Gorkha 11, they won the toss. They're going to have a bat first.
Thank you very much, Phil, and hello everyone and welcome to the Santarem Cricket Ground here in sunny Portugal, where we are well into day 2. We're on match 8 of this ECS Portugal Premier 2025 as we see the 2 teams. Niloy Islam, he comes in for the Gorkha 11 after that win this morning, and the Marlo side have Daniel Asgar brought in. It's their first game of the day, and they'll come back for the final game as well against Punjab CC Amadora. But first, they have to face up against an unbeaten Gorkha 11 who already have 1 win under their belt this morning, and that's maybe why the win predictor has them just a nose ahead at 55%. But Marlo, I'm sure they'll want to register their 2nd win of this tournament as well. As Phil said, 1 win, 1 defeat for them yesterday. First one was quite a chastening defeat. They lost by 37 runs to Oreras, who were obviously saw winning that game just now. As we face up the first ball, attempted first ball, it will be running along to the boundary for 5 wides. It's Osama Javid with ball in hand. Not the start that Marlo would have wanted. Azhar Andani, well, he hasn't had to put his bat anywhere near that one. But he found the middle of his bat on quite a few occasions yesterday, especially in that game 6. In fact, that was this morning. Azhar Andani, he scored 76 runs off just 32 deliveries. Anything like that replicated here would be a fantastic start for Gorkha. So they just run through for one. It's Rahul Vishwakarma at the other end. Well, he didn't quite get going this morning. He managed just to score that one single before he was caught by Nishant Verma. That was a nice catch. You have a chance here to post a slightly bigger total. It's an interesting game here. Obviously, we're still very early in the tournament. Match 8 of 30 group stage games before we go to finals day. Both these teams will have been happy to register a win early on. And a win here for the Gorkha 11 would certainly take them to the top of the table. With 9 points, 3 wins from 3. They haven't quite managed a bonus point victory yet, as we saw from Oeris in the previous game. But Marlo, they'll want to stay near the top of the table as well. They're currently sitting in 4th on 4 points. But a big bonus point win could see them contending with Oeris at the top of the table with 8 points. They'll be happy with just the win. That would certainly take them into 2nd. So it's hotting up to be a really intriguing contest here, and it's hotting up in the middle as well, as it's baking down there. The Portuguese sun, about 22 degrees. Perfect cricket conditions. As Rahul Vishwakarma dances down the pitch, and well, it's an early chance there. It just gets popped up. And well, he didn't find the middle earlier, and he didn't find the middle there either. Just chipped it up, and it was on the run there, but it was a pretty regulation chance that was put down in the outfield. Mian Shahid, I think it was in the covers. An early life for Rahul. I want to make the most of that, and how many times do we see that? A missed opportunity, a drop catch, and the next ball goes to the rope, this time along the ground. Azhar Andani with the 4. The first boundary off the bat in this over. Of course, that first one went for 5 wides. Already a promising start for the Gorkha 11. 12 off the first 4 deliveries. Nice bit of turn there from Osama Javid. He's going left arm around to the right-hander. He's already had some success this year. He's picked up 7 wickets in the night series. His best 3 for 11. A lot of these players did feature in that night series, which Phil G was on the mic for. Phil will be completing the other half of the G-Force very soon. As that one, yeah, well, spun on the line and then tailed away from it, so he will have to have a second attempt to close out this first over. That one does grub through somewhat, and a half-hearted appeal there from Rushan Singh. With the gloves, nothing doing though. That is the end of the first over, 13 runs coming off it. And a perfect time to say hello to everyone in the chat as well. It's lovely to have you with us on this sunny Sunday, Mother's Day in the UK, so a special mention to all the mothers tuning in out there. I hope you're being spoiled rotten, and well, we're spoiling you rotten in the next couple of weeks with our tour of Portugal. We've played so much cricket already, and yet we're not even getting started. The Challenger division already culminated in the Lisbon Supergiants lifting the trophy. Who will lift the trophy in this Premier Division? Well, we'll find out on Friday, just a few days away, and then we move straight into the internationals with Portugal facing up against the visiting Norway in both the men's and women's side of the game. We'll have T10s and T20s to bring you, so lots more action to look forward to on the European Cricket Network. And straight into the action here with the ball is Hassan Khan, who will bowl the second over. And well, straight into the wickets as Rahul Vishwakarma didn't really seem to see that one. The ball goes flying away to the boundary, but, well, the bails have also flown. And Hassan Khan straight into the wickets, gets an early scalp with his first delivery. And I wonder if this one just moved in a bit. It did just a fraction. And Rahul Vishwakarma was the unlucky victim, and his poor run continues after, well, not quite a king double duck, but he got double ones, which, well, I suppose that's 2 runs better, but I'm sure he'll be disappointed with his output for the day. He has to depart for just the 13 for 1, the Gorkha 11. That'll be his batting done for the day. This is the second of Gorkha's games today. Remember, they had that impressive victory this morning against the Gamblers by 23 runs. Hassan Khan, he's impressing so far. And that's actually his 6th wicket for Marlo in this early stage of the tournament. Game 2, he top scored batting at number 9, which, well, was a bit of an indictment actually of the Marlo batting, as they were bowled out for 100, and then he came in, got 2 for 34. Followed that up in game 4 with a 3 for 15, and he's already picked up an early wicket here. Does give away his first run, 1 for 1. So Amninder Happy, who's come in to bat at number 3, gets himself straight off the mark with a single. This is a real intriguing matchup, these two sides. I do like the look of the Marlo side. I mean, they got off to a bit of a rocky start, didn't they, with that early defeat, but came back strong, beating the Gamblers by 6 wickets in game 4 yesterday. He'll have to bowl that one again. Gorkha almost had identical results so far, games 1 and 6. So the first 2 games of the both days so far, they won by 24 runs in the first one against Punjab CC and 23 runs against the Gamblers this morning. And they also won the toss here as a reminder. They wanted to have a bat first. Shouts of catch it, but I think it'll just be a spectator there, Amandeep Singh, as that soars over his head for the first maximo of the innings, and unsurprisingly it comes off the bat of Azhar Andani, who, fresh off his runs this morning, cashes in immediately there. That takes him into double figures, and in fact takes him into the late 80s for runs scored on the day. Just a great return for him. Good response though, good comeback ball from Hassan Khan. They just canter through for the 1. I was loving seeing in the chat all the ECN bingo card contenders we had earlier, the things that happen on the European Cricket Network, which you don't really see elsewhere in the world of cricket. We love bringing you action, comedy, drama, tragedy, and that's all just in the first few overs. So keep those submissions coming in. I know Phil G is studiously noting them all down. We'll see if we can put together some kind of ECN bingo card of all the best entries. There's 1 ball left of the second. That man in form, Azhar Andani, will face it. And, well, he's a man in form, but he's a man making his way back out of the game because he is clean bowled. What a lovely delivery that was from Hassan Khan. We knew he was the danger bowler. That's already his 2nd wicket of the over, and the 2nd wicket for Gorkha 11, and just a fuller delivery, almost a textbook Yorker. Azhar Andani probably should have played that one straight. He acknowledges that himself with the shadow batting after the fact, but unfortunately for him, it's too little too late as he has to depart for 12 off 7 deliveries, and after 2 overs, Gorkha 11 at 23 for 2, with both openers back in the shed, having been bowled clean by Hassan Khan. As we take a look at the standings and what this means, it's a mid-table clash, but of course so early in the tournament things are very close, and Marlo with a big win could go to the top of the table, and equally so for Gorkha 11. And it's been action-packed so far. So helping me talk through the action, Phil G, fresh off lunch.
Yes, I am.
Nice lunch.
Thank you, Tina. Yes, it was a lovely lunch. We were sport with a Sunday roast.
Wow, so he always delivers. And, well, today is no Mother's Day, Sunday roast.
That's it.
What could be better?
That's so true.
As Osama Javid comes back for his second over. That's that tiny little grubber spot that we've seen a few times now. I mean, that one didn't completely die a death. Of course, Osama Javid, not the quickest of bowlers, and he does rip it a bit, but that one just didn't quite get up.
Yeah, there's a little section there, isn't there? And when we see the grubbers, pretty much it's coming off that spot.
Yeah, just as well for the
Unlike
batters.
that
Yeah, that one spat up. So maybe we're just not giving Osama Javid credit for some skillful bowling. Just teasing it outside off stump. I mean, that one turned and bounced. That was a great delivery.
Yeah, the Sunday roast was lovely here on a beautiful, beautiful sunny Sunday afternoon. Hope it's beautiful and sunny where you are. If it's not, I hope it does get pretty breezy and sunny soon. Yeah, it was a terrific roast dinner. I saw Chris Smith in the chat mention he was getting a Sunday roast. So Chris, I followed your lead, and we had a roast here for lunch. That's going to get through the field. Chases on. The ball wins. Sorry, just thinking about roast dinners now. Too early for food chat, Phil. Put that away.
It's never too early. And I mean, the reason that you have to stop talking about it, though, is I haven't had my roast dinner yet, and I will lamp you if you keep on talking about it.
And that would be a fair response. I wouldn't begrudge you that one bit. So we're going to move off the roast lunch. Roast chicken. Yummy. Anyway.
Well, it's just as well that we have our friends in production, Rhinus, who came, and before we ended up roast chickens in this igloo, he made a little contraption here, so we've got some through flow through the igloo, so we see a bit of that Portugal sun, a bit of that wind as well, because we were slowly becoming roast chickens in here, but it's now a beautiful breeze wafting its way through the igloo. So thank you, Rhinus, for your handiwork. A couple of cable ties been used there, as there's a no ball called on the field. And I think that'll be a front foot full. I'm looking within the power play, but I don't see any fielding misdemeanors. Let's have a look at this. Yeah, and he pivots on his front foot, but I think he pivots over that line. A head scratcher, literally, from Osama Javid.
Yeah.
But it's called by the umpire, so final ball of the power play will be a free hit. It will be off the bat of Amninder Happy. Can he send this one to the boundary to finish the third over? Happy.
Yeah, here we go. Free hit. What a great way to finish the power play. Power play's yielded a 29. 2 wickets have fallen. This is a bit of a gift, this one.
There's 4 dots and that 1-4 so far in this over. So it's been a great over from Osama Javid. But that no ball, he'll hope that doesn't come back to bite him. It was a no ball 2 as well. Here we go, final ball of the power play. There's a dance down the pitch from Ashish Kurmi, in fact, who was the one that took that free hit. And, well, that's a batter's dream, isn't it? Your first delivery faced is a free hit. 0 jeopardy. Well, instead of a 0, it's 4 runs to him as he cuts that one away. He does a little dance down the pitch. Don't think that's where he means it to go, but in any case, he'll take the 4, and the Gorkha 11 move to 33 for 2 off the power play.
Yeah, have a look there. The consistency, a couple of overs of 10 and one of 13 there. And yeah, I agree. If I got that as my first up delivery come to the crease, I'd be well happy about that. Even if it was a miss hit, as you say, it's just going to give him that little bit of mental boost. And he's going to get bat on ball and going to get off the mark as well. So it just takes that little bit of slight pressure off the batter for his next delivery. Just a bit of a gimme there. It's just a little bit of luck going in their favour. And in T10, if you get a little bit of luck, you have to roll with it. Really do.
Yeah, fortune definitely favours the brave. And, well, they rolled the dice against the gamblers and they paid off with that 23-run win. Did the Gorkha 11. Start of the 4th. Someone's cut away. There is a boundary rider out there. He should cut that one off. And he does. Nice piece of ground fielding there by Hardeep Kutan, and it's Amandeep Singh who's coming in for his first ball of the game.
Yeah, there's a few little rough bounce areas out there that fielders need to watch out for. We've seen a few fielders get tricked on the bounce just as it gets to them on the offside for the right-hander. So the boundary riders, they've got the work cut up for them. It's not just as easy as a smooth ground to them. It's just a couple little ridges. And we're seeing, yeah, a few fielders look a little bit silly. It can happen.
Happens to the best of us, doesn't it?
Happens to me all the time. That's my excuse and I'm sticking to it.
Well, that one is thrown wide.
They can have a look and see if that was off pitch.
Yeah, let's take a look here. It looks like it's in that kind of weird gully zone. You're not quite sure if that counts as the pitch, I think. It's been called no ball. There's a bit of a downslope there, isn't it? So it's not really the flat part of the pitch, it's the off-cut of the pitch, if you will.
That's exactly what it is.
Food on my mind again. As it will be a no ball. Free hit for Ashish Kurmi. And, well, there's an appeal there.
Are they appealing for a stumping or for a free hit?
I believe that was a free hit, so we're just double checking here.
It was a free hit. The umpire definitely gave the signal.
Yeah, he's now reversed his signal. Just a good practice all round for everybody as the keeper. He takes down the stumps, then goes to throw to the non-striker's end, also appeals at the same time, so good multitasking there from Rushan Singh, but it was definitely a no ball called, so that was a free hit, and as we all know, everyone out there should know as well that you cannot be stumped off a free hit, so an eventful dot, and he gets himself safely to the other side of the pitch, Ashish Kurmi.
Yeah, a bit happening in this over. 36 for 2, 2 more to come in the fourth. The run rate just under 10.
Yeah, so it's a steady start. I wouldn't call it any more than that. We do love a bit of free hit amnesia out here, and well, you won't be loving that piece of fielding. Amandeep Singh, who kind of didn't put in a bad delivery there. He wasn't helped by his fielder, who almost made his life more difficult by charging at that ball, which was hit quite firmly. Had he just stayed where he was, maybe he'd be able to get to in a better position. As it is, he's looking into his hands. The ball's not there. It's about 10 meters behind you. That's a 4, and it's going to be followed with a massive 6. That's a big maximo for Amninder Happy, who finishes that fourth over with a flourish. 6 coming off at 46 for 2 at the end of the fourth.
Yeah, Happy really opening up the screws there and just going crash, crash with a couple of big hits in that over. Yeah, unfortunately for Amandeep Singh, maybe that ball took a bit of funny bounce, but as he came running in to try to field the ball, there was a more opportunity for that bounce to half volley and just get around him. And then the big 6 to finish with. Terrific over there. Score 46 for 2. Run rate just at about 11.5, a couple of wickets in the second over, but that doesn't appear to really have been slowing anything down. It's been good progress here. And Marlo need to find a way to put the brakes on. They could be staring down a run chase in the 120s, 130s. They did successfully chase down 100 and what was it, 122, sorry, against Gamblers yesterday. They did that with 4 balls to spare. But in their other batting dig, they were bowled out for 100 in 9.2 overs.
This one's in the air. It's a chance, and it's taken.
There you go.
By Mohammed Adnan, who I'm not sure what he's looking at. He's pointing to his head. Maybe the fact that his floppy hat went flying off. Well, he wasn't distracted by that, and it's Daniel Asgar who's come into the team and immediately into the wickets. That one just skews off the bat of Ashish Kurmi, and he has to depart. That's the 3rd wicket down for the Gorkha 11, 46 for 3.
Yeah, I think the fielder was saying, look, not only have I taken the cash, but my hat's flown off. Just in case you're interested, Mohammed Adnan, he did indeed point to that. Maybe he was trying to say something about, the looking up into the sun and saying, that was difficult, much more difficult than it was, guys, just so you know. Into the safe hands.
Yeah, it's like a UFO trying to escape from Area 51 there and landed softly on the ground. Luckily for him, the ball landed softly in his hands. And, well, a bit of a sputter here from Gorkha 11. That's the 3rd wicket to go down.
3 down. Interesting. Brings out Gamire. See if he can right the ship up here and get things back on track.
Nice start as well from Daniel Asgar, who's justifying his selection in the side.
Yeah, he's one of the ins for Marlo today. And that's he's definitely justifying that. Doing very well so far.
It's his birthday tomorrow. So, I mean...
Oh, is it?
German tradition means that you're not allowed to congratulate someone on their birthday before the birthday. You you don't even get an acknowledgement. You just get a German stare. They're like, oh, it's my birthday tomorrow. Okay.
That's something I can get behind, because I'm a firm believer in not congratulating people before it's time, whether it's a birthday or or whatever, because you'd hate to
100.
have something happen. Yeah.
Well, it's almost like the commentator's curse on the birthday. You know,
Yeah.
anything can happen.
Yeah.
Every day is a gift.
Yeah, exactly. There's that as well. Or in my case, I'd probably say he's on 99. This is a well-deserved 100 coming up. Stumps everywhere. You know, I know that I've probably even said that in the past as well.
There's a appeal there, but I think that was a double noise as they scamper through. And well, maybe he'd like to get his birthday off to a good start. His birthday week.
Yeah.
By kind of just getting in to the wickets here, and he's gifted himself on the very first delivery. That one was called a one off the bat, so well spotted by me. So just hit it into his own leg. That one though, he will have to bowl again.
Yeah, 50 up inside 5 overs, so it's tough going out there for Gorkha. They've lost wickets, and Marlo, to their credit, they're not doing too badly. A couple little blues in the field, but nothing too detrimental towards the defence of this ground, while Gorkha are trying to belt it around the park. So that's the end of the 5th. 52 for 3 is the score.
I think there's still one to come.
Yeah.
There's a couple of wides in there from Daniel. He started with a wicket, but 2 wides.
There you go, jump the gun again.
Yeah. You're fueled by your lunch. You're just so ready for the next over. Well, someone who's not ready for the next over because he wants to hit the final ball for 6 is Suman Gamiri. That is the end of the 5th. Finishes with a flourish from the captain. That takes the score to 58 for 3. And, well, Phil gave it a bonus ball, and Suman Gamiri made the most of it, as you do now join us in the commentary igloo, which has now been opened up on both sides. So we're breezing through here and breezing through this day as well. We've had a great day so far, haven't we, Phil?
It's been terrific. Really has been good. Some exciting cricket going on out there. I'm glad they've done something with the tent, because it was getting a little bit warm in here on finals Friday, maybe because of the action that was going on out there. So our friends who've sort of jury-rigged the sides of the tents, thank you so much for that. We really appreciate it. When I came to the tent, I had to make sure this was the right one, because I didn't recognise what was going on here.
We had a complete renovation while you were having lunch. Igloo makeovers with Tina G, Phil G. Well, it's a bit of a stop and start beginning here to the innings, isn't it, from Gorkha. 58 for 3. They'll want to at least get to that 100 mark and not continue to lose these wickets.
For sure. They've got a bit of work to do, the batters. While Suman Gamiro's out there, I feel confident. I feel quite confident.
Well, there's your confidence. It's actually Amninder Happy who is on that one, but wow, what a hit that was. One of the biggest hits we've certainly seen of the day so far. He gets hold of all of that one, flying straight over area 51 into the next field.
Yeah, that sounded absolutely tremendous. Real crack out of the middle, goes a long way back, as you say, Tina. I mean, a long way back. It's really travelled the distance. I'll tell you what, you really can't hit it too much further than that, but that is a cracking good shot, and maybe a statement of intent as we get into the second half of this innings in terms of the overs.
Yes, Najam Shahzad, who's on the bowling.
Oh, Shahzad, what have you done?
We might have to look at this one. I think it has been called as a no ball on the field. We'll have a look at this on replay. And yeah, I think that's a fair call there by umpire Andy standing at square leg. And, well, add insult to injury. That's a 6 off the first ball and a 7 up off, well, the potential second ball. And Najam Shahzad, who's come in to the attack, well, he's had the attack taken to him here from Amninder Happy, who moves into the 30s. He's on 31, and he's got a free hit coming up. Comeback ball from Najam Shahzad. Comeback it was a nicely directed bouncer. I'm not quite sure what Happy's unhappy about there. Looking to the umpire maybe, but I think that was a fair delivery. He kind of sat back on it, was hoping to just get anything on that, maybe even a backsimo. As it was though, flew through to the keeper, Rushan Singh.
Yeah, batter can't really have an argument there. That's just a good follow-up delivery after a couple of looseners. So Shahzad, maybe normal service is now resuming. We'll see.
Third ball of the 6th. And that is a better delivery again in that slight grubber zone. And that's exactly why Rushan Singh, he can't get a hold of it, and nor can the running shape of Daniel Asgar there. who picked up a wicket in the first delivery of his previous over, but wasn't able to pick up the Grizzly there with either hand or foot. We see here that downhill sprint, and he does get his foot on it, but can only just tinkle it over the rope for 4.
Just keeping a close eye there on Roshan Singh behind the stumps. Similar delivery and a similar ball that bounced just in front of him in the night series. Almost took out his teeth. He took a shot to the face and cut his lip open, quite a long cut as well. Had to go to the hospital, and he was there for 2 hours waiting to be seen. And then he said, enough of this, I'm going back to the ground.
Well, that's some commitment.
So he came back, wadding in his mouth so he couldn't talk. And he just said, no, I'm not staying there that long, Phil. I'm not going to hang around there. He said, I was there for 2 hours. Nobody could see me. So I'm back, and I don't need stitches. He was back with the gloves on, I think not the next day, but the day after. And he played really good game, actually.
Oh, fair play.
Yeah.
Can't keep some of these guys away from the cricket field.
Mm.
And, well, you can't get Amninder Happy away at the moment either. He's there on 31 off 18.
That's a good
Have a look at
dot.
this one. I mean, it's a well-directed bouncer. Has that been called one for the over? We already had that big no ball. Let's have a look. No, that's a proper bouncer. I approve of that one.
Yes, yes. This bouncer is heartily approved by Tina and Phil, the G team.
It's got the G4 stamp of approval. There's one ball left of this Najam Shahzad 6th over. Already gone for 17 though. That one's straight into the hands of Mohammad Adnan there, long off. Didn't quite get hold of that, did Amninder Happy. He picked it up and, well, he wanted to hit it over the rope. Managed to just find the grateful hands of Adnan. And Najim Shahzad, he manages to get out the over with a wicket. Yeah, just a bit, didn't quite free his arms up enough there, did he?
Yep.
And as it is then, the end of the 6th, Gorkha 11 lose their 4th wicket, 75 for 4.
Yeah, just unfortunately for Happy, just the wrong shot selection there. So he may have to change his name. That's an obvious one, really, Phil. Probably shouldn't say this sort of things. 75 for 4 now, the score, and Shahzad does bounce back with a wicket. Although at the start of that over, who knew where it was going to go with wide and free hits and sixes getting belted around. Anyway, it's regardless, it's in the book now. And 75 for 4 after 6. 10 wides in that total to be noted. So we've had a bit of a run the last several days, actually, where we've had not too many wides since that absolute smorgasbord of wides we had, I think, midway through last week.
Yep.
And now things have tightened up, so bowlers getting back on top here in this tournament.
It's kind of a sign of moving up from the Challenger to Premier Division as well. More sixes, higher par score, and in theory, tighter lines from the bowlers as well. It's not always been the case. There's, well, not much the bowler Daniel Asgar can do about that one, as that's nicked through the invisible slip cordon, and it's a 4 to the name of Suman Gamiri to start off the 7th over.
Yeah, I think the shout of catch it was after the ball was probably a good 10 metres past the gloves of the keeper. That went very, very quick. And not too far from the gloves, but when it goes that quick and you're that close, that's a real tough one. I mean, we saw Nangaloo take a couple of good catches behind the stumps in the Challenger division, but he didn't have to move too far. This one's a bit different, though.
That's a full toss, and it flies away again, this time as well off the bat. I wasn't sure if that was bat or pad, but I think if it was pad, there would have been a huge appeal as we take a look. It must have flown off a bit of the willow. Yep, in fact, just as well for Suman Gamiri that he did get something on it, and that's exactly what Daniel Asgar's thinking as well, because he might have been in trouble there had he missed that one, but he didn't, and that means back-to-back 4s.
Yeah, I think
for the captain.
It would have been a very loud appeal, and I got a funny feeling that umpire might have a hard time saying not out to that one. That's good work. Good work behind the stumps. I think he's perfectly safe. Umpire from Square League doesn't look for a replay. Just says, no, that was all good. But good work behind the stumps.
Hello to Monica, who's joined us in the chat, and Eid Mubarak, she says, for the Muslim community in the chat, and of course, a hearty Eid Mubarak from us as well. To everyone watching around the world on the European Cricket Network.
Yes, hello, Monica. Hello, everyone in the chat. Love to see you all there on this this Sunday. Hope you're having a great day wherever you are in the world. We are. Got an Sunday afternoon of cricket.
What could be better? And, well, Daniel Asgar, he's hoping it might get a bit better. He did pull it back with that dot, and they will run through for a quick single here. A direct hit, and he would have been in trouble, and it's the tumbling figure of Niloy Islam who gets in, makes sure his trousers are still in place, and, well, he's rewarded with getting his first chance to have a bat here, as his bat, well, it's a puff of smoke. Quite some commitment there from Islam, and he takes a tumble.
You may have seen someone in the background there just going out a shot. That was the batter. just
worry about that.
suddenly disappears from view. Oh, I hope he's all right. Anyway, yes, he gets to face his first ball now.
And it's a bit of a low full toss. It goes out to that mid-wicket boundary. There's two fielders converging. Neither of them can get to it, and it goes straight through the two of them. And Niloy Islam, after putting in that big old dive, gets up off on his feet, brushes himself down, and hits his first ball for 4.
Yeah, nice shot, that one indeed. Got all of that and placed it perfectly. Two fielders there for that shot, and he's pierced the two of them, and that's great placement. Still one more to come to complete the 7th. 88 for 4. Not a bad score for Gorkha here, looking to get about par at the moment.
It's a good comeback, half appeal, nothing doing. That is the end of the 7th, 88 for 4, and we're firmly within that Goldilocks zone. As Monty says in the chat, that's another one for the bingo card as well. A new addition to the ECN vernacular. As we take a look at the calendar for 2025, one of the new additions here as well is Switzerland at the start of September. We're looking forward to visiting, well, more or less the mother city of ECN there in Switzerland. We'll be in Zurich as well. We're looking forward to that, but look at how much action we have before then. There's still a TBA there in mid-August, so keep your eyes peeled for that. As soon as we have confirmation, you will of course be the first to know. Lots of exciting cricket coming up, and still lots of exciting cricket coming up here. Still 2 full games to come after this one, which will see the first and only sight of Lisbon Capitals, the unbeaten Lisbon Capitals, in the 4th game of the day. They'll come up against the Gamblers SC. Well, they haven't won one, so it's almost a top versus bottom clash early on.
Yeah.
And then that final game of the day, Punjab CC Amadora, well, they are also staring down a winless day 2 as they take on Marlo, who are of course out there in the field at the moment, so still lots to play for.
Yeah, Punjab CC Amadora a little bit disappointing in the previous match, but Marlo not looking too bad here with the ball. Gorkha haven't really blown them away.
Well, that's
Having said that,
the old commentator's curse. Thank you very much, Phil. There's one tick on your bingo card.
Tick that one.
As Suman Gamiri, he takes umbrage with what you said and smashes that one straight to the boundary for a big 6. That takes Gorkha 11 into the 90s. It's Najam Shahzad who's back on for his 2nd over of the day. But that one was just hit hard by Suman.
If the bingo card has commentator's curse, can we personalise that commentator's curse?
You mean we want to detach the G-force just so I don't get tainted by your commentator's curses?
I think that should be put down to an individual. So it should be Phil G, commentator's curse, and everybody will want that on their on their bingo card.
Yeah, the G-force go their separate ways when it comes to throwing one another under the bus.
We'll be back later, but right now Phil's going to wear the commentator's curse. I don't want to drag you down with me, Tina. That's all that is.
That's kind. I'm firmly lying on that door in the Titanic, and you're in the Atlantic Ocean. We need to speak about films at some point, actually. Phil, it was a bit of a topic yesterday.
We'll definitely get to that.
Maybe we can park that one for random questions at the end of the day. That one's flashed away, and it's down to that 3rd region, and it's going to fly all the way for 6. Suman Gamiri, a nice little counter-attack here from him as he moves to 29 off 10 deliveries, and that moves Gorkha 11 past the 3-figure mark. They move to 101 for 4 halfway through the 8th.
Yeah, not bad here. So yeah, as you say, the 100 up, which is good, but still 2.5 overs to go. Score of 130, which is we think is about par. That's definitely on the cards here. It's up for Marlo to really change that. And well, the Goldilocks zone is just right now because it's a 50-50 split between the supercomputer. Cannot split these teams right now.
Yeah, super Goldilocks zone. Welcome to the play. Welcome to the ECN bingo card as well. That one's just nudged into the offside. That gets Niloy Islam back on strike. This has been a nice little counter punch, this partnership. It's worth 27 now.
Gamiro's been sort of under the radar here. He's on 30 from 11. That's really good quick-fire contribution from him.
Yeah, leading from the front is the Gorkha captain. He celebrated his birthday just 2 days ago, so it's all birthdays going on. We can say happy birthday to him, as is German law dictates. So we can't go early, but you can
go late.
You can post date your congratulations.
Well,
I suppose there's a limit on that as well.
Post dating, I think that's cool.
Yeah.
As long as we're talking days that you count on one hand. I think anything beyond that, it should be followed with a big apology.
Well, this one's up in the air. It's not going to be taken. Will the boundary be cut off? Oh, we're going to have to take that super zoom. I think he might have called that himself as a boundary. The speed with which he's throwing that in suggests that Mohamed Adnan knows that that's just kissed the rope out there.
That was so close to a successful save. Had to put in all the hard yards, goes to the fancy footwork, and the ball just pitched and spun back.
It's a backspin, isn't it?
That was quite something. It didn't just roll back, it spun back. Just so close then. And he knows he hasn't quite got that. Never mind. It is the end of 8 overs. 106 for 4 after 8. The run rate is going at 13 and 2.25. That's why we think they're going to get to the 130s, which is
Let's take a look at this again, just because it's like a golf shot that just gets chipped onto the green and then it just backspins. Look at that. It's like defying the laws of physics. Here's the downslope a bit.
I'm trying to think of the logical reason why it would backspin. Obviously, it's hit the foot, obviously with speed, gone up in the air, popped in there, and just its rotation hasn't stopped after it's hit the foot.
That sounds sensible enough to me. I'll go with that explanation. Either way, it was unfortunate there for Mohamed Adnan doing the fielding. That was the end of the 8th as well, with that 4 coming off the final delivery. Gorkha moved themselves up to 106 for 4.
Bowling.
Start the 9th with a dot ball.
Yeah, good ball that one. A little bit quicker that one, just pushing through. And yeah, it's nice and wide as well. It gripped and came back in.
Oh, that's a bit of funky business there. The bowling of Amandeep Singh. He tried to guide it away almost above the keeper's head, did Saman Kamiri. Just managed to run through for 1. They've got 2 fielders actually quite fine. They've got, I wouldn't say 2 backstops, but they've got quite a fine third and an even fine leg. Between the 2 of them, they were able to converge on that one.
And they're both up inside the circle, which is interesting.
Yeah. I suppose that the spinner's on. Amandeep Singh, good little contribution from him so far.
Yep.
His first over went for 13, and just the 1 off the first half of this 9th over. And that one has been climbed into, and, well, there's a fielder out there, but he can only watch that soar over his head. Niloy Islam getting in on the action here with a big 6, takes his side to 113 for 4. 8 balls left of this innings. Yeah,
I think this was just a little bit too straight and probably just a little bit too short as well. And it didn't have a lot of pace on it and really just sat up. And there was a moment's hesitation of to the dugout, to the clubhouse, to the dugout. And that's where he smacked it. 113 for 4. Singh now gone for 20 from his 10 deliveries bowled.
That one's up in the air. It's not going to have the legs to go all the way. There's 2 fielders converging. And it's safely bowled back in. Maybe giving a sign to the captain. I'll bowl the last one if you want me to.
It's a subtlety, isn't it, when you see that, especially if it's a bowler who fields. Yeah, just like, just get that back to the keeper. Oh, look at that. That felt good, Skip. That felt really good.
Well, I have an inkling Hassan Khan will be bowling the last. His over went for 10 runs and 2 wickets. Up in the air again, and it's taken. That's a lovely grab as he shakes out his fingers. And running in on the boundary there, Shamshir Singh running to his left, and, well, he managed to avoid the figure running towards him. I think there was Osama Javed also out there, and that was a nice, smart catch on the run there.
Yeah, really good catch, that one, to make sure that the 9th over didn't get blown out of proportions, which it certainly did not. Amandeep Singh does the job there for his skipper and for his team. Picks up a wicket in the process, 114 for 5 with 1 more over to come. That 130 now looking a little bit shaky, maybe high 120s. We'll see. It's going to be up to the bowler to step up for Marlo and try to hold the line here. Is it going to be Hassan Khan?
Well, they've only used the 5 bowlers so far, and it does look like Hassan Khan at the top of his run-up. No surprise, given that he picked up that early 2 wickets, clean bowling, both openers, Azhar Andani and Rahul Vishwakarma. So it's Khan with ball in hand to start us off on the final over. of this Gorkha 11 innings. Reminder, they won the toss. They wanted to bat. So well, unless there's a big over here, they might be a bit disappointed that they deliver an under par performance. A big appeal here for the stumping. And, well, the keeper seems, maybe Rushan Singh, we know he's a good actor. He seems convinced of this. It's been taken upstairs by umpire Andy. Let's have a look. Foot's up, the foot's up, and I think he'll be happy with that because it does look like the back half of the foot is lifted. There's certainly nothing behind the line, to my eye at least. I'm a long way away here, mind, but what would you say there, Phil?
That's how I see the replay as well, going in nice and tight. Thank you to everyone at Two Circles for this bit of vision here. I see nothing on the ground behind the line.
And that does mark the end of Niloy Islam.
Did you spot Niloy's just little shuffle forward in the bowler's delivery stride, and it just took him outside of the crease? And I reckon that's what's undone him there. Not just the fact that he didn't get the foot down, but he wasn't in a position to get any of the foot down in time. Yet he still had that back foot still planted, but just that the heel was raised. So, yeah, sort of undone some good work there in that little cameo.
It was a nice piece of glove work here from Rushan Singh. But in fact, he had almost a bit more time because the foot was raised and he was never even really behind that line. And by the time the heel went down, as we go back to live, then it was already too late. A chance for a catch here, and that would have been a tremendous catch from Mohamed Adnan. He threw up his right hand. They're going to run through for two. Rushan Singh isn't able to collect it cleanly. It's still a round of applause there from Hassan Khan, the bowler, because he knows that Adnan, well, he stopped at an inevitable four there.
Oh, yeah, he saved the boundary.
He thought it was a four, didn't he?
Oh, yeah.
The striker.
There was a genuine moment of, well, muted celebration, but a bit casual. They're just thinking, oh, yeah, I've hit that pretty well. No, you haven't, because Mohammed is all over that. He got it really well.
Adnan needs to get a bit of Velcro on the top of that floppy hat so it doesn't keep flying off his head. Gurbaj Singh is on strike here. And well, that hits the heel. And well, that really fine leg that we were talking about, he comes into play there. We were talking earlier, Phil, about the fact that these are quite sensible field placements. It's not something you usually see in cricket. It's often said, oh, it's negative cricket to have protection behind the bat. But as you were saying, the Maximos are often so big that you've got to protect what you can, and that's one of those areas.
Completely. Case in point, both inside the circle as well. So it's a bit of a risk to put them inside the circle, though, but it's paying off. Marlo, yeah, smart field placements. He comes into play once again.
And they're going to try and go for it while they thought about it too. There was certainly a very brief discussion about it, as Rushan Singh again behind the stumps. He's tested from Hassan Khan, who he's quietly picked up 3 wickets. I wouldn't say he's ruined it here, but he's not quite getting his radar right. He just wants to get out of this over now.
Yeah.
And there's still 3 balls left of it. That's a better delivery, and as luck would have it, the better delivery almost goes away for 4. It just gets squeezed away for 1.
Yeah, so a couple more to come now. Hassan Khan, he's bowled well for those 3 wickets. I think he's thoroughly deserved. Marlo looking to really squeeze here. Currently facing a run chase of 121 plus whatever's coming. And Gorkha will probably be thinking, yeah, if only we'd had a few more, because Marlo are a dangerous customer.
They absolutely are. 2 runs, 2 balls left to get some more runs on the board. Well, that one's high up in the air. Does it have the legs? Yes, it does, and then some. And well, the fielding done there by Shamshar Singh is about 5 meters over the boundary. And instead of 5 runs, it's 6 runs to the name of Shahidur Rahman. That's his first delivery, and he hasn't taken long to get in to the Maximos.
Well, keeping in with the trend of what's going on in a few farms around us, just a little bit of smoke rising, a few little bits and pieces. He has smoked that one as well, as there's a bit of a technical issue with the shoelace.
So I think that's the 3rd time we've had shoelace injuries.
Yeah.
Don't know what the shoelace industry is doing here in Portugal.
Don't know what they're doing wrong, but they're doing something wrong. Go to Velcro, people.
Maybe that's how they do it. They sell them shoddy shoelaces, so they keep on coming back for more. Final ball of this innings, and a great piece of glove work there from Rushan Singh. And well, there's a big appeal. As it is, everyone will walk off because it is the final delivery. Let's have a look to see if he's picked up another wicket here. That shoelace dangling around Does he get his shoelace behind the line along with his bat? Let's have a look. Oh, that's a tight one.
Oh, the race is on there.
Yeah, I think probably Rushan Singh, as long as he takes that ball cleanly behind the stumps, that bat doesn't get down in time and he obliterates the stumps. And it's sent upstairs, and we'll wait to see what the decision was on that one. It was given out, and that means on the final ball, Gorkha 11 lose their 7th wicket. Shahidul Rahman, who hit that big 6 on the previous delivery, but was stumped with a really handy piece of fielding from Rushan Singh. And after the 10 overs, Gorkha 11 finish on 126 for 7.
It's a pretty fair effort, though, from Gorkha 11 against the Marlo bowling attack. It's not a bad score at all. Maybe slightly under par. Don't be too harsh on them, because I thought they played pretty well for those runs. So it's a tantalising run chase from Marlo to get behind now. Good effort by the stumps from Rushan Singh. Picked up a couple of stumpings, and but all in all, I think that's a pretty good score on the board. It's just that kind of tasty score that, you know, teams are going to have an interesting little run chase moment here as we have a look at the highlight reel from that innings. Gorkha 11, and things got off to an interesting start. There was a couple of wickets falling regularly. Have a look at that. That was the 2nd over. 2 wickets fell, and you'd start to think, ooh, Marlo is starting to hit their strides at the start of this tournament. But Gorkha fought back. That was important for them. Yeah,
it was a fight back that started from Amninder Happy coming in 3rd after, well, both openers fell cheaply thanks to Hassan Khan's pinpoint accurate bowling, and well, there were some good catches out there in the field as well. Mohammad Adnan, he took 2 catches to dismiss both Amninder Happy and Ashish Kurmi, who only contributed 5, but the boundaries kept on flowing, sometimes with a bit of help from their friends over in Marlo, and well, extras, 22 of them, 13 wides. That certainly puts a shine on the Gorkha 11 scorecard. Without those extras, they'd be looking at maybe just around 100. As it was, they kept chipping away. It was captain Suman Ghamiri who came in at 5, and he led the counter-attack, scoring 31 off just 14 deliveries. Joint top scorer then with Amninder Happy, but he got that in double quick time. Strike rate of over 200, and that was a bit of backspin, a bit of golf, chipping it onto the green there. Did end up going for 4. There was a few more big hits towards the bottom of the innings as well. Niloy Islam, he scored 15 off just 8 deliveries before he was stumped. A little flourish at the end, but good hands as well from Rushan Singh to get 2 stumpings in that innings.
Yeah, really good. I thought that was really important. Rushan steps up and picks up a couple. The outfielding was pretty good for mine. We didn't see that too many errors. Adam Muhammad was in it all the time, just constantly running around the boundary line, deflecting. Got a round of applause for the save that he did down here just in front of us. That was the stumping from Rushan Singh. That was, I think, number 2. And that's when everybody went off and they said, well, we are done in here. Gorkha 11, they put the score on the board, and they're going to turn to Marlo and say, your turn, see how you go, see if you can chase that one down. The gauntlet's been well and truly slapped on the ground. 126 for 7 in 10, and as Christina just told us, the 231s, Amninder Happy and Suman Ghamiri, really good scoring from them. Good partnership for those two. Niloy Islam came in, a good little cameo for 15. Probably would have liked to get a bit more out of him, which unfortunately didn't quite happen. Yeah, 22 extras. Oh, Marlo, what was going on there? But anyway, actually, you know what? People, just put that in the back of your mind. 22 extras. Is that going to be the difference between the teams at the end of this? Hassan Khan, 4 for 21. Well bowled to you, sir. 4 for 21 is a great return. So, speaking of returns, please join us when we return here to the Santarem Cricket Ground for the continuation of this match 8. It's the run chase, and it's going to be Gorkha 11 to see if they can defend 126 runs to Marlo. Marlo need 127 for the win, and they're very capable of getting those runs. They chased 122 last night in the second last game of the day. Let's see if they can chase a few more. It's going to be an exciting time. Please join me, Phil G, along with Tina Goff here in the commentary igloo. And we look to making your acquaintance in about 6 or 7 minutes time. And for now, I'm going to sign off and maybe get yourself a little hot cup or something. And I'll see you shortly. Don't go too far.
This European cricket event is proudly brought to you by HCL Software, Rado, 1xBet and Victorinox.
Welcome back everybody to the Santarem Cricket Ground. It's time for the run chase. It's time for Marlo to try to prove their worth and chase down a score of 127 after Gorkha 11 posted 126 for 7 in their 10 overs. Only moments ago that innings finished, and we're going to have the run chase here in match number 8 momentarily. Phil G here in the cricket commentators igloo, and this is European Cricket Series Portugal, and it is the Premier Division, day 2 of Premier Division action. And things have definitely stepped up a little bit here. The Challenger Division, that was finished on Friday. Finals Friday with myself and Mr. Maximo Vinny Sandu on hand to take you through that. And now it's the Premier Division. And, well, the scoring, you feel the scoring's picked up a bit. You just feel there's a fair bit at stake here. Teams are quite serious-faced. During the lunch break, I was sort of moving through the crowd of players and greeting a few familiar faces from the night series that I took everybody through in Coimbra, and also last year as well. And yeah, just a bit more of a game face on at the moment, as all the teams are here. And that's something to think about too. All teams have to play every day. There's no team who gets a day off, and they play either 2 games or 1 game. So 4 teams play 2 games every day, and 2 teams get to play 1 game every day. And that's how the structure works. So the run chase is about to kick off. Gorkha 11, they're looking to defend 126. We start with Shahid Rahman has got the ball. Very, very express deliverer this man is. Saw him quite a fair bit during the night series. I'm sure you remember him as well, picking up a ton of wickets. And a real proper pace about him, real ferocity. And the Marlo opening batters out there. Let's see who they are. We've got skipper Mian Shahid out there, along with Mohammad Adnan, batting 1 and 2, looking to get their team off to a fly here. Need 126 runs off, another 60 deliveries since that wide. That's been chipped, literally just chipped. And would you believe, it's straight into the hands of the player who did not have to move a muscle, didn't need to go anywhere at all, and that is a horror start for Marlo and for their support base. Straight into the waiting hands, just goes down, turns around and says, well, how about that? My skipper put me out here, and I've taken the catch and I've removed a very, very dangerous big hitting Mian Shahid. He goes for a duck. Oh dear, 1 for 1 Marlo, and already things just got really, really steep. That's incredible. Ninda happy. He absolutely stunned that the catch was took. I'm not sure that's his usual celebration, just to turn around and hold the hands up, because that was more of a stunned moment of, can you believe that? What was that? Literally, what was that? I'll tell you what that was. That was the first illegal delivery, and it was hit straight down your throat. Rahman, he gets wicket. It's 1 for 1. He's got 1 for 1. And Marlo, they're 1 wicket down and nothing really much to talk about on the board. Javid comes out. He's coming out way before he wanted to, Usama Javid. So between him and Mohammad Adnan, they're probably having a bit of a chat and saying, we need to bring this back. We need to not do anything silly. And we continue now. And that's another wide. So the runs coming in wides. Not how Marlo would want to start this run chase, that's for sure. Give a shout out to everyone in the chat. Hello there, welcome. Dave B, John Gray, Jeffrey Mobbs. I saw you had a random question. I'll get to that in a minute. Wayne in the chat as well. And there's Barbara Corsair. I saw Montelus as well kicking around. Luke Bresnahan as well. Welcome everybody in the chat. I will get to you all. And Julian Dawson, hello to you too. It's another wide ball too. Julian, did I see that correctly? That it's birthday? Let's have a look. Yep, you said Happy Mothering Sunday. And it is indeed Mother's Day too. Yep, Mrs. Dawson, it's her birthday. Happy birthday, Mrs. Dawson, from everyone at the European Cricket Network. We hope you're having a good day, and we hope your husband is spoiling you rotten. I really hope so. Julian, subtle hint. Spoil them good. Hello to Paul Campen. Hello to everyone in the chat. There's a whole bunch of you out there. Welcome to this big match here. Gorkha 11 versus Marlo. And Marlo already in a little bit of strife. Just sent out towards the point area. Threatens to have a shy at the bowler's end, just to keep the bowler settling down there. Barbary Corsair says, Marlo, shake head. Yep, that's exactly what I did when the catch was hit. When Mian Shahid hit it straight down the throat of Happy, and Happy turned around and almost shrugged his shoulders and said, I don't know how I caught that. Don't know why it was hit to me, but I took the catch. I shook my head as well. So fair comment, fair call. Runs off the bat there. Good to see. Finally, a run off the bat. Javier off the strike. This over seems to have gone a while. We've had a few wides. Rahman just struggling a bit here with his radar. Let's see how he goes here, bowling against Muhammad Adnan, who fielded really well today, I thought. Patrolled the area in front of the commentary igloo quite well between long off and long on, and had a lot of work to do. Had a few catches to take, boundaries to save, and really can hold his head up high. It was well done from him. Marlo still need 123 for 57. It's still early on in the run chase. And see how things can shape up here. Rahman charging in. It's another wide, another down leg side wide. Not good start here at all. Just taking the foot off the throat a bit here, Gorkha 11. This over, just too many wides. Just at the time when you think it needs to be nice and tight. I think that's the fourth wide of the over. We may have to get on wide watch, people. We may have to be supporting everyone and get on wide watch. Not good at all. 22 extras in the previous innings. Keep that in the back of your head, everybody. And we've gone wide the other side, and this over is getting a little bit silly now. It's taking forever. It's using up time on the clock. Just can't control it. Yep, bit of trouble. Animated in the field. A lot of chat out there in the field. That's good to hear. Good to see. Oh, feathered edge, I think. Yes, I thought I heard something. Everyone else heard something, and more importantly, the umpire heard something, and that is another wicket to fall. Oh, Adnan goes for a duck. Technically, that's only the first ball, the first legal delivery he's had to face up to after an absolute plethora of wides. And the one he faces up to, he gets an edge. Cannot believe the misfortune here. Just that light little tickle. I definitely heard something. Oh, animation. People getting around. And that is a big wicket to fall. Big wicket indeed. So Marlo, what do you do if you're Marlo? Apart from batten down the hatches and try to get runs on the board, this is a tough first over to watch if you're a Marlo fan. 6 for 2, 4 deliveries, 4 legal deliveries have been bowled. I mean, that's a story in itself. I've lost count of the wides. Chat, help me out on wide count. Are we up to 5? We're up to 5 wides, are we? Well, that's the correct place to bowl. That's exactly what the bowler's trying to do, to go across the right-hander like that and try to force maybe a catch or an errant edge, as we saw in the wicket that just fell. So it's taken a while for sort of things to get loaded and locked here for the bowler, but finally that's a good delivery. We need to get one more ball bowled, one more legal delivery, and then it will be the first over done. And we're not going to get it on that delivery. So for the ECN bingo card holders, the old last ball of the over coming up. I did very well there to not say this is the last ball of the over. So if we play this little bingo game, which I think is going to start happening, Tina and I are going to work on that over the next couple of days, try and get that up and running. Oh, so close to being a catch there. Sticks out the mitt. Bit of work to be done here, and that is some very good work on the boundary in front of us. That's really good work there. Well done. And that is Aminda Happy patrolling the boundary in front of us here. It's a good straight hit, probably about a foot away from the bowl on his follow through. Couldn't get to that. Good work. Good dive. Clean dive as well. Stayed away from the line and got the ball back in. And that is the end of the first over. So finally, we get to the end of the first over. It's going to be 10 for 2. 26 matches since the golden ball, and that number is starting to climb now. Starting to get noticed. People around the ground are asking me, Phil, when's the next golden ball going to happen? And I say, how would I know? I say, Phil, there's been hashtags with your name in it. Sorry, my apologies. It's not the end of the over. I think all those wides has sort of left us a little bit breathless, and there was indeed one more to come. There you go. That was on the bingo card. John Gray suggested that one, I think. Apologies if it was someone else and not John, but saw that suggested, and that's actually a really good one. Calling the end of the over when it's not the end of the over. So, end of the over, thank you. It's 10 for 2. Marlo need 117 or 54, and their run rate required now is up to 13. It's just ticked up ever so slightly, as it would do at the start of the innings. And the interesting little poise this. That over took a very long time. Probably need to keep your eyes on the shot clock. I know we had two wickets in that over as well, so that's going to help with keeping an eye on the time. But yeah, that did take a little while there. So 2 for 10 for the bowler. And the score for Marlo is 10 runs and 2 wickets lost. And as you saw from the graphic just before, golden balls, 26 matches since the golden ball. The number is rise, and the last golden ball was golden ball 73, and that was Monday last week. The final match, match 15 in the Challenger division, match 5 for the day on Monday. I know, I was there. And you were there too, probably. Catches the shout, goes up in the air. It's going to land just inside. Well, it lands and just, I think it landed and hit the rope. I'm not sure it hit the rope in the full. Let's have a look one more time. Just as it comes down, it's a bit hard to see. Maybe it did hit the rope on the full. It did indeed, yes. So that is 6 runs. Nice call from the umpire. Good work on the replay there. Thank you to our friends at Two Circles for that good close-up. So, Maximo. Marlo get moving now off the bat of Javid. He goes downtown for a big 6. Just though before it came down, you could see that the Gorkha fielders, especially Ashish Kurmi, he thought he was in with a chance of a catch there. It's been cut straight to the fielder at point. Oh, maybe slightly backward a point. And no run. So yes, the ECN bingo card, that's something that I'm going to start working on in earnest, and we'll try and get some graphics up for you at some point in the next day or two. Trying to work with our team on that one and see if we can keep you entertained with that, what we can tick off. Not sure what we're going to do in terms of prizes or how we're going to do that. That's really good work, actually. The ball went down and I thought that's going to take a bit of a left turn at Albuquerque if he's not careful, and he was careful. And the turn was, was countermanded, and well done. Just a little bit of work there. Yeah, oh, wow, that is really good work. So almost comes undone there. Just has that little sort of like spin as it gets to him. It's funny how it doesn't happen on the first bounce or the second, but sometimes even on the third bounce. But good correction by the fielder. Couldn't quite see who it was down there at fine leg. Good work indeed. Oh, lifted, up, high, handsome. That is a great shot, and that is a Maximo. Really good shot there. High elevation with the elbow, and really hit through that one with some real ferocity. Look at that. Really, really good. Good to watch. That's a very correct shot there, kids. If you're watching that one, you're thinking, someone teach me how to do a straight drive. There it is, right there. 23 for 2. Still a couple to come in the second. Effort ball, the grunt, just out of the reach. The desperate reach of the Gorkha fielder out there. So close. So very, very close there. Is that Rahman, who's almost pulled off an absolute screamer. Gets the leading edge, goes the wrong way. Threw himself full length to try and get that one. Probably would have been the catch of the tournament easily if that one had a stuck. 103 runs needed from 49. The run rate required, 12.61. See it there on the bottom of the screen. Keep your eyes on that. Follow that, because that's what it's all about. Marlo not doing too badly after those early wickets. Oh boy. Well, there's another early wicket. And the Gorkha player suggests that's where you need to go. You need to go over there. Almost did everything except for give him a bow. Just a slight little bit of a delicate send-off, I would call that. How about that, he says. You see that? That is just good bowling, good pace bowling. Missed it completely. Cannot believe it. Yep, that's your dugout over in that direction. Asma Javid, he entertained us with a good 6 in that innings. 3 dot balls, but unfortunately he's done here now. It's he goes for 9 off 7 deliveries. And Marlo lose their third. In trouble. Just a good fast delivery. The left-hander just can't get enough behind it. And look at how important this game is. So for the winner, top spot if you're a Gorkha, if you're Marlo, it gets you up into second place, unless you can get a 4-pointer out of this, which is probably looking a little bit difficult now that they've just lost a third wicket. But if Gorkha can get the points here, there's no reason I can't go top spot. That is really good. Gurbaij Singh, quality bowler. Tina was talking about his stats just in the earlier match this morning. He's been taking a number of wickets here on the European Cricket Network, and he was no stranger during the night series. 20-odd wickets during the night series as well. No wonder I knew the name sounded familiar, and I thought, oh yes, Gurbaij Singh. He was on fire. And he's on fire now, although it is the end of the over. And that man, Shaidur Rahman, who also had a really good night series last month, he's on now, and he bowls another wide. His wides are starting to add up a little bit now. So we talked about 22 extras in the Gorkha 11 innings. That's on their scorecard. That is quite a significant number. And already now, we've had plenty of extras, plenty of wides now. I am losing track of the number of wides. It's getting a bit silly. There's way too many. Dave B caught me saying hi, hard and handsome. Yep, that's the Triple H right there. Yep, Triple H may be a wrestler in some other part of the world, but for me, the Triple H is the high, hard and handsome. Just pausing for a moment here. We're just double checking that everything is golden, happy, and all good as we look to start the third. Well, we did sort of start the third, but unfortunately it was a delivery that was a wide. I think we've had an issue with the ball. I think that's what's happened. Yep, and we have a new pill been thrown out, a new grizzly given to the bowler. Maybe it's been knocked out of shape just in those last couple of balls. Well, I've got to say, the ball certainly did can into the stumps in the last wicket, so maybe that has something to do with it. Anyway, we continue. 25 for 3, start of the third. It's gone wide, spills away from the keeper. Shy at the stumps, it's all happening out there, so it's a wide plus another one. Unless there was something on that. A switch over for the left-hander. Was indeed a wide there, signalled by the umpire just in front of us here. 27 for 3. Still waiting for that first legal delivery of the third. Rahman being a bit of a culprit when it comes to bowling wides for Gorkha 11 in this match. Push shouts of easy as the throw came in, not too hot, but they were always going to get through to one there. So Marlo, maybe just in a moment now, with 3 wickets down, just hitting a moment of, let's just be careful here, shall we? Azam Sarwar, he's new to the crease. He's not someone who's usually known to sort of be sedate. He's someone who comes in and just tries to get onto, tries to get onto everything. I mean, he bats around sort of 220, 250 strike rate. He's known for his big hitting. That sounded pretty good, pretty crisp, and that's why that's almost found the players and the officials in the dugout area over there. It's good work there to stop it from getting through. That's a really good shot. Absolutely crunched that one. And it's no surprise that Amandeep Singh is the one who's put that one out of the park. Big hitter, Amandeep Singh. Big fan of his too. He's a good competitor. I've seen him bowling a bit more and more these days too, which I think is really good. He's got a very bit of a deft touch with the right arm, slow spin. That's gone high, and it has gone hard, and it has gone handsome. There you go, Dave. That's another one. Although when you play bingo, you can only tick that one once. Yep, that's a big smack down the ground. Hey, Chad, I suggested before that we when it comes to the bingo card, what if we have the commentator's curse, which is personalised? What do you think of that? Should we personalise commentator's curses, or it should just be commentator's curse, no matter who says it? How should that work with the bingo card? Remember, the bingo card would be, you'd have 1 per match. You wouldn't do 1 per day. It's a good shot down the ground. And that is another Maximo. So Amardeep Singh freeing the arms here and putting the foot down. And he's going to become a thorn in the side of Gorkha 11 if they can't remove him in the next over or two. Really leans hard into that one and goes crunch downtown. Gets a little tap on the bat from his batting partner, Asim Sawa. So suddenly, Shaidur Rahman is 2 for 32 after being the destroyer in the first over. Now he's getting taken apart here. Oh, how about that? Where's that one gone? I've lost that one. That's gone a long way. It's gone very straight as well, just the other side of the scaffolding tower. The 50 up, 52 for 3 now at the end of the power play. And that is a big, big strike. Crunch. Yep, this is really, really big. It's not quite the end of the power play. We're getting to the end of the power play. And there's one more to come. Where's this one going to go? Amardeep Singh. He's 32 from 7 deliveries faced. How about that? Well, this time he goes wide outside off stump, and Amardeep leans into that one and goes along the ground this time for 4 runs. What a way to finish the over. That is the power play done and dusted. Amardeep Singh has entertained us in this over, and he's absolutely gone after that man. Rahman has been on the receiving end of an absolute hiding there. And you can see that is 32 runs, and that is a supersonic over, exactly what Marlo needed after those first 2 overs. They were at 24 for 3 at the end of the second, and we were just saying, oh, if they lose another one, and oh, they need to get back on track here. Well, talk about getting back on track, and then some. 32 off the third, and that is going to be telling. So Gorkha now probably feeling a lot more pressure than Marlo. Feeling a lot of pressure indeed as we look to start the 4th, and the field is spreading out a bit more now. Dave B, you like the idea of personalising the curses rather than just a simple commentator's curse. Yeah, I think that's really cool. Obviously, you know, you'd personalise it towards the 2 commentators who are doing the game naturally. Shot, that sounded really good. So it's now time for the Asim Sawa show. He says, Amardeep, you're my very good friend and my batting partner, but whatever you can do, I can do as well. Maybe even go better. That is a big, big cut shot for a Maximo. What a great strike. Oh, 62 for 3. 65 needed from 41. The run rate now under 10. Keep your eyes on that. It's under 10. And Gorkha now, they really trying to look for a breakthrough here. This middle order of Marlo, quite strong. They really need to remove one of these to Gorkha just to try and get back in with a bit of a sniff. Otherwise, this could be over. Well, it could be over well before the 10 overs are all bowled. I can see the chat lighting up with that previous over, that 32. Mostly all pretty much from the bat of Amardeep Singh as well. Oh, Asim Sawa has picked out the lone player out there. He cannot believe it. He really cannot believe it. I think he's even just given a nod of almost apology to Amardeep Singh and said, oh, sorry I couldn't stick with you. He's picked out the player on the rope, and that's a really good catch taken down there as well. It gives the team, gives the guys a bit of a clap, bit of a rev up. It was there to be hit. It was a slot ball, but he's picked it up a bit too much. And you wouldn't believe it. There's nobody within 25 metres of that player either side. He just had to either elevate it slightly a bit more or just left or right about a metre or two because it went like a rocket. In the end, it's a good catch. Gorkha get the breakthrough. That's really, really important. So that's 62 for 4. Asim Sawa does not get himself going there. 7 from 6, including that big 6 in that in this over. Sorry, 7 from only 4 deliveries faced. But he manages to get at least one big boundary under his belt. And Shahidul Islam takes a great catch out there. Aminda happy with the breakthrough as well. And there's another boundary. So Najam Shazad gets off straight away with a boundary, tips it around the corner. And this man can be absolutely all brutal if he needs to be. And then also he finds a really good touch and gently caresses it around the corner leg side for a boundary as well. 66 for 4. 2 to come in the 4th. And, well, despite the fact that Marlo have lost 4, you'd feel that the run chase, the chase itself in terms of run rate, well in hand. They still need less than 10 runs per over. but they can't afford to lose too many more wickets. Attempted short ball there, bends the back and only succeeds in getting not even something that lifted going down leg sides. That's another wide. The wides are racking up as well. It's all racking up here. Rahman's had a bit of a shocker with the wides in this game so far. 67 for 4, still at 2 to come. So I think we've agreed in the chat that, yeah, the commentator's curse should be personalised. I think that's a good move. No chance to go, go, go. That gets leg by, and Amandeep Singh on strike, but only for the final ball of the over. Look at this, just tries to work it off the pads. Can't get any of the blade on that one. Here we go. Need one more legal delivery to close out this over. Well, there we go. That's gone skyward. Sun in the eyes. Oh, oh, oh. And that is a big wicket. That's a really big wicket because it's Amandeep Singh, 36 from 8 deliveries. He was on an absolute heater and looked like he was on fire. Gets a little bit of a pat on the back as he walks off the ground. And he's going to be absolutely gutted. But I tell you what, the Gorkha 11 are going to be breathing a massive sigh of relief. In that over where he took all 32 runs off it. Rahman's second over. And it's time to welcome back Tina Goff, who's returned from the lunch break from the clubhouse here. And you look very well pleased with yourself, I have to say.
It was touch and go whether I would be here at all after possibly entering a food coma. But I'm here. Thank you very much to Zoe and her team for delivering the goods again. I mean, a roast dinner on a Sunday while watching cricket in the Portugal sun. 23 degrees. I'm happy with that. Abninda Happy is also happy with that as he picks up a wicket to finish his spell. Well, actually, it's still first over, 2 for 11. An eventful first over for Happy.
Yeah, big time. Happy has done really well there. The two big hitters too, the two danger batters, Asam Sawa and of course Amandeep Singh. Those two back in the shed. It's only Shahzad left now, and then we're going to probably start getting into the tail. So 68 for 5. Things were going all their way. The run rate required is in hand, but now the wickets are the concern for Marlo.
As Jidal Islam into the attack. And that is called a wide. As well, it might have been wide on width and on height as we take a look at the side-on angle here, just to see how high that one went. I think it was yes, no, maybe, but it could have been given. Yeah. Could have been given on the width alone. Let's take a look at this on the replay. Was it given for the width? Yeah, well, it's probably a bit of yes, no, maybe on both of them as we go back to live. Either way, it was given for wide and wide. That's the comeback ball, isn't it? What a ball that was.
Well, it's an interesting one, isn't it? Because you're right. It could have been given wide on either width or height. And then this one, the complete opposite, cuts him in half.
I think someone suggested in the chat, cutting the batter in half is a nice ECN bingo card as well. I mean, that was the definition of it. Look it up in the dictionary. That's what you'll see. Najam Shahzad was on the receiving end of that hacksaw from Jidal Islam.
He's got some good pace, Jidal, hasn't he? Real good pace. Genuine.
Absolutely. Only 23 years old. He's got room to grow and get quicker, but at the moment he just has to realign as that's the second wide of the over. I mean, he picked up 17 wickets in 24 games so far. Just played that one season last year, so he's coming into his second ECN season. I'm sure he's learning every single day. And when he's out there facing batters who hit the ball hard, go after you, just got to make sure you get your lines right. You can be wide, just make sure you're the right side of that line. Like there, but that one's maybe just overcorrected, gone a bit too straight, and Shahzad just helps it on its way around the corner for 4 runs. And that moves Marlo onto 74 for 5. 50, what was that, 53 needed 34. So it's a doable chase. It's just a case of stopping the rot with the wickets. 5 down already, not even halfway through.
Yeah. Good afternoon to Daniela from Romania. Daniela, bună ziua. Ce faci? Good to hear from you too. Well, good to see you writing in there. Always a pleasure.
Nice snap of the wrist. That one's been snapped back at him. and away to the boundary, and the Jamshazad, he goes back-to-back boundaries. Not a bad ball, maybe just guilty of slightly over-pitching this. Bit of a half volley in the end, and Shazad clears that front foot and hits it through the diving figure in the covers there. It goes for 4 runs.
Yeah, really good shot through the covers in the end there. You're right. It just probably needed a little bit tighter on off stump there for that delivery to work for him, and just that slight bit of extra width. And yeah, hitting through what was almost a just a half volley. Good shot though. You still got to hit him, and if someone's going to hit him with that man Shazad, you'd be pretty confident that 9 times out of 10 he'll middle those sorts of deliveries.
It's hit at point, has gone straight through point, and it's gone all the way to the boundary. And well, they had their foot on the gas, did Gorkha 11, but they've opened the door up using mixed metaphor there. The car is going into the garage and the door has been opened and it's coming back out the garage, and either way it's 3 4s in a row. And 14 runs coming off this Jidal Islam over. Still 2 to come because of those 2 wides early on. 45 runs needed in 32.
Yeah, a bit of keenness there from point charging in, wasn't there? And just overran it, completely overshot it, and made it look a little bit silly there.
7 short of that magical bonus point total, which is the very least they'll want to take from this, Marlo.
Shazad a little bit upset with himself there. He's tried to play something with soft hands, and immediately he says to himself, no, I should have belted that over the top. Watch the body language there. I should have gone over the top. That's what that ball needed. So he knows he shouldn't have been trying to be playing finesse then.
Well, he's hit it nicely on the front foot through the covers, and there is someone back on the 3rd boundary, so probably not the right choice anyway. He's got 1 ball left to see the error of his ways. Let's see if he plays a more conventional shot on this occasion. He does. He goes down the ground, and it's great fielding actually out there by Amninder Happy. It was hit hard at him on the long on boundary, but he took it cleanly, and that does mark the end of Jidal Islam's over at the halfway stage. Marlo 83 for 5. I'd say this is pretty delicately poised. The runs needed 44 off 30, so that run rate's not really an issue, 8.8. It's just about keeping those wickets as we take a look at what's coming up. And well, here we are in Portugal. We've still got ECIs and T20Is in both men's and women's to come. Then we head over for the very first time to Madrid in Spain. We've been to Spain, of course, before, but only to Barcelona, and then Bologna, Italy, Dreux in France. Back to Malta. We already went to Malta early this year. Me and Rico out there covering that one.
That's right.
Vinny came in as well, dropped in his Vinny-copter. And then we'll be going to your neck of the woods, Phil.
That's
finishing
right.
this little block in Czechia.
Yep, the first weekend in May will be in my hometown of Prague. Looking forward to that.
Yeah, looking forward to that. And, well, we have an enormous amount of cricket to play even today. And between then and Czechia, I don't even want to think about how many games we'll cover. It's going to be in the triple digits, I'm sure, as Gurbaj Singh, he comes back on. He's ready. He gives a little warning. He says, I see you. If you start creeping out.
Genuine, wasn't it? A genuine warning he gave.
And it's a bit spicy out there. Both these teams really want those points, don't they?
Yeah, yeah.
And, well, if Marlo want to take them home, they all need to hit another 43 runs, 28 deliveries. And Hardeep Kutan, he'll be facing up his first ball. And, well, you can kind of see the depth that Marlo have. Kutan, he's no slouch with about over 1,000 runs on ECN. His high score 78, not out. That was in 2023. Not a bad player to have coming in your middle lower order. Oh, an appeal there, nothing doing. Bit high, wide, not too handsome.
There was an appeal. There was almost like a bit of a laughter, as though it was a wicket already. And I thought, well, I don't think that is a wicket. That's quite interesting. But anyway, and also keep an eye on the win predictor. Win predictor's got Marlo sitting in the 70% chance, 72% to 28. I think it's probably a little bit generous towards Marlo at this point. I know they don't need a lot of runs, but they're moments away from the lower middle order being exposed. I think Gorkha is still a very good chance here to get the points.
Yeah, I'd say it's maybe more towards 50-50 as they do scamper through for one. Nice bit of running there. Both of the batters set off immediately. And again, there's a bit of friendly banter there between bowler Gurbaj Singh and I think he was chatting to Hardeep Kutan there, just having a little word. And
Yeah,
it's all done.
Look at this.
Well, there's a smile on their faces. I'm not sure if it's friendly, but I suppose if you're smiling, you can get away with most things. And
You're doing it right in front of the umpire as well.
exactly.
That's the other thing.
The umpire, I'm sure, is smiling as well. It's Najam Shahzad who's on strike. He lifts that one away, and there's no one out there on the deep square boundary. There was a conventional square leg in. And, well, if you're not going to have a sweeper out there, I probably wouldn't bowl that delivery. Najam Shahzad says, thank you very much. He lifts that one over to the boundary, and that means that Marlo now need 38 runs. It was just a 4. But that's probably why that win predictor is happily sitting in the Marlo camp, because a few big hits here, it'll swing firmly in their direction. That run rate less than 10, and a little partnership here could see them almost over the line. There's still 1 ball left of the 6th. It's the effort ball there from Gurbaj Singh, and it flies away to that fine 3rd. And again, the value of that fielding position every single time. If it goes to him, he'll stop the fort, and probably stops Gurbaj Singh having a mild heart attack as he puts in the effort ball, does everything right, finds the edge, and luckily for him it was fielded down there for just a single. So that is the end of the over, 90 for 5 after 6. I mean, there's still some batting to come. Rushan Singh, we know he's got great hands with the gloves on. He's also going to try and prove it here with the bat in hand. Shamshar Singh also no slouch, so maybe that's why Marlo, well, if the win predictor is to be believed, have their noses in front, but a few wickets here, and it could be another story. And that's probably why they've continued as well with Aminda Happy. He picked up 2 wickets in his first over. They need him to repeat the trick here.
Just tucked around the corner, that one there. Shahzad, he's the key here. 23 from 13. He's an experienced campaigner. He's been in these sorts of situations before with the Marlo team. And yeah, I think you're right, Tina. That win predictor just drops below 70 for Marlo just with that dot, but still 69% to 31%. I still give Gorkha a red hot chance, only because I think they're a bit of a quality team. That's probably why they're playing in Premier Division as well. He's going to run away right on cue just to add more runs to insult and get that score pushing upwards again. And I think just with regards to that field position, just my last thought on that, because I think we've talked about it a bit, and we kind of agree that this has been really clever work for the captains to be thinking of this. I reckon the captains, they've been watching the Challenger division last week. They're watching you and I discussing exactly these points and saying, look where the ball's going, look what's happening, what about it? Yeah, keeping an eye on the shot clock there. I saw a couple people in the chat alluding to that as well, and yeah, Tina, you're absolutely right. They have got a little bit to do here.
Slower ball, and it's just going to drop short of cover, who ready, aim, fire. He throws the ball, and it goes all the way to the other side of the pitch. Luckily, there was a man backing up on the boundary over there on the leg side. They do manage to scamper through for 2.
Yeah, so what's that? 2? It's halfway through the 7th, so it's 2.5 overs in, what was the clock, 5.5 minutes?
Yeah, it's going to be
Ooh.
sportlich, as you say in German, so sporty if they get there.
Sportlich.
It'll have to be sportlich, as Happy halfway through his over. Well, a few dot balls and they'll get through them a bit quicker, but, well, if you've only got 31 runs to play with, you absolutely don't want to give away 5 for free.
Yep. In Czech, we'd say alane.
Alane?
Yeah, it just means, but no. Because I can't see him in less than 5 minutes bowling that many deliveries. I think they're going to be in trouble here.
And more trouble for Gorkha, as a bit of width on offer from Aminda Happy, and it's Najam Shahzad who says thank you very much. He's the key, as you said, Phil. He moves to 29 off 17 deliveries. And Marlo now needing 27 runs with 19 balls left, so 1 left of the 7th.
Yeah, and he gives a little bit of a charge and almost found himself out of position there too, and manages to reach across and crunch that one through the covers. 100 up though, now 100 for 5. Maybe the one thing that'll save penalty runs of slow over rate is Marlo getting these runs before the end of the 9th.
Yeah, well, either way, they don't mind how they get the runs, and there's going to be a few more there. And it's signalled 6. Thank you very much, Daniel Asgar, who is doing the fielding down there. Well, he has to chase that Grizzly. And you might be right here, Phil. It could be saved by the bell for Gorkha. They won't mind. I mean, either way, they'll be maybe on the receiving end of a defeat. But they at least escaped that 5-run penalty and a little slap on the wrist, I'm sure, from the umpires.
It's true. And I guess the ironic thing is, let's say we bowl the next 11 deliveries in, and you know, they bowl even say the 12th delivery and the clock finishes, and they only need, say, a couple of runs to win, and right at the start of the 10th everyone's ready, and then the umpire will say that's 5 penalty runs and game over. What a way to finish a game. And it actually could bowl down like that. That's the crazy thing. 21 from 18 needed. Every chance that could happen.
Well, I think maybe someone just told Jahidul Islam to hurry up. He jogged to the end of his lineup as we have a look at what is happening next. And well, it's in about 25 minutes time. We'll have plenty of time to talk through that one as we go back to the live action. And that's a monstrous 6 off the bat of Hardeep Khutan. And well, he's been watching the destruction from the non-striker's end and straight into area 51, disturbing the aliens there as he hits that one all the way to the boundary. Lovely little backlift there. Doesn't follow all the way through. He knows the cameras are trained on him. He's going to give us one for the show. And well, Marlo now needing 15 runs in 17 deliveries. Stop clock 2.5 minutes or so, but at this point it might not matter.
Might finish this over.
It should just be the one. And that's exactly what Jahidul Islam is saying as well to his fielder there. He's saying, don't throw it, don't throw it. We need to get the ball back into hand as quickly as possible. I can't say they look in a particular hurry, but you know, maybe they've just resigned themselves to that 5-run penalty and are praying for a miracle here.
I think they are. Just lax. Just walking back to the top, waiting for the right moment and then bowling. Absolutely no rush to avoid those penalties. Yeah, I think you're right. Just resign to the fact that they're getting them.
No one's hit firmly to the field. I feared for Ashish Kurmi there doing that fielding. In the end, he gets his fingers down. It looked a bit, again, all of the Gorkha players here looking a bit like they're just waking up from their post-lunch slumber. There's not a particular hurry on. 13 runs needed, but in all likelihood we're thinking really it's 8 runs needed with those potential penalties.
Yep. Maybe they had a roast chicken for lunch as well.
That one's been hit into the leg side. There's a fielder there and all he can do is try and throw his fingers at it. Doesn't get near it, and now Marlo into single digits. They need 9 runs from 14 deliveries.
Yeah, and it is looking exactly like Marlo are going to help Gorkha avoid the indignation of having 5 penalty runs applied to the score. It looks like they will pick up these runs. Maybe the next 2 deliveries, maybe the next 4 or 5. Shahzad there on 36, but Khutan also on 12, not out, doing the job.
That's well adjusted there by Khutan. And it's a bit of a race to the finish here, isn't it? There's 8 runs needed. 13 balls left, and can they beat the stop clock? They've got about 45 seconds.
So you look at the stop clock for the batting team. Can you score the winning runs before the clock runs down?
Well, presumably the penalty runs are applied immediately, so you cannot wait.
Are they applied immediately, or are they? I thought they were applied at the start of the 10th.
Okay, at the start of the 10th. Well, if we even get there, so maybe you're right. Maybe they will.
I'm not sure, because isn't that our regulation? You have to start at the 10th by the time the clock runs out.
But I mean, we don't often have the case that they're so far behind. Well,
whoa.
It's all academic here anyway, as that's a huge 6 off the bat of Najam Shahzad. He moves to 42 with that monstrous Maximo, and now Marlo need just 2 runs as that stop clock ticks down, as do the hopes of the Gorkha 11.
Yeah, that sounded really crisp, that shot indeed. So the stop clock is done, and let's just keep an eye on the umpires then, because if they turn around and signal, that's game over.
Yeah, and again we've
No, I was just watching. He was just rubbing. Umpire was rubbing his face, and I thought, oh, is that it? No. I'm just seeing now, and there it is. So the penalty runs are applied, and so yeah, I thought we had to wait until then, but I guess the runs are going to be applied anyway you look at it. So even if they bowl a maiden, they don't have to just apply the runs. It makes more sense.
I suppose you're playing imaginary cricket then at that point, because the game is over. Either way you cut it, and here we have on the field the signal for 5 penalty runs from the umpire. Thank you very much. I think that's John out there making the signal, and we give him a big thumbs up as he signals to us as well, so we know exactly what's going on. I mean, we've had a few weird incidences of having to dig right into page 332 of the ECN law book.
Yes, true.
But that is a win any way you cut it, and Marlo beat Gorkha 11 by 5 wickets. I mean, it was an inevitability in the end, whether it came through the penalty runs or off the bat, probably of Najam Shahzad, who finishes 42 off 20 deliveries. Amandeep Singh at the other end, well, a nice little cameo from him. He went 36 off 9. He did fall in the end though, but it was too little, too late. As we take a quick look at what's to come, and stick around, because in just about 19 minutes time, what's that, 3 o'clock local time, we will have the next game, Lisbon Capitals unbeaten against Gamblers SC, who haven't picked up a win yet. 2 changes for the Capitals, whereas it looks like Gamblers, they'll stick with their side that lost that game this morning. As we go back to the highlights, a game that finished in a strange fashion, but it started with a bit of excitement, didn't it?
It really did. It was interesting first over, because there was I lost count of the wides. I think there was 5 wides possibly in the first over. There was a lot. There was that catch taken on the boundary line by Happy, who, it wasn't a celebration. He literally turned around with a look of, why was that hit to me? Literally his face said, why did he hit it to me? I'm the only person here. There's no one within 50 metres of me. He was confused. I tell you what wasn't confusing was that wicket there. Crunch. Gurbaj Singh hits the stumps and says, hey, you see, you need to go over there, and I'm going to keep playing out here in the middle. Just a little bit of a send-off. And yeah, a little bit of feeling in the game as well, as you see how important this is for all teams in this Premier Division. These guys mean business.
Gurbaj Singh there with the send-off, but it was Marlo who had the last laugh. It's not often you have both openers out for a golden duck, and then it still finishes in such a comfortable manner, and that's because of the big hitting, mostly of Amandeep Singh. He scored 36 off just 9 deliveries, including 5 sixes, 1 4, so only 1 single run that wasn't in boundaries. And Najam Singh, he finished not out, 42 off 20. There was still a few wickets falling. There was a few friendly taps on the face. That was with a bit of feeling, and well, it wasn't going the way for Gorkha, as 23 extras, including those 4 leg byes, but 13 wides certainly damaged their cause as well. And there was a flurry at the end, a nice little partnership between Najam Shahzad and Hardeep Kutan, who also remained unbeaten on 13. And in the end, well, it was the umpire who scored the winning runs, as he signalled 5 penalty runs because of the slow over rate. And well, it'd be nice to know if we've ever had that kind of finish before. And it's Marlo who, as a result of Gorkha's pedestrian innings, they take the win by 5 wickets. So 3 points go to Marlo. Gorkha take that 1 consolation point and also suffer their first defeat of the tournament. Marlo, they've now got 2 wins to their name, and that solitary defeat back in game 2.
Get the feeling that Marlo hit their strides just early on now with that run chase. Losing wickets regularly, but batters standing up. That little cameo from Amandeep Singh off 9 deliveries, that was real for me. That was a game changer right there. You know, Najam Shahzad, he got the winning runs. He put together a great partnership at the end there. But just in the middle, when wickets were tumbling around them, Asim Sarwar came out and joined Amandeep Singh. They steadied the ship. Amandeep Singh just went absolutely ballistic in 1 over, taking 32 off it. And I thought, for me, that's the game right there. That's how quickly that has spun around.
Yeah, it was a supersonic over, and that was on the back of losing both openers to Golden Ducks.
Yep.
He turned that one around, and as we take a look at the batting scorecard, you can see that Amandeep Singh, he took 9 deliveries to get his 36 runs. And then it was down to Najam Shahzad. He finished unbeaten, 42 off 20, ably supported there by Hardeep Kutan at the end, and ably supported as well by extras, 5 penalty runs.
Yeah.
Really just damaging the Gorkha 11 innings. And taking a look at the scorecard, it was that partnership, the 4th wicket partnership of, 38, that really cemented the run chase. Only 4 bowlers used in the end because they were so slow going through. Only 8 overs were bowled, and they all went for a bit. Gurbaj Singh, he's Mr. Reliable for Gorkha 11. He picked up the 1 wicket with that little send-off he gave as well, but it was Marlo who ended up with the last laugh as they take home 3 points. Gorkha 11, they'll take home the consolation bonus point. So here is the match summary of match 8. And Gorkha 11, they put on 126. We suspected that would be below par. I mean, you can say in the end it was 121 as they gifted Marlo those 5 penalty runs.
True.
Suman Ghamiri, he was the captain, and he joint top scored with Aminda Happy as well. I mean, on the losing side, but he put in a good shift, 31 off 20 and 2 for 23. But it was Marlo who launched themselves to their win, and a good start to their campaign today as well, after there was 1 win and 1 defeat for them. And that's actually their only game today as well. So they'll go, oh no, sorry, they do have 1 game later. They're playing Punjab CC Amadora. But before that, that's the 5th game of the day. We have the 4th game of the day, match 9 in total in this Premier 2025 Portugal. And that sees Lisbon Capitals, who are unbeaten so far, 2-0, take on Gamblers SC, whose fortunes are the exact reverse. They've played 2, lost 2. So it'll be an exciting game at both the top and bottom ends of the table. Lisbon Capitals, they've won the toss. They've decided to field. That one's coming up in just over, it's about 12-13 minutes time. We'll be back on air in about 10 minutes. So you've got time to go put the kettle on, have a nice cup of tea, coffee, iced tea, whatever it is, and join me, Tina Goff and Phil G, the G team, taking you through match 9 of this European Cricket Series here on ECN. Come back in about 12 minutes time.
This European cricket event is proudly brought to you by HCL Software, Rado, 1xBet and Victorinox.
Hello and a warm welcome back to the sunny Santarém cricket ground where we're well into day 2 of this Premier Division ECS Portugal, and match 9 sees Lisbon Capitals against Gamblers SC. Before we talk a bit about the game, let's go out to match official Stefan Gooch for the coin toss.
Gamblers to call. Heads is the call. Tails.
We are ball first.
Good luck. Have a good game.
Thank you.
All the best.
Thank you.
Lisbon Capitals won the toss. They're bowling.
Thank you very much, Stefan. So as you can see, the Lisbon Capitals, they won the toss and they have decided to bowl. Contrasting fortunes for these two sides so far. The Caps, they come into this unbeaten, winning 2 from 2 yesterday. Just the one game for them today, so how they would dearly like to take away a win from that one. As for Gamblers SC, well, they fell to the Gorkhas this morning and they are yet to register a win. So, well, one of these teams will be happy at the end of the day. One of them will go home with a loss. It's all still to play for here in match 9. And to take you through the action in the commentary box, the other half of the G-Force, it's Phil G. Take it away.
Thank you very much for that introduction, Tina. And welcome back to everyone at the ground. Just that's also from me as well. And it's wonderful to have your company here today in this day 2 of this Premier Division. And things are going great. It's been exciting cricket. And match 9 is going to be served up piping hot to your dinner table in just a moment. Lisbon Capitals undefeated. You're going to take on the Gamblers, who are, how would you say that? Unwin? No, there's no word for that. Just haven't got a win yet. So it's on them to try to manufacture a win here against a team that seems to be really running hot at the moment. Everything seems to be working for Lisbon Capitals, and led very happily by Sunakumar Patel, who can never wipe that smile off his face. 69% chance of a win here, according to Supercomputer, for Lisbon Capitals, only giving the Gamblers team a 31% chance. Going to see how that's going to pan out. So as you see there, yes, the Gamblers are out there in the centre in their gear, ready to take strike. The Lisbon Capitals, they are out there as well. They've got the ball in hand. They're looking at start proceedings here at this 4th match of the day. The sun's still high in the sky. Nice warm conditions out there, around about 23 degrees. No clouds to see or to speak of. everyone in the chat, thank you for joining us. I can see there's so many names out there. We'll get to you all a little bit later. I saw Jeffrey Mobbs, you're asking me about the tents here at the ground. I'm not sure if I answered your question. Yeah, the tents are temporary. What's the fixed structure here is, of course, the clubhouse, which you don't get to see very often because the cameras can't really get around on that angle, but there's a very nice clubhouse here. A little bit bigger than, actually no, probably not as big as the clubhouse you have at Coimbra, but it's got a lovely terrace area. Anyway, we're about to start the game here, and here we go. Rahul Huda kicks us off. And I remember Rahul very, very clearly from the night series. And it's good to see him bowling again. I've missed that opportunity. Obviously, I wasn't on yesterday. It was Tina and Vinny taking you through the proceedings of day number 1. And we remember Rahul Huda very fondly from the night series, the biggest wicket taker, including a 5-for and a hat-trick as well. It was very busy for the Lisbon Capitals in their dominant win of that tournament. See what he can do here as well. He's already had a fair tournament. Took a ripper catch on the boundary, which was snipped for our social media page. That was lovely to see. In again. And runs off the bat. Yep, cannot affect a throw there. Not even going to go to the videotape on that one. Umpire happy that the batter was home, and I think that's a fair call. Watch this from side on. Big charge in. The underarm, which was quite high, and the batter very clearly home. But good work all round, good hustle. Need to keep the pressure on. So important game for this, as Tina demonstrated and spoke about in the introduction, and that is you got top of the table versus bottom of the table. Gamblers want to have a win here, just to make sure they stay in touch. I know it's early days, and this is getting towards the end of only day 2 now, but it'll be a third of the games done and dusted, and it will be really important to at least stay in touch with mid-table at this point. And just a reminder that the Capitals, they won the toss and they wanted to have a bowl first. They're very keen to chase in the second innings. And floats that one up, really teasing and tantalising the batter here. And poor old Gorkha cannot get near it. Darji at the non-striker's end. He's on 5 from 2. That's a shorter delivery, and it's seen pretty quickly. And unfortunately for the Lisbon Capitals, the protection who's out there deep at mid-wicket cannot get around in time to stop. That was hit quite square. Have a look at this from side on. Yeah, just punched in real in front of square. But no good power on that one. Just sat up too high. So a bit of an errant delivery there from Huda, and he got taken to the boundary for it. 9 off the over so far. So we can back up now with something special. Shouts of yes. Oh, wow. That, watching the action from the bowler, comes out the back of the hand. Watch this one again. Tosses it up, not afraid to. It just brings an errant shot. Just that almost gets the batter in 2 minds, and that almost brings the false shot. Goes that again to the point position. And that is going to be the end of a good over from Huda. Not too upset about that. Doesn't pick up a wicket. A couple of boundaries as well. But a good over indeed. Sort of mixes things up and has the batter in 2 minds. And that can always bring the error and the mistake pretty quickly. And just before we get into the Tour of Portugal, I think it's a good time to bring my co-partner into the commentary igloo here, bringing the dream team back together again for you, the G team. Tina, welcome back, and let's have a look at the Tour of Portugal.
Yeah, thanks, Phil. We've got our work cut out for us in the next, what is that, about a week and a half left. We've already been here for just over a week. We've still got a lot of action still to come, and a bit of action in that first over, but Rahul Huda, he's a real star man, isn't he? You said he he lit the night series up, didn't he?
He did, yeah.
23 wickets in 9 matches.
Yeah, that's it, including a 5-for in there somewhere and a hat-trick. So he was really in destructive mood there, scaring the batters with just so much variation. We pushed leg side for a wide. Just also to note in that Tour of Portugal, Tin, you're going to be here for pretty much all the way through the internationals as well. Unfortunately, I won't be here. We'll have to break up the team momentarily until the next time we can come together and talk through the action.
I'm sure that the G-force will awaken with a passion.
Yeah, now we've done it, and we've made sure everyone back in the office in ECN, they're aware now of the G-force, and they're going to be saying, well, we need to get these guys back on, that's for sure, because it's an absolute pleasure and a privilege to be commentating the cricket with you. It's good stuff. That's good stuff as well. Just always a good stuff. it's going to be actually a lot closer than you think. Have a look at this from side on now. Umpire says, "Ooh, I want to go upstairs. It's definitely going to be close." There's people down. They've gone down like 10 pins. Everyone's down on the ground. Bat, glove, player, everything's everywhere. Let's have one more look at this. This was a lot closer than realised. The ball coming in. We'll get a shot from side on. There it is. Watch for, get this one nice and slow. Oh, back a bit.
Yeah, I think he's a goner.
You are gone. Your roast chicken is done. I was going to say goose is cooked, but I've flipped that and said roast chicken.
I see what you did there, Phil.
Yeah, thank you. Don't forget to tip your waitress. We're here all day. And that is a big first wicket in this over. Well, there you go. Lisbon Capital sharp in the field and reward for effort. Sorry, in the second over. First over's already gone. Sharp indeed. First wicket gone.
Bit of a needless run out there, and it is the first wicket down. And I think that's the figure of Amandeep Gorkha, because he was at the non-striker's end and he has to depart. He had the world's longest golden duck in the first game this morning. We see here he did the slide, but maybe the dive should have come into the crease rather than beyond it, and he does have to depart. It's an early wicket for the Lisbon Capitals, 10 for 1.
Yeah, that's going to be pretty disappointing. And it's Amir Mustafa who gets the ball directly to the keeper's gloves, and Mayank Raval who breaks the stumps.
Oh, there's a question in the chat from Barbary,
yeah,
which I will come back to at the end of the over, because I want to give it its fair diligence. But it's
okay.
Jay Parkash, the captain, meanwhile, who's come out.
Okay. Oh, how is it? How is it? This is a good delivery. Shafiq is bowling this over, and the left armour, that lovely round arm action he's got, not too dissimilar to Jaswant Singh, who played in the Lisbon Supergiants' successful team last week. Almost gets an edge there to the keeper. Oh, can you believe it? Brings the false shot. A cotton bowl just dollies up, and that is a gambler batter who's just in 2, maybe even 3 minds of how to play that ball. It's just straight, and he gets a leading edge back to Shafiq, who takes the easiest of catches, and he's very happy about that. And why wouldn't you be? That is now another wicket down. Early days, but Lisbon Capitals looking like they've made the right decision to field, and they've got Gorkha, not Gorkha, they've already played. They've got the Gamblers in all sorts of trouble now. There's a real bit of hurt there in the Gamblers dugout, and they're in big trouble. You see there, 10 for 2, not even through the second, and that is really big. That's Parkash. So skipper comes and goes, caught and bowled by Ahmad Shafiq, and Narayan comes out to join the left-hander, Darji. Between the two of them, they need to put on a bit of a score here. We know Darji can score quick, as he did in the first match they played today. Unfortunately, they couldn't get them across the line, but he was scoring very, very fast. Some of the youngsters who are watching around the ground trying to give their parents a bit of a rev up. I couldn't quite hear what it was, but that was a very high-pitched child voice supporting somebody then.
Well, I think we have the 2 silver foxes out there, actually. It's the field, the earth of foxes, but it might not last too long, as there's a big appeal here, and it's given.
The dreaded finger is raised. But let's have a look at this one from front on. What's your decision at home? I'll tell you what our decision here is. Pitches in line, hitting middle and leg, maybe even just hitting middle.
Didn't really get up, really, so height was never an issue at all. It was just whether it was going to crash into those stumps, and I think I'm in agreement with umpire Andy out there. As the finger of doom goes up, and while the Silver Foxes are immediately split up, as Ranjit Narayan has to go for a golden duck.
Yeah, I think I'm in agreement with umpire Andy as well. So that's an agreement from the G team. G4 says yes. Umpire says yes. And sadly, yep, the Silver Foxes are in a bit of trouble here.
Yeah, it doesn't get up at all, does it?
No, just completely stunned by the lack of height. And Shafiq gets a wicket. It's good bowling. He's got 2 for 1. He's got a couple. Now, that's 2 in 2. You know what that means, don't you?
I do, Phil.
You've played long enough, you know.
It's 3 and 4, but one of those was that run out, wasn't it?
Yeah. Here we go. Hat-trick ball. Can Shafiq get himself onto the Hall of Fame? He cannot. Just get strays onto the pads, and it's just tucked away to that short backward square leg, almost a short fine leg, more so, a bit finer than that. And that is a dot ball. 10 for 3. Shafiq take about 2 for 1 in that over.
So I wanted to get to Barbari's question, which was how many sports are represented on the Gamblers logo? I'm throwing out the challenge to production friends whether they can get the logo on screen at some point, bigger than, of course, we see it on the shirts and on those standings there. Because, I mean, if I can try and describe it, you can all squint up to the camera as well. There's a running man top left. There's a female tennis player top right as we go back to live. And thank you very much, because that gives me a bit more time. So there's at least 2 sports, and then there's a volleyball in the middle. There's a basketball. There's a football. So that's 5 on the top row, and then cricket at the bottom. So I'd say there's 6 sports. There we go. Thank you very much.
Thanks, guys.
I'd call that 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. That's pretty cool going, isn't it? It's a nice badge.
Thank you. I got a question about that little. I guess it's supposed to be the tennis ball.
Yeah, I suppose that
it looks quite small for a tennis ball, though.
Well,
could that be?
It's not to scale to the balls in the middle. I think it's to scale to the tennis player.
But that's still quite small for a tennis ball, I reckon.
It's maybe far away.
or maybe the tennis player is a giant. I don't know. I would almost say that was like a ping pong ball, or maybe a racquetball ball. Well, that would squash ball.
That would get it up to 7.
Yeah. Sit around the corner. It goes backward of square leg. The chase is on. That's a bit of a comedy of errors there, and that is, who's out there? There's Deval Kumar, who has just been unable to reach down to the ball. He takes about 5 attempts to flick it back. So firstly, he's running with it, and then tries the footwork, and then no. Sorry, it was the 5 attempts with the foot, and then he almost falls over himself. He must have really dizzied himself as he got across the line there, but just that ball did not want to stop. Was almost like he's being escorted by someone hassling him as well. The ball being hassled by the fielder but not stopped.
Well, the Lisbon Capitals have a car on the back of their shirts. I think probably some kind of sponsor, and I mean that one was like a F1 car to the boundary, wasn't it? It just kept on rolling. It's bone dry out there now as well, so you really get value for your shots along the deck.
Mustafa continues. It's been cut directly to the player. Shy at the stumps at the bowler's end. Nobody home to take the ball, and the shy had to hit for it to be effective. And yeah, sadly nobody got up to the stumps to take the ball. Batter would have been cold. Imagine that if you managed to run out. Poor old, who was that at the other end? That's Harinder Singh. If he had been run out for nothing, for 0, not even faced the delivery. Oh, he has faced 1 delivery, sorry, so he would have been saved from the diamond duck. It's been clipped out nicely towards mid-wicket. Fielder leaves it for his teammate, who gives it a bit of a strange old flick back, says, well, I don't want to throw it, how about you throw it? And it looks like, I think Darji's asking for another bat. He's saying, this one doesn't work, not as well as it used to. Mayank Darji holding the bat up aloft and saying, no, give me something bigger. 15 for 3, halfway through the 3rd. Gamblers in a spot of bother.
Mayank Darji needs to pull a rabbit out of that hat here. He scored 37 in that Game 6 loss to Gorkha. They lost by 23 runs, quite a convincing margin in the end. He did absolutely get his team off to a flyer, though, this morning. We thought they were well on for that run chase. 37 off 11. But when he fell, so did the hopes of Gamblers SC.
See Wayne in the chat asking about that picture we just put up, saying, how do you know the guy isn't running into bowl?
He could be running into bowl. He could also be running with the basketball, volleyball or football, all 3 at once.
He could be running in any kind of athletics, maybe high jump, maybe long jump.
Yeah.
So we're just going to put it down to him running and call that a sport. Maybe athletics, how about that?
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
Well, it's a lovely badge, isn't it? And we love seeing the different badges we have actually across the European Cricket Network.
Yep.
The Lisbon Capitals has a nice little pink trim. I assume it's just a cricket player there, yeah. Big old swish in the middle of their badge. We've got a lot of animals, obviously. We've got the werewolves. Brothers, I can't remember their badge off the top of my head. There wasn't one that necessarily lived long in the memory. It's hard to depict brothers, I guess, on a badge.
Yeah, I'm not sure they had a picture. I think they just had a bit of a colour combination.
Yeah.
Yeah. If any brothers listening, you think we haven't got that right, please let us know.
And anyone in the chat as well, maybe a question to the chat as well. What's your favourite sports badge? Doesn't even have to be cricket. Any sporting team.
Yep.
Preferred badges. There's a few nice ones out there, isn't it? Of course, the European cricket badge that had a rehaul before the start of this season came back with new branding, and I'm loving the new logo for European cricket. I love the colour scheme.
Looks good, doesn't it?
Looks really nice and sharp, isn't it?
Really, really good. It was a good change. Have a look at the power play there. 16 runs off the power play, 3 wickets fell, 9, then a 1, then a 6. You can see there on the screen there. It was that second over, 3 wickets, almost a hat-trick, and well, that really has put the clamp down on the Gamblers, who facing an uphill battle to put a competitive score on the board now. Now that the top order has been pretty much decimated. So there's a lot of work here for the Gamblers to bring something back here. And for the Lisbon Capitals, they'd be feeling very happy where they are. Adnan Gondal has got the ball. He's going to have a chance to bowl the 4th. And they're going to be looking to keep the brakes applied to try and chase down maybe a low total in about 45 minutes' time.
Good ball that.
Great
First
start.
up.
Oh, yeah. That's a ripper. First up. Gondal gets one through here. Watch this one again.
Oi, oi, oi.
Oh, look at that, moving off the seam. It was start to swing in, and then it just kept going after a hit.
No loosener required for Adnan Gondal. He's straight into his work.
That is bingo card. Cut the batter in half. Ripper delivery, that one, right over the stumps too.
All of the above. Great delivery.
Arena Singh just not too sure about this. Shouts to catch it, flies away really fast. And well, he's going to get one. That's it. Just gets that little edge, one bounce. Well, good work from the fielder there. Gets the body behind it and then has to drop the hands pretty quickly to save it. Could have easily gone past him, but does the job. Gets Darji on strike. He's got 10 from 7. Surely he's the one who's going to have the just put the acceleration into this innings. He saw him this morning get, I think, 37 off about 11 deliveries. Really, really mowed along in quick time. Very impressive. And then he couldn't believe his luck when he got out. Didn't want to accept it. Didn't want to look at the umpire, but out was indeed what he was. Let's see if he can get things going here. It's been lifted and through the gap. A couple of bounces, and that is 4 runs. So there you go. It's a good safe shot. It just elevated ever so slightly, but at the same time, he found the gap and it was placed perfectly.
Nice hit there by Darji. His high score 55 back in 2023. He'd want that and then some to dig the Gamblers out this hole they currently find themselves in. 17 for 3. 21 now with that 4.
I'm surprised that's his highest score. He looks like the kind of batter who may have gone on to make a much bigger score, you know, sort of pushing 80s and 90s. It just strikes me as that kind of batter.
Yeah, he's got 55 in 2023. He scored around 50 against Coimbra Knights in 2024. And yeah, that 37 earlier today was his high score for 2025. Of course, he didn't take part in the night series, I believe. So
No.
his first sighter of this 2025 season.
Yeah, talk about the night series a little bit, I guess, only because it was last month and because a number of the players here played in that night series. And yeah, the situation, of course, with the night series is you've got 2 games in the middle of Portugal, halfway between Porto and Lisbon. It's not easy to get to. People have work commitments, they got family commitments, and it's a little bit hard to, you know, for people to be taking time off work. And the tournament was put together maybe with about 2 or 3 weeks notice. It was put together pretty quick. So I can understand why not players are not available all the time for a night series.
Yes, worth reiterating, because sometimes we have questions in the chat about it as well, that none of these players are professional. They're all amateurs. They all do this for the love of the game. No one is paid. We're here for the love of it. Well, we might get paid, but the players out there, they absolutely don't. And
It's so true. Yep.
They have families, they have job commitments, and it's just great for them to sacrifice a bit of that free time they have to play in these European cricket series, and we really appreciate all the efforts of the players.
Yeah, totally. Tina, random question. In that graph you saw just then, what do you think the problem was?
I'm guessing it's probably that big old traffic light that's malfunctioned in the middle, because it's 3 reds.
I'm glad you answered it like that. I was going to say exactly that. I was going to say, you see the traffic light situation that's gone really badly? Second over was an absolute shocker for them. And the person responsible for that second over is going to come on to bowl his second. That's man with the ball, Shafiq. He's got 2 for 1. There was a run out in there as well.
It's a shame he started with a wide, otherwise he was on for a double wicket maiden, but at
Yeah.
least he did it first ball, so he ruined any chance rather than, bowling a wide off the last ball would have been heartbreaking.
Yeah, true. Tosses the ball up. Muted appeal for leg before as it strikes the body. And Shafiq was not interested. He's a bowler who strikes me as someone who will appeal when it's a genuine moment. And that's why he does remind me so much of like a Jaswant Singh, who's quite an experienced campaigner. He pushes that one wide. So once again, he will not get a wicket maiden. If he picks up a wicket, if it gets a maiden. He's managed to get that one out the way early.
It's no wonder Lisbon Capitals were successful in that night series because, as you said, Rahul Huda, top wicket taker. Ahmad Shafiq, he took 13 wickets of his own and high score of 61 in that ninth series. So a few big performers for the Capitals, and they're turning it on here as well.
Yeah, Shafiq was actually MVP for the night series.
There you go.
On the finals night, there wasn't no presentation award, but it was we had to acknowledge that his effort puts him into that book. I think Arshad was in the running, and so was Rahul Huda, who were actually, funny enough, also finalists for the final. But it was Shafiq who got the nod. So that really put a stamp on his authority in that whole series. Just played such a great tournament there. He's playing well here too. This is good bowling from him. He is very handy with the bat. He's a very handy, strong left-handed batter. If he gets a chance, he will motor.
Oh, ball again. He's getting quite a bit of turn, as does Ahmad Shafiq. Obviously, it's an AstroTurf, so there's not enormous amounts for any kind of bowler in the pitch. But this is maybe something we've seen the difference between the Premier and the Challenger. We didn't actually have too much spin at all in the Challenger.
It's true.
But what we did see, there wasn't enormous amounts of sideways movement, whereas here, Shafiq, he's making the ball talk.
Sure is. I was just trying to think of the people who we could say were, genuine, trying to give it a rip sort of bowlers that we saw in the Challenger. I already mentioned Jaswant Singh a couple of times. He's the one that springs to mind immediately, only probably because this is sort of like the sister club of the Lisbon Super Giants. This is the more senior of those two groups playing now. That's probably why I'm thinking of him. I'm trying to think who else.
Yeah, I don't think we had any genuine leg spinners, and there was maybe a couple of orthodox off spinners, but there was not too many deliveries where we were umming and ahhing about it going round corners.
It's a shame for Coimbra Knights that Ishwar Kanal was not available. During the night series, it was his first series, and he was very impressive indeed. We really liked him. Picked up a number of wickets. Would come on to bowl the second over, and he was really tight with the second over too. Really impressive stuff. Really liked that from him, but he was unavailable for this one. Anyway, let's bring you into the Commentary Igloo. Hello there, Phil G, along with Tina Goff. It is indeed G-Force here for your commentary needs, looking after you on this beautiful day here. Day number 2, match number 9 going on for you right now. And Tina, this has been another cracking day of T10 cricket, and this game is poised nicely, although you tip the scales surely towards the Lisbon Capitals.
Yeah, I think, well, the Gamblers, all bets aren't quite off yet, but it hasn't been the best of days for them so far. That loss suffered this morning, and now 26 for 3 at the halfway stage. We might be on for the lowest first total in the innings. But, there's a long way to go. 5 overs, and with Mayank Darji out there as well, you reckon he could land a counter-punch or two?
It's possible. Very possible indeed. They've got a lot of work to do, though, that's for sure. 26 for 3, as you say, now 27 for 3. It's just a tough afternoon in the office for the Gamblers, and they just can't seem to take a trick. The Lisbon Capitals really looking like they're on top here. The expected score is only 75, and I think that's actually being pretty generous. Well, trying to make amends for that. That's been hit high into the air, but it has been caught. Well, one thing I'll say about the Capitals is that they do catch quite well. I haven't seen too many spills. Risking a commentator's curse there, obviously. For very next delivery, you never know. But, yeah, that is a nice outfield catch. Just watched it straight into the hands. There was no rush, no mess, no fuss. And that's done. And Mittal Patel comes on and gets a wicket pretty much straight away.
That is the end of Harinder Singh. Maybe not the worst outcome, actually, for Gamblers, because he was really sluggishly moving along. He goes for just 2 runs off 10 deliveries, and it was a nice catch in the deep there. Adnan Gondal, safe pair of hands. In all honesty, it was straight to him, but you still have to do the hard work, and that he did before bowling it back.
Yeah, Harinder Singh, he had 8 dot balls there of the 10 that he faced. And I got to say, in the last over, I was noting that he faced most of those deliveries from Shafiq. He just looked like a batter who had no idea what was going to happen. He couldn't get into the rhythm of facing that bowler.
Yeah.
This is interesting because he's attempted to play a bit of a standing reverse here, and he's got it completely wrong. And he's been come undone leg before. That has hit the leg right plumb in front of middle stump for me. And I think the umpire has got that perfectly right.
Yeah, if we take another look at this, well, he doesn't want to go anywhere, but let's have a look at this on the slow motion. He goes for the paddle.
Which where it
Don't
hits?
think he gets anything on it, and it hits him flush on the knee roll, but he's kind of down in that crab position, which means the knee roll's probably about halfway up middle, and I think that's a really good call, actually.
Yeah, that is crashing into the stumps. So he's tried to pull out a bit of a trick shot there, and Mittal Patel is still appealing after the finger's been put up, so I'm not sure what that was about.
He's doing a Conrad Greenshield. That's what he's doing.
Are you sure, umpire? Because I want to get more air. And potentially, dangerous Ravi Roland, who can accelerate quickly, goes for a first baller. Watch this. Bang. Yep, you are cooked.
I think it's a nice call.
Yep.
It's an umpire Andy out there, because there's a lot going on, especially when the batter starts doing some funky business, but he does have to depart, and we're on a hat-trick here.
Astonishing. Mittal Patel on a hat-trick ball coming up. See if he can get himself into the Hall of Fame. Here we go. Oh, it's gone leg side. That's
Collective groan of the G-Force.
G-Force do not approve. The thing is that's probably the second time it's been like hat-trick ball, leg side. I think I've suffered that a couple of times, maybe even today. Just where you think, oh, here we go. We've had 2 and 2. Just releases a bit of pressure there. Oh, almost a catch there. Well, it almost was 3 and 4. How about that? But Mittal Patel bringing the false shot, just goes to play it, but hits it straight to the player who's there for that catch. Oh dear, that should have been held.
His feet were rooted
Yeah.
to the ground, and had he just taken a half step forward, it would have been a much more comfortable catch. As it is.
Yep.
So, did they go through for a single? Either way, it should have been a wicket and wasn't.
Yeah. Raval, the keeper there, he was almost jumping around in celebrations, and then the smile faded from his face very quickly as realised that was not going to happen. So 28 for 5. Still a couple to come in this over from Mittal Patel. There's been a bit of everything here in this over, including a couple of wickets and a wide. And yet they did get through for one, you're right, just before. So it's all happening out there. One more to come potentially. Let's see where it goes. It's been crunched down the ground. Big puff of dust there from the pitch. As you can see that gets hit through. Down for just a single there. So 30 for 5 in 6, and the Gamblers in all sorts of trouble here, in big trouble indeed. I'm not sure what sort of score they're going to get up to, but it's looking really ominous. That is a very unattractive batting card, except for the fact that you've got Darji at the top there. He's still there. He's got 19 not out. He's been a bit slow going, but the rest of the batting card is, well, look at that. Zeros as far as the eye can see, a couple of 2s and 4s. Just reminds me of the good old days back in 2008 when I first started playing for the Prague Barbarians. We had batting cards like that. I think we'll have to start somewhere with teams that can struggle. And hello to anybody from Prague who's watching who plays for the Prague Barbarians. I'm still a big supporter of the Prague Barbarians. It's kind of that fondness of, well, it's where my career was resurrected when I moved to Prague many moons ago.
You never forget your first or your second first.
It's actually true, although I'm trying to remember my first cricket club. Oh, no, it was Montrose Cricket Club, under 11s.
There you go.
Wow.
Just a few short years ago.
Yeah, not too long ago, yeah. I'm probably not gonna go down there. I think we'll just let that one go. Oof. I think nothing much there, just a bit of excitement there. Gondal thought maybe he had something. Unfortunately not. Big puff of dust. There's a little bit of sand, a little bit of dirt on the pitch, and every now and then there's a bit of an explosion as the ball is sometimes hit quite hard into parts of the pitch before it flies away, and it looks very dramatic as well.
You really get those epic shots in the final game of the day, the side-on shots when that sun is setting. It looks, I said to Vinny yesterday, it's almost gladiatorial with the lighting and then the puff of dust.
It's epic.
It's epic.
It is absolutely epic. Yep. No, I know exactly what you mean. We saw a couple of those last week as well in the afternoon games, and wasn't there a few where it looked like even there was a puff of dust coming out of the ball, and it was just maybe a bit of dust that was in the area just gets smushed together with the explosion of the hit. Looks so good.
That looks good as well.
That looks really good. If you're a Lisbon Capital supporter or a player around the ground, you're going to love the look of that. So Gondor does pick himself up a wicket, and that's just a straight ball. You know, you miss, I hit moment. Trouble, so much trouble. You get the feeling Lisbon Capital is going to be chasing a pretty small score here.
And that's the end of Mayank Darji as well, who's the only one who's put up any kind of resistance. It's a runner ball 19, which on the face of it doesn't look too impressive, but if you look at the scorecard below him, including 2 golden ducks, 1 regular duck, and the high scores apart from that, 2 and 4. Well, it's not actually a bad hand from the gambler there, but he does have to depart for a runner ball 19. Gamblers in big trouble. They're going to have to go all in. 30 for 6.
All in. I like it a lot. Yep. Spin that wheel, they say. Let's see what we can do. Don't think there's been a few extras. There's been a couple of wides in this innings too, so that's definitely helped things along for them. And yeah, just a handful there, which is just a little bit nagging. Needs to be pulled back, but a pretty good display from the bowlers nonetheless. They've got a strong bowling lineup with them, haven't they? They still got, I think, Raul Hooda's got an over as well, or did he bowl out? Just trying to remember. Got a funny feeling he hasn't bowled out yet.
Yeah, he just bowled that first over, went for 9, didn't pick up a wicket.
Okay.
And there was that damaging second over as well, with the 2 wickets and the run out, which was almost that double wicket maiden, spoilt by the wide, and we haven't actually had a boundary since the middle of the 4th, and we're now second half of the 7th.
Yeah, that's
trouble.
big trouble. Well, trying to fix that situation is a player who comes out, and that's not our fault. That's simply a player knowing it has to be done. We had nothing to do with that particular moment of the boundary being hit when we said there hasn't been one for a while.
Anti-curse.
An anti-curse.
The antidote.
We have the
commentator's antidote.
That's right. We are giving helpful tips here. And score races now to 34 for 6 with that boundary. And maybe that's the whole point. Kumar comes in and says, all right, enough of this. This is what I'm supposed to do. Let me get amongst it. And Kit Kumar hits a lovely boundary. Can he back it up with maybe another one here? Looks for it and swing and a miss. Good bowling there. Gondor doesn't change his line, doesn't change his length, just keeps it there where he wants it and says, well, if you think you're good enough, you try and put me out of the park.
You got to hold your nerve as a bowler. When you know you didn't necessarily bowl a bad ball, it just got hit to the boundary. Just keep plugging away. The amount of times we see the bowlers then try to do something different, and the result is often the same.
Yeah, I've got a bit of a thought process on that when it comes to bowlers. And see what you think of that, if you agree with me. With batters, when batters try to get out of trouble, a number of batters, not all batters, they revert to the old type of smack across the line, go for cow corner, go for cow corner. When a bowler gets in a situation in their heads, I find that they bowl a short ball.
Yep.
Because they think, I need to be aggressive. And sometimes the short ball, and when you do that, you could get taken apart pretty quickly and easily, and then you lose your way completely. Speaking of losing your way, imagine going here without a compass all over Europe. That's where the European Cricket Network is going. Hope we're coming to your neck of the woods sometime soon. And that is a lot of tours right there. And a number of destinations, which are a couple of firsts and a couple of hasn't been there for a while moments as well. Spain, Madrid being one of the first we've been talking about that. And I think also in Spain in November, wasn't that Alicante, I think, first time? And Valencia, haven't been to Valencia. So I got to get the fifth going, not the set going.
Well, you can set your compass more or less to east, because most of those destinations are east of here. Some more east than others, but we're looking forward to every single one of them.
True, true.
I think I agree with your theory, and not to play the gender game again, but I think especially for guys, it's a bit of an ego thing. I think if you get hit to the boundary, you're like, okay, I'm going to knock your head off. And
I would agree 100%.
Especially as batters, if I was just hitting a boundary, I'd be like, okay, I'm going to wait for the short ball now, because I know you're going to try and knock my head off, and I'm going to knock it for a 6.
Yep. I completely agree with that sentiment, 100%. Well, that has been hit straight to, not straight to a player, the bowler was already pleading with the bowler to take the catch, which was a bit harsh because he had to come quite a fair way forward here. It's a little bit. The bowler was already having a go at the field. I'm not sure what that is.
Yeah, it's Adnan Gonda with the effort there, and well, maybe it was the case that he neither got the catch nor did the fielding, and in the end, it's Mittal Patel who has to grumpily go and fetch the ball from somewhere on the leg side, because every single fielder on the leg side is on the boundary. So Mittal has to deal with the fact, well, it was a very tough chance, wasn't it? Does go to the boundary though. He's got a chance to reply here.
Well, that's been hit high, and that is going to bounce across the line for another boundary. So back-to-back fours here, and putting a little bit more of a spring in the step for the Gamblers. They're still only racing up to 43 for 6. It's still problems aplenty here in the 8th. But Mittal Patel, he's undoing his previous over here with a couple of boundaries, a couple of loose deliveries, and also, I guess, a couple of batters who are on hiding to nothing. Just need to get some movement here.
Yeah, Ankit Kumar, well, he gambled a bit with his wicket on that one. A big, ugly swipe across middle stump, but lucky for him, lucky for the Gamblers, he did manage to get a bit of it, enough of it, for back-to-back boundaries.
Swing and a miss there. Normal service resumes. Does not manage to make contact with that one. Yeah, so maybe just to finish that point we're making about the bowler. So with the bowler who, you know, who gets frustrated and doesn't know what to do, and they bowl short and things like that. Do you think that's fair comment as well? As that one gets edged and runs away for 4 behind the keeper?
Yeah, I think that's a fair comment. And well, Mittal Patel, he's looking a bit grumpy here. He shouldn't be too upset. He's picked up 2 wickets already, and yes, he's giving it away a bit here, and there's not much you can do about that. He turns away in disgust. He has given away 13 already from this over, but he only gave them 4 in the first, so he was miserly then. He's being a bit more generous here. There's still 1 ball left. And well, Lisbon Capitals, I don't want to say that the score's getting away from them, but they want to just put them to the sword here as the slower ball comes out.
It was a clever idea to bowl the slower ball like that.
Running through for 2.
And he's filthy on the fielder out there who took us. It was only a slight fumble, but it opened the door, and he's gesturing. He's looking to his skipper and he's gesturing and saying to the fielder fluffed it. That's not my fault as a bowler. Literally, he's trying to plead his case. I'm not sure he needs to do that at this point in time. The last thing you want is the Lisbon Capitals having a little bit of aggro.
There's 2 attempts there from Ankit Kumar, I think it was. Let's have a look at this again.
Yeah,
he slides his bat and he goes 1, 2. No, it's in now, and then he turns and goes back to the other end.
Yeah,
Gets in eventually.
That's quite good. He was hot on not having a short run there. Yep, the genuine tap at the double tap. And he said, "No, I'm in. I'm definitely in. Now I've got to go. Now I've got to really run." So we had a packet of 3 wickets in the second over. We've had 3 wickets collected just in the last couple of overs. But in the middle there was a good bit of momentum steadying the ship. But unfortunately, the forward momentum still is just lacking here at the moment. But what can you do when you're 6 down?
Yeah,
tough.
the Capitals will definitely be eyeing up a 4-pointer here. But as I was just mentioning, they want to keep them low here. You don't want to be chasing any more than probably about 70 from this point, even less maybe. You don't want a little late flurry. And how many times have we seen that? A team that looks down and out, and suddenly their last over or last 2 overs, they get 30, 40 runs off it, and the fortunes are reversed. So Lisbon Capitals, they just want to be careful here that they don't stop being a bit too sloppy. But with Omar Mustafa with ball in hand, it's usually a safe bet, especially against the Gamblers into their lower order.
Just swings hard at that one, but that's a pretty good stop there in the outfield. No one's going for the ball. Well, Mustafa's giving his back muscles just a bit of a rub here. Maybe he's just strained that a little bit.
I'm not sure if the ball came flying in here as we take a look.
Is that what
Gets
happened?
chucked in.
Is that what happened?
And let's have a look at this on replay. He turns away because he thinks actually the ball's not going to come in, and then it does come in.
Oh, that's what it was. I didn't see the ball hit him in the back. That's, well, a bit of friendly fire there from the outfielder. I'm sure it was completely unintentional.
It was the fake fielding that I think did it for Mustafa. He thought the ball was going to come in. He turned away because it didn't. And then by the time it came in, gave him a little pat on the back, and he's still rubbing it there. But he looks like he'll soldier on, will Mustafa.
I think he'll fight through the pain and deliver the next delivery. Here we go. Oh, it's a short ball. I think that's okay though. I think it was it rose after it passed the batter. That's what I felt. I think the batter did not have to take any evasive action there. So we're halfway through the ninth, 51 on the board. That's right, only 51 on the board for the Gamblers.
Yeah, that one just kept on going up and up, but I think you're right, Phil. By the time it passed the batter, we'll see this on the side on, right on that shoulder line, and then it just kept on rising, didn't it?
Just kept up going, and keeper had a little bit of work to do. Would have thudded into the gloves. Just a bit of a cross-bat miss hit there, doesn't go anywhere. And tries to effectively run it here as the batter turned his back on the play. Wonder how close this was in the end. He runs out a shot, comes back again. Oh, he would have been gone.
He would have been miles gone.
What were you doing? I cannot believe the casual approach.
Yeah, look at this.
Khalid Usman, he was gone.
Not even in the frame, really.
No, would have been out. There we go, roll it through, and he would have been 2 steps out, not even sliding the bat. Crazy. Gives the charge, puts everything into that, and that is going to go for 4 runs. Well, it goes from one end of the spectrum to the other there, just a casual moment of almost being run out to then giving this thing an absolute welly and hitting down the ground, along the ground for 4 runs.
Yeah, the ridiculous to the sublime there from Khalid Usman. He gives it the old flamingo shot as well. He's on one leg as he plays that one. Well, he had neither leg behind the line as he was almost run out by Omar Mustafa. And, well, Mustafa so far, he's gone for 12. 1 ball left of his spell. He'll want to cap this off with a wicket. Last ball coming up of the 9th.
Just gets a bit of bat on that. It's going to dolly out to the offside. No chance to run out. They get through for a single, and that is how the 9th is going to finish, with just that little single with that paddle. 56 for 6 after 9. Just 1 more to come. Where is the score going to end up? Maybe another 8 or 10 runs off the next over. Maybe that's all it is. But yeah, I agree with what you said earlier, and that is the Lisbon Capitals at this point, and maybe even the last 5 minutes, are thinking, keep them under 70. Let's set ourselves a target as a fielding team. Let's keep them under 70. Let's give our batters, I don't want to say a day off. I don't want to be sort of that lax about it, but almost like, let's just give us a chance to really get a good win here, guys. Even 4 points. Let's get 4 points. To do that, we need to bowl really tight. And speaking of bowling tight, Rahul comes on, Rahul Hudder. Big wicket taker in the night series. Obviously, the day series is a different kettle of fish, but he's still a wicket taker nonetheless.
Yeah, absolutely. And Lisbon Capitals, 4 points would take them to 10 points, the first to get to that margin. They saw Oweras pick up the 4 points earlier. They'll have played 3 and got 8 points because they did lose that game against this very side, against the Lisbon Capitals last night. As that one, it looks like he's just about in. So the Capitals will really put a marker down here with a 4-0 win.
Big time. They will. Got 5 deliveries left in this before we know what the total is that needs to be chased down. So still a bit of work to be done. And he's unfortunately just out of the back of the hand, just doesn't quite get the right roll of the arm over there, and hooks it around for a wide.
This is, as a reminder, the only game the Capitals have today as well. So if they can stay top of the table, then that'll be quite the message sent to the other teams. As that one, I think, has gone all the way. There's a little flourish here at the end.
We'll just check that one, see where it lands. And just over the line. Good eyes there, Tina. That has just cleared the boundary rope for a Maximo. So Hudder here just struggling to find a wicket. He's going to change size. He's coming now around the wicket. See him change the angle. It does, but not really in his favour as he bowls another wide. So that tight 10th over is kind of not eventuating before our eyes. It's getting a little bit loose here. A funny odd noise from someone out there. Sounded like a wow. I'm sure that means something. Yeah, attempted stumping there, not to be.
Just emulated the ball swishing past the bat, I think, there.
Yeah. Yep. So halfway through the 10th, 64 on the board, 70 beckoning. Gamblers and bowlers are going to have a tough time. They're not going to have a lot of runs to work with, and that's going to be a tough defence. Shouts of yeah as that goes skyward. And is that going to clear? No. Well, it's an effort from one player and not much effort from another one who says, well, I'm here. I could field that. I didn't have to move.
Yeah, it was a half-attempted catch here from Akshar Patel. He does get both hands at it, actually. And it spilled. You can see him flying into the shot there. Luckily for him, there was another fielder lurking, and he mopped up there. Go back to live.
You're right, Tina. I think that actually did go to hand.
Yeah.
Yeah, well, there you go. So almost. One more to come in the innings. The score is 65 for 6. One more, and we'll have a run chase on our hands and a total that's straight up in the air. Hunter wants this. He's got to make up a lot of ground. It's swirling, and he can't take a chance. It was a hot chance. Doesn't take the catch. And they're saying, no, we will not try to take another run. That's just all we're going to do. And that is just the 2 runs to finish. So 67 for 6 is going to be the final score after the 10 there. Gamblers, well, they've struggled at every point through this innings to get a cohesive little bit of a run fest on the board. In the end, that's not a run fest. That is definitely something that's problematic for them to defend.
Thought with that ball in the air they might have got to 66 for 6, but they did momentarily ran through for the extra 67 for 6.
That's right.
It's easily the lowest total we've seen in this Premier Division, and well, the Gamblers at the moment, they're looking like they might be facing their 3rd defeat on the spin. As for the Lisbon Capitals, it was a nice bowling innings from them, maybe a few too many extras for their high standards. There was 5 wides, but given that there was not much coming back at them from the Gamblers, they'll maybe want to clean that up a bit, but it was a good enough effort, and including that run out early on, that was the end of Amandeep Kokka, the wicket keeper. He departed for 4, and it was only really Mayank Darji at the top of the order who provided any sort of resistance until Usman and Kumar came in with a final flourish at the end. But it was that double blow from Ahmad Shafiq, the caught and bowled. That was the end of the captain, and then the very next ball, Ranjit Narayan goes for a golden derrick. LBW trapped in front. There we have it, stayed low, but it was a good call from the umpire. Took his time on the decision, but that's exactly the right thing to do, and the finger of doom goes up.
100% agree with that one. The Men in Black have done a pretty good job so far, and I agree. You know, this is the thing, and some people may say, well, some people will say that that was not a great fielding effort, and you'd be right to say that. Men in Black, they need to make that decision. Until they say not out or out, they're still deliberating. So give them a chance, and they will deliver their message to the fielders and to the scorers. So we keep the runs and the highlights going here. This was an LBW that confused the batter, but I think that's a good call, and I think you agreed at the time and said, well, we think the umpire's got that absolutely right.
Yeah, and that was the second golden duck we saw as well, Ravi Rulan going, as well as the duck we saw of the captain Jay Parkash. There was a few still chances for some drops in the field, but well, that was pretty comprehensive. There was absolutely no doubt about that. That was the end of the resistance of Mayank Darji, who, well, he batted number 1, but in fact, it wasn't until the 7th over that he fell. He was the 6th wicket to fall. He ended up actually being the final wicket to fall, as there was a late flourish off the bats of Khalid Usman and Ankit Kumar. They both remained unbeaten. Usman 15, Ankit Kumar 21. So, well, that partnership at the end was worth 37, so more than double the total score of the Gamblers SC. So those 2 batters, they can leave with their heads held high, as they posted a decent enough partnership to at least have some runs on the board for the Gamblers to defend, but you imagine it's going to be an uphill task against a strong Lisbon Capitals batting side. We take a look at probably not such a strong scorecard here, with Mayank Darji only resistance at the top of the order until that little partnership at the end, that little glimmer of hope between Khalid Usman and Ankit Kumar. Kumar finishing the top scorer, 21 off 11 deliveries. Good viewing for the bowlers here of Lisbon Capitals, and look at that, Ahmad Shafiq, 2 overs, 4 runs, 2 wickets. By far the outstanding figures there, but it's not too often that you're overshadowed when you have figures of 2 for 19 as Mitul Patel did, and 10 for 1 also in there. So there was some really nice bowling performances by the Capitals, but of course the job is only half done. They still need to get those 68 runs on the board to take the 3 points with them, and who knows, maybe even 4 points. I'm sure they'll be eyeing getting that small total in those 7 overs to take home the bonus point. Well, we'll be back in just a few minutes time for this run chase. It's match 9, ECS Portugal Premier 2025. You're on the European Cricket Network. I'm Tina Goff. Phil G will be joining me back here in the commentary igloo in just a couple of minutes for the run chase, so don't go away.
This European cricket event is proudly brought to you by HCL Software, Rado, 1xBet and Victorinox.
Hello, welcome back to this Match 9 ECS Portugal Premier Division 2025 here at sunny Santarém. And look at that glorious overhead shot. Not a cloud in the sky and green pastures for miles. And well, it's Gamblers SC at the halfway stage who are in a spot of bother. 67 they put on the board. So the Lisbon Capitals have every chance here of taking home all 4 points if they can chase down that modest total in 7 overs. Meanwhile, the Gamblers, don't bet against them quite yet, but the odds are not in their favour as they have to really limit the scoring of Lisbon Capitals to avoid leaving match 9 empty-handed. And well, it was a spirited display towards the end of that Gamblers innings as there was a slight fight back from Khalid Usman and Ankit Kumar, both remaining unbeaten. They put on a small partnership of 37. That was by far the biggest partnership of the innings and, well, more than doubled the score. They were in big danger as they came in at 30 for 6. And, well, they did a bit of a rescue job, but you'd imagine with this strong Lisbon Capitals lineup that it still won't be enough. Stranger things have happened, though, and it's up to Mayank Raval and Omar Mustafa to knock these runs off. They're not a given, but there's probably not two other batters you want out there at the crease. Omar Mustafa, he's got international experience. He's played for France. He's scored big runs against international opponents. Over 400 runs alone on the network last season. And he's already proved it in the 2 games so far for the Capitals. Scoring 68 in Game 3 and 57 in Game 5. So well over 100 runs for him in the 2 Capitals wins so far. Be Ahmed Shafiq, in fact, who is facing the first ball. The left-hander, who featured heavily in the night series. Was in fact the MVP in that series. As well, that first effort is spilt in the outfield. Luckily, Ankit Kumar was lurking behind to pick up the slack. As we see this one straight through the legs of Khalid Usman. Just about sums up the tournament for the Gamblers so far. Hasn't been going their way. They've lost their 2 games so far by quite heavy margins as well. 6 wickets was the margin against Marlo in Game 4, and then 23 runs this morning. That's how many runs they fell short of the chase against Gorkha. At the moment, you'd say they're staring down the barrel of 3 defeats on the bounce. But you know who else was defeated 3 in a row at the start of a tournament? Well, that was the Lisbon Supergiants, and they ended up winners of that Challenger division. So stranger things have happened, and the Gamblers maybe can take heart from that. But when you've got a batter like Omar Mustafa out there swinging from ball 1, it's hard to see any light at the end of the tunnel. All class Omar. Showing it again, showing why he's played on the international stage. And with the slight grizzly hunt going on there as umpire crew who has to do the fielding. It's a nice time to bring back Phil G, the other half of G-Force. How are you doing?
Hello there, Tina. Yeah, very good, thank you. Just watching umpire crew having to do the fielding there, wondering how did it come to this? It's probably thinking the same thing. Oh dear. It's leg side wide. Well, he gets his revenge there on the bowler. Going to scamper through for an extra one there. Yeah, just a little bit of sign to each other there. Just yeah, let's just didn't need to take that one. It's okay. I think that's is that Mustafa trying to get the attention of the dugout? Maybe he's got something wrong with his gear there. Not sure. Oh, Shafiqi backed up a long way there too. Really careful for that one. 6 of that loss, 2 balls bowled only. 62 required for 58. And you gotta say, Tina, when the run rate required is at 6.4 at the start of an innings, pretty confident to know how it's going to go. And that is going to be picked up inside the boundary line. So no boundary. And thrown back in. Just the single gets Shafiq on strike.
We already saw a big successful run chase early in the day, didn't we, from Arirush? And, well, the Capitals, they'll want to compete with the Swans at the top of the order and the top of the standings. And this is about as good a chance as any you could have to pick up those 4 points.
Oh, for sure. I'm not sure, but I'd be pretty confident to say that that score of 67 from Gamblers, it's been hit high. It's going to just bounce. Fielder didn't really want to attack that one, just happy to just watch her at pitches and then come and get there. And Nishant Verma, who in this morning's game, he was patrolling the point boundary. Now he's down here in front of us. Just to finish that thought, yeah, probably the lowest score, well, not just the lowest score, probably the only score in double digits, I want to say.
Definitely in this Premier Division. Marlo, they sneaked to 100 before they were bowled all out in 9.2.
Yeah.
But apart from that, I think the lowest score we've had is 103. Punjab CC Amadora, that was in match 7. And that was the one that was chased down in that 4-point win for ORS. And, well, it looks like this game will kind of be a carbon copy. As Omar Mustafa says hello to the cows in the next door field. That has gone an absolute mile.
My jaw hit the floor. That was that little clunk you might have heard in the sound wave. I couldn't believe how far that ball has gone. That has gone the proverbial mile.
I think not even just proverbial. I think that's an actual mile.
That is an actual mile. Get the tape measure out because that has gone a long way. That is probably the biggest hit. Well, it's the biggest hit I've seen. I know there was some big hits yesterday. You were saying there was one that went close to the scorer's box and one went beyond onto the road. That's right, onto the road. That one. Wow.
All class from Mustafa as well. He knew as soon as he hit that. He just looked away as if to be like, yep, I did that. And what an addition he is to the cap side, isn't he? He's international quality and showing it just in these 3 balls so far. And that's about as big a curse as I can give him, but he knows better.
Yep, there he is. There's the T10 wrap up there for the player. Let's see if he comes undone. And, of course, he doesn't because he just bunts that one away. So it's the end of the over. And well, that's a cracking good start there for the Lisbon Capitals. 27 matches since a golden ball. The last one we had was obviously Monday last week on the last match of the day. And we know that because we were there. And I'm sure most of you were there as well.
Well, I have a gut feeling, and it's not just the roast chicken. I have a gut feeling that that's going to tick over to 28. Don't see this one dazzling us with the GB, but you never know.
Well, it's I kind of agree with you there. I really couldn't see a GB coming in that. But this is European Cricket Network, and we never say it's over until it's actually over. The fight's never done till the fight is done, and that's the end of that. 14 for no loss after the first over, though. That's pretty emphatic. Good fielding there. Just gets his body behind that, turns it as it gets to him. Now he's holding his hand because he might have hurt his thumb. I hope it's nothing too serious there. Just he's still sort of gesturing to the ground and looking at his thumb. Maybe just came in with a bit of a rough bounce. There's a few little rough edges on the field here. It looks an absolute picture, but there's a couple of little spots where sometimes the ball can get up.
It's Harinder Singh that's come into the attack. That's a false delivery. He'll have to bowl that one again. And yeah, you just don't see at the moment the wickets catching up with the runs. And well, it's just the 54 runs needed. It's a runner ball. But look at that, even the equation on your screen there for the bonus point seems, well, easy work for these batters.
Slight miss hit there, just straight back to the bowler. I'm looking on the screen for the percentages of probability for the win. Has it been taken down? Or did I just blink and miss it? Not sure.
Yes, sometimes doing the calculating behind the scenes, and well, I think we can do the calculating ourselves in terms of, I think my hat is firmly in the caps ring.
I wouldn't be surprised if the computer has done 0 divided by 0 and it's just had a fit.
Yeah, the smoke coming from the neighbouring field is actually the supercomputer.
That's exactly what I was thinking, yes. Yeah, we had a bit of smoke in the neighbouring field, and there's a bit of smoke down the ground too as that ball races across the boundary line and across the rope. Shafiq there getting into position nice and early. That's a good shot through deep mid-wicket. Doesn't have to elevate, just punches through the field and gets a good reward.
I think we might be looking at the best opening pairing in the Premier Division maybe. Shafiq and Mustafa. They've got everything, haven't they? Left hand, right hand.
Yep. Good
communication, athleticism. So we see a bit of athleticism there in the outfield. Yep. And it's quite an intimidating batting lineup for the Lisbon Capitals. You can see why they're maybe one of the favourites in this Premier Division. Proved it so far, 2 wins out of 2.
Yeah, I'm pretty impressed with them so far. I totally agree with that. buoyed by their success in the night series. The first of their trophy wear ever was the trophy they received in the night series, and it was an absolute pleasure to watch them raise that up high and be very happy. Sunakumar Patel, the skipper, he was a little bit sheepish during the trophy ceremony, but once he got it in his hand, it all changed. And they're looking good here. 20 for no loss. And that is straight in and out. I don't think, nope, there's been no recovery. He popped it up in the air. And I thought maybe second bite of the cherry. Went straight to the fielder as well. Watch this. And bop. But he hit it up. I mean, there was a chance for a recovery, but not to be. That's just luck going your way.
Yeah, let's take a look at this again, because when it rains, it pours. And here, well, it rained down on him. Looked like he almost threw up the umbrella and got it, but it just landed safely behind him.
It obviously went very quick because the hand shot up in the air and all it could do was to cause the ball just to ricochet upwards. So it was clear that there was really just a reactionary sort of moment. It's a shame that it fell so far away because it could have been that second bite of the cherry. Well, Harinder Singh hasn't bowled with a lot of success here, and he's just again, the luck not running with him. And that has strayed onto the leg side, and that has been absolutely spanked out of the ground by Shafiq, who's got every bit of that. He's so strong on his pads, gets a lot of runs when it strays onto middle and leg, and has got no problem standing tall and doing this smack. That standing smack around the corner, he hits it really fine when he plays that sort of shot. Doesn't often go square, goes very fine with that hit. So let's have a look at the standings. Lisbon Capitals and the Gamblers are right in front of your eyes right now. You see how important this is for the Lisbon Capitals. 3 points gets them up to 9, and that run rate, their net run rate, superior to every other team out there, and so they would be sitting on top very pretty. Get them 4 points, and if they get 2 points ahead of Awarish, again, it's that net run rate. And if they get this with the 4 points, that means they've chased it in 7, and their net run rate is going to just even kick on even further.
Yeah, and the Gamblers, meanwhile, they'll be only going in one direction. It's at the moment a race to the bottom between them and Punjab CC Amadora. But of course, Punjab CC, they've got one more chance in that final game of today. They'll come up against Marlo, which will be a tough game for them, but at least they have the chance then to get more points on the board, which won't be the case for Gamblers. That'll be their day done after this game.
That's right, 41 needed from 30 deliveries. Run rate required 8.2. It looks like it should be a cakewalk for Lisbon Capitals. Stranger things have happened. Said it before, I'll say it again. Stranger things have indeed happened in this contest. That's been launched. It's coming down into the hands, outside the hands of the player. Never looked like in control at no point. And when you're moving like that constantly, especially running away from the middle of the pitch, that is almost an impossible catch.
Yeah, it's actually a good effort there from Nishant Verma, who covers an enormous amount of ground to even get anywhere near that. And when you're almost running blind down the hill, you've just got to put your faith in the cricket gods. And he throws his hands out and doesn't get near it in the end. I'm not sure he lays a glove on it. Either way, it drops safely. And I think they just take the one off that one.
Yeah, it's a tough catch. You see them. When you see the catches taken, the ones where they're running back like that. If it's taken, it's an absolute miraculous catch. It's amazing. But you're right. That's not sure he really got anything on that one. Usman continues, and that's going to be leg side. Shafiq getting down on the knee for the big slog sweep over a backward square leg. Cannot connect though. 29 for no loss in the third at the moment.
I think Gamblers are maybe just missing those one or two star players that the Caps most certainly have. The two that are out there at the moment are among them. I mean, Khalid Usman, he's bowling still in the power play, and he's not got much experience bowling on the network. And, well, that's a good piece of fielding, actually. Nishant Verma makes sure to get something and everything behind that. He's still suffering the effects of that knee slide on that catch. Yeah, maybe Gamblers SC just lacking a bit of experience.
I think it's a fair comment. I really think that that's exactly what it is. They haven't been able to get maybe their best 11 out there, and haven't been able to put their best foot forward, to use that weird vernacular. But they just look like they're missing 2 or 3 real guns. Thick edge just rolls ever so slowly to that man in that run-saving / catching position inside the circle at third man. It's a good position to have. Been discussing about that all day. Also, there's looks like fine leg is warming up, maybe trying to say skip a row and have a bowl. Shouts to how's that, because that's missed everything. Umpire Crute has a good look, and then he delivers his verdict of not out. Have a look at this one more time. What do you think?
That was a desperate appeal, wasn't it? And probably just on the spin, spinning into the batter and probably spinning down leg side. A good appeal.
Yep.
The double teapot, always good to see. Surefire sign of dissatisfaction, but I think satisfied with that call from umpire Crute.
Yeah, I would agree with that too. Just on the face of it, it looked like it was going to continue down past leg stump. Good call from umpire Crute. I agree. We continue in. Osman, he's got 3 balls. No, he's got 2 balls left in this over. Well, that's pretty emphatic, and that is Maximo into the dugout area, and then some. Races now the score to 36. Look at this one again. Just sits up. It actually gets up a lot higher. The length I thought was going to be okay, but it just popped up. And Mustafa just adjusts here.
I think that's the mark of an international player as well, is that they're so quick to pick up length. And even that one, because of the lack of speed on the ball from Usman, it was just a tiny bit short, and that was enough for Omar Mustafa to say, yeah, I'm going to go back and I'm going to smoke it into the next field. And he's a real class act, and well, it's looking like a real class performance from the Lisbon Capitals as they move to 36. And they're just deliberating whether there's 1 ball left. There is a bit of a false declaration of the end of the power play because, well, the gamblers still have to get through this 1 ball. Their misery is compounded, especially if this one finds the rope.
See if Khalid can keep this nice and tight. He gets a dot ball. Well done. Good work from the bowler there to get a dot ball to put a full stop on the end of the power play. Now it's the end of the power play, and that is not bad. They're not in a rush to chase the score down at the moment, but they absolutely do not need to be. And Lisbon Capital is well in control.
And look at that. Overs went for 14 and 13. And that would already make it the second and third highest scoring overs if you compare that to the gamblers. Who just had that slight fight back actually towards the end, and it could have looked a lot worse if it weren't for the comeback. It was Usman and Kumar who put on a little late flurry. 36 runs to the total, otherwise they could have been staring down a total maybe 50 or less.
Yeah, you're right. There was one point, I think it was maybe end of the 6th over. I got a feeling it was they were around sort of 20s or 30s, and for a moment, yeah, you thought 60, 50 something possibly. It wasn't looking good at any time. Looking real problematic, and it still looks like a problem when you're only chasing, well, 68 for the win, 47 for the bonus point as well. I mean, let's just remember that bonus point should be collected in the next over in a bit possibly. They've already got 36. Run rate required is exactly 8 per over, and Darji gets a bowl. He's going to see if he can do something with his left armers. He's hit straight down the ground. It's going to land just a little bit to the side of the tent here. Well, actually, no, it's quite a fair way to the side. It's the other side of the scaffolding. I was watching the body language of the player who just stopped. Didn't want to chase that one. And that is a big Maximo. That is Shafiq, who is helping himself here to a bundle of runs.
The gamblers are just offering the points on a plate at the moment to the Capitals. And, well, the Capitals are tucking in Shafiq and Mustafa neck and neck almost at the moment, 20-19.
Well, Darji's just put that one to the top of leg stump, short, and I'm surprised that wasn't belted out of the park and into the next universe, because that sat up for probably way too long for a bowler to be comfortable. Just crash. Unbelievable. But it's been put away for 4, and that's the important thing. So that is 6 and 4. As Darji gets taken a little bit to the cleans here in the first 2 balls. And Shafiq, like I said, helping himself to a few runs. He is now 24 off 10.
Well, if the gamblers want to win with a bonus point, they need 10 wickets for the loss of not a single run more. Well, there's one of them.
There you go. Well, Shafiq has completely missed that one. It was probably a little bit quicker, and it was a bit straighter as well. One more time. Yep, just completely missed it. A little bit of a fist bump there as well. Just a silly rash shot there.
I think it hits a bit of pad on the way through as well.
Yeah, I think so too. Just brushes the pad. Anyway, Silver Fox, sly, cunning, and calculating, gets a wicket.
Yeah, pops out of his foxhole to at least get his name on the scoreboard. Well, Mayank Darji, he's wondering what the other 10 players are doing because he's trying to do it all by himself. 19 with the bat opening up, and when he comes in here, he does get hit for 10 off his first 2 deliveries, but comes back with a nice comeback ball. And it was just a case of the batter, Ahmed Shafiq, just probably being a bit too early on it. He saw the ball, his eyes lit up, he thought he'd go for the 3rd boundary in a row, but he just goes instead for 24 off 11. Still, job half done for the Capitals. 22 runs needed, and well, 3.5 overs to do it to get that bonus point.
Yeah, maybe Shafiq's eyes lit up because he thought this was in the same place that the previous ball came into. But anyway, he's definitely in the book with a wicket now, as you say, Darji. And Aslan Safar comes out. It's his chance to try to assist Mustafa to get the final runs. Only 22 from 21 required. Make that 22 from 20 required for the bonus point, that is. That's for the just for the bonus point. Run rate required of 6.6. For the win, it's 22 from plenty. Oh, there could be a bit of trouble there. No. No, it's funny watching Darji's body language. He put the appeal up, then he dropped it almost straight away. Watch this, he goes, how's that? And then, yeah, you're right, okay, all right. It was almost like just resigning himself to the fact that was a little bit ambitious. Tossed up and deep down the throat of Verma, who takes another good outfield catch. Well, a bit of a sting in the tail, a bit of a story that's not yet been decided on. That's another wicket down in this over.
Yeah, the Gamblers are trying to deal themselves a new hand here, and it's Nishant Verma whose hands are there to take that catch, and 2 wickets in the over for Mayank Darji. That is the end of the over as well, so the Capitals will finish after 46 for 2, and well, I don't think necessarily the points are in danger or the win is in danger, but they do want to keep an eye on that bonus point because, well, as we saw in the Challenger Series, every point can be important. Run rate, of course, also important. And a few needless wickets in that over, especially when you've got Omar Mustafa still out there. And, well, he'll face the first delivery of the 5th as we take a look at the worm. Well, that golden line is almost irrelevant, but they don't want to start shooting themselves in the foot to the Capitals.
No, they do not. They don't want that that line to trend any more steeper downwards would just be not good. Because, yeah, if they lose this is a great opportunity for a bonus point. Great opportunity for all 4. They wouldn't want to let that slip through their fingertips. Shouts of catch it, catch it, catch it. So animated out there now. The Gamblers have got a couple of wickets. And, yeah, if you're the Lisbon Capitals, you'd just be saying, guys, settle. We don't have to hit ourselves out of trouble because we're not in trouble. That's the message I'd be saying as captain. We're not in trouble. We don't have to hit out. Don't revert to type and try to go cross-bat with every delivery. Rahul Huda, he gets to face his first delivery. See what he can do here. Just hits it into the covers, no run. Narayan bowling. He's the second of the more experienced gentlemen in the Gamblers side.
Is that a euphemism for silver foxes?
I didn't want to go there again. I just thought I'll try something different. Comes in again. Has to really stretch to reach that one. It goes elevated and good work on the boundary. Stops that one from going any further, but can't prevent 2. 2 more to the score.
A slight rebuild here. Not that there was too much of a collapse, just the 2 wickets. But we'll just keep an eye on that over 8, just ticking over. Remember, for the bonus point, they have to achieve the total by the 7th. And, well, we're not even at the halfway stage, so 19 runs needed. 33 balls left in the entire innings, but there it is at the bottom of the screen, 19 off 15 for the bonus point.
There he goes leg side now, and there's straight to the fielder who gets it and fires it back in, just the one. It gets Mustafa back on strike. He's probably feeling, I'm left out of the fun here because all the action's been happening while I've been watching. Give me a chance to get back and see if I can do something here. And I'd be doing that. If I was the new batter walking out there, I'd be saying to Mustafa, just give me a chance to push it for 1. Let's get you on strike and let's get you to do what you do best.
Yeah, and if I were Mustafa, I'd be really just guiding this run chase now. He's got the experience. He's been in this position before. He's been in high pressure situations before. Yeah. And he just needs to kind of take the fight out of the Gamblers and make sure the fielders know exactly who's on top here.
Yeah, 1 more to come in this, the 5th. 51 for 2. Just been clipped away on the leg side. Straight to a fielder who comes in, keeps it to just 1 run. So 52 for 2 will be the score at the end of 5. Narayan, he bowls his 2 overs, so 20 runs. Not too bad. Didn't pick up a wicket. And for the bonus, it's only 16 from 2 overs for the bonus point. So let's see if they can do that to get all 4 points in this match number 9.
I'd be bowling Mayank Darji again here, and it looks like there will be because, well, again, it's kind of the same situation we had as yesterday where the game has more or less gone, but it's still on the line in terms of the bonus point.
Yep.
So we also take a look at the upcoming events. Lots of excitement to come, and that's just, what, the next 5 weeks on the channel. We've seen that big calendar for 2025. I'm sure we'll show that a lot of times throughout this week. Just to remind you how much cricket's coming on the channel as we go back to live.
One question I would have for the Gamblers lineup right now is Nitin Kamboj. Why hasn't he had a bowl yet? That's unless maybe he's a little bit under the weather. Maybe he had a big lunch. Maybe they're saving him. That's could be multiple reasons. As that goes, just a bit of a fumble there. Still a bit of a fumble. It took about 3 attempts to pick up that one. It's like a bar of soap down there at part of the ground. Actually, to be fair, we've seen a lot of people slip over from that part of the ground on both sides of the line. And now we're seeing a fielder who cannot seem to pick up this slippery bar of soap. Look at this. So it's 1, 2, 3, 4. There we go. Now I've got it.
We need to christen that area the slip zone, because we've seen quite a few going down that hill, disappearing from our vision as well. They're on the screen and then they've gone.
Yeah. Elevated and into the hands of the fielder, who gestures upwards and says, that's really hard to take that catch because I've got the sky above him, then he runs in front of me, and that was really difficult. You're taking the catch, man. Be happy. Come on. I know it's happy plays for a different team, but you should be at least positive about that when he was just gesturing and looking for a disagreement there. Watch this. It's in, it's taken, and then it's, the sky, and then you came in front of me and the ground, and, you know, I've got bills to pay when I get home, and, you know, I think I left the oven on when we left this morning, all sorts of things. But the bottom line is it's 55 for 3, and another wicket does fall. It's Rahul Huda. So Mustafa is still out there, and that's good for Lisbon Capitals. They just need to settle here. They don't need many, and they've got plenty to play with here.
Well, Khalid Usman was taking the catch. Looked like he was directing traffic there, but it was a safe pair of hands in the end. And, well, Lisbon Capitals, of course, they're still well in front here, but just a slight wobble maybe. They haven't hit a boundary for a good, well, what's that? 2 overs combined. So the previous boundary was the second ball of the 4th. So a nice little fight back from the Gamblers, even if it is a little too late. But look at that equation for the bonus point. 12 needed off 9.
They've kind of made this a little bit tougher for them to get the bonus point now, which is bewildering. But all credit if they get this one in their favour, and they do. Wow, this is quite astonishing. So Mustafa is given LB leg before wicket. He's got 21 on the board, but his day is done now as well. Watch this, big looping round arm, straightening, and for me, I think that's drifting down leg. Oh, what did you think, Tina, on that second view, the third view now? I think that's, yeah, very excited indeed.
He must have given it on the appeal there, because look at that. That was absolute pleading of the highest order. And, well, there's a bit of a question there, because you kind of saw, certainly off stump, a fair chunk of middle as well, whether it was just going to slide down.
Yeah, we'll have one more look at this one. Just make it up for yourself. What do you think? It's looping, it's big. It pitches probably about middle, don't you reckon?
Yeah, it's just when you see that middle stump, you've always got to think, well, that leg stump's not too far away from the middle. And, well, that left arm round angle as well.
Yeah.
Possibly straightening. It's hard to tell how much is straightening because, obviously, it bounces quite full. So we go back to live here.
Clubbed. In the air, shouts to catch it, can't catch it, 6 runs. So That's, well, that puts paid to what we've just been talking about just then with that LBW decision. Because in the book is out, LBW, we could debate and discuss and critique the decision. We won't, because we haven't got time for that, because there's a game here that's still hanging in the balance. Although I'm pretty confident to say I know how it's going to end up. Lisbon Capitals need 6 from 7 for the bonus point. Darji comes on and gets a 4-fer. Almost gets 5-fer. It almost gets through. And that's going to run away for another boundary. So Arshad comes in and says, look, enough of this. I'm under instructions from the skipper to get this game done.
Yeah, it wasn't exactly where he wanted it to go, but all runs count. And well, that suddenly, that 10 at the end, that flourish from the 6th over means it's just the 2 runs needed. And well, they've got 6 balls to do it for the bonus point, 24 to do it in total. And well, it's not the prettiest of scorecards, actually, is it, for the Lisbon Capitals? A nice opening partnership of 46 before Shafiq fell. But they've made a bit heavy work of this pretty modest total of 67, 68 target.
I was thinking exactly that. They've made really tough work of a job that looked like it was pretty straightforward. I mean, I know you're still going to get the runs. You're still playing against bowlers who are trying to get you out and fielders who are trying to stop you from scoring runs. But you're chasing 68 and 10 overs. You start with a run rate under 7. And you've got a quality batting team as well. They really have made hard work of this one. You're absolutely right, Tina. See what happens now in the next over. And that has been tee shot out of the park. And that is a big, massive hit. We are done here. The win is now on the board, so the Lisbon Capitals do indeed beat the Gamblers by 6 wickets. They do it inside of 7, so that means that is all 4 points to Lisbon Capitals. So finally, mercifully, the job is done, and a good win. A win is still a good win, and they'll be happy about that. The Gamblers, handshakes all around with the Men in Black, as they'll have a think about their tournament, where they're going to go next. But Lisbon Capitals, they turn up today for the 1 match, and they get the win.
Well, if we asked them before the game, do you want to win this game with 4 points, they'd say, yes, thank you very much, we'll take that, and that is what will happen. Doesn't quite tell the story of the game, though, as we look ahead to the 5th and final game of the day, match 10 between Punjab CC Amadora, winless so far against Marlo. Well, they've picked up a win today. They're 2 wins, 1 loss so far. It looks like, well, Simranjeet Singh, he is listed there for Punjab CC. We know he took a blow earlier in the day with that big hefty hit to the wrist. We'll see how he comes out, but before we talk too much about that game, it's coming up in about half an hour's time. We can take a look at the highlights, and it was a curious little innings from the Lisbon Capitals, wasn't it? In the end, they come home comfortably after 6.1 overs. We thought, well, this is going to be done in a few overs, when it was Ahmad Shafiq and Omar Mustafa teeing off from the very beginning. They got to 46 before it was Shafiq who lost his wicket. That was a chance early on. That could have changed things, but I think really the Gamblers were up against it from the start when they were only defending 68 for the win.
Yeah, with that opening stance, it really felt that full control, Lisbon Capitals full control absolutely in this run chase, and it really seemed quite academic. Then suddenly the pair of Silver Foxes came to the party and said, well, can we have a bit of a say in this? And there was a wicket there. Just previous ball had been taken to the boundary, and that was a very similar delivery. Then the miss hit down the ground. Verma takes another good outfield catch to add to his several catches he took in the earlier game today. And then things sort of slid a little bit the wrong way. There's some good work in the outfield. The Gamblers started to stand up a little bit here, which, you know, good for them, good for the Spirits.
It was a nice little 4-fer as well from Mayank Darji to add to his 19 at the top of the order. He would have put his hand up for player of the match. In the end, it does go to Shafiq. And, well, no one can argue with that, as he picked up 2 wickets in the first innings. And, well, there was that big old appeal. Tight LBW decision. We think it was a fair call. And, well, that was one of 4 wickets that Darji got. He was actually the only one of the Gamblers bowlers to pick up any. And that was a nice little cameo for him, given that he didn't come in until the 4th over when the game was almost wrapped up in a bow.
Yeah.
And then, well, a final flurry. The game in the end was finished with a 6-4-6. Jay Parkash, he, well, maybe saved his teammates by coming on to bowl just that one delivery which was hit to the boundary. In the end, a comprehensive win for the Capitals, but they'll want to just put away those attacking, batting frailties a little, because when they come up against tougher tasks, they'll be challenged somewhat. And, well, it was a nice opening partnership, we said, those two are probably the two strongest, or certainly up there as the best opening pair. But so far, Huda didn't really challenge the scorers too much. And in the end, well, it was an easy enough finish to get over the line, but still work, I think, to be done. Improvements for the Capitals going into the latter stages of this tournament.
No, I totally agree with that assessment. It's not the kind of win where they would be all, yelling, cheery and jeering and making a whole lot of, sort of obnoxious noise about, look what we did. If anything, I would think they would walk off and they would say, let's have a talk about what happened there.
Yeah.
Because we were in full control. Look at that, 46, 46, 55, 56. And suddenly 4 wickets to Mayank Darji, 4 for 24. Just sort of put the cat amongst the pigeons just for a few minutes. And for me, the win was always on for Lisbon Capitals. I don't think you could really say that was threatening that they wouldn't lose the game. But to make such a tall, a rough task of something which should have been a smooth outcome, I was surprised.
Agreed. And, well, it was still a big win in the end for the Capitals. They take home all 4 points, and that's a good day in the office for them. Of course, they only had that one game today, but they took all 4. Couldn't have done possibly anything more to increase their chances, and of course they fly to the top of the order as well. They move on to a big 10 points.
That's right. So well done to them. They do pick up the win in all 4 points, and we look ahead to Punjab CC Amadora taking on Marlo. That match starting in about half an hour's time, and that means that Tina and I will be back in about 23 and a half, maybe 24 minutes time, back here in the Igloo to welcome you back and to talk you through the very start of this team. 2 very well-known teams to the Portuguese domestic scene, and probably also a bit of international as well there, because you get a few international players playing for these 2 clubs. So that's it for now. We'll put a pin in that, and this is Phil G for the European Cricket Network saying go away, grab a drink, come back, sit down, get relaxed, and see through the final game today with us. Match number 10 coming your way in 28 minutes and about 24 seconds from now. We'll see you shortly.
This European cricket event is proudly brought to you by HCL Software, Rado, 1xBet and Victorinox.
Recanto escalabitano, rico de história e espiritualidade. Azulejo que a tua história proclama, que enche de vida a mais bela cidade. Tejo que te banha e que a lesíria fortalece, brindando-nos de sabor que tão bem oferece. Campino, que te dá cor, movimento e união. Pelas mãos que sentem e sabem o melhor da região. Resiliência e união. Sendo a tua primazia, ruge de pulmões cheios a tua bela sinfonia. Santarém, de paixões, sabores e tradições. Santarém, de portas abertas ao futuro.
So welcome to the Santarém Cricket Ground here for match number 10. It's a big game coming up. It's going to be Marlo taking on the old enemy, Punjab CC Amadora, and I can't wait for this one. This is one of my favourite tussles here between two very well-known teams here in Portugal. Can't wait for this one to start. So let's get across to Stefan Gooch. He's got the captains for the all-important coin toss. Let's take it away, Stefan.
Mileage call.
Head.
Heads is called. Tails.
We ball first.
Good luck. All the best. Have a good game. Good luck.
Thank you.
Punjab Amadora won the toss. They're bowling.
So there you have it. Punjab CC Amadora, they do win the toss and they are going to have a bowl first in this match 10 of this European Cricket Series here in Portugal, the Premier Division. Hope you've enjoyed the Premier action so far. It's the last match of today, match number 10, as I said, here at day 2. It's been a great day of action as well. There's been a few interesting results happening. And you know what? Punjab CC Amadora, they need to go home with a win tonight. And going into the rest of this competition, zip and 4, it'll be so difficult for them to battle their way into the finals for next Friday. For Marlo, they had a great win earlier today. If they can get back-to-back wins, then they put themselves up towards the top spot of the standings, and they're going to be very happy if that can happen. Well, let's see how the action goes now, because it's the final match here on day number 2. It's over to Tina Goff. Tina, the news from the toss is that Punjab CC Amadora, they won the toss. They're going to have a bowl first, and it's a critical match for them coming up.
It is indeed a critical match here, match 10 of the Premier Division 2025 at the glorious Santarém Cricket Ground. We're here, ECS Portugal. Lovely to have you with us as the sun slowly sets over the SCG, but still plenty of cricket to come in this match 10 as we take a look at the scorecards. And well, Punjab CC Amadora, they've made no changes. You often say, why change a winning formula in this case? Well, they haven't won yet, and they're hoping it'll be 4th time lucky. Raul Imran leading his side out for their 4th game of this tournament. Marlo also unchanged. We've seen both of these sides already today, and it's Captain Mian Shahid who we'll probably see with the ball. But meanwhile, it's Punjab CC Amadora who won the toss. They elected to bowl, so we'll see them trotting out here in their black and red strips as they look to finally get a tick in the win column, as they, along with Gamblers SC, are the only two teams that have yet to pick up a win. They both have picked up at least a few consolation bonus points on the way, but it's not surprising based on the form of these two sides to see Marlo with their noses ahead on the win predictor. 57% plays 43%, but we know sometimes that win predictor, well, it can be right, it can also be very wrong, and Punjab CC will be hoping to prove the win predictor, prove the odds wrong, as they look to go 4th time lucky. Well, they didn't pick up a single point. It was 4 points that they gave to Awareness earlier today. Game 7 they lost by 8 wickets, and it was quite a chastening loss as well, as they put on 103, certainly a below par score off their 10 overs, and the Swans chased it down with 4 overs to spare in the 7th, meaning that they took home all 4 points. Punjab CC left that one empty-handed, and today, this evening, is their final chance of picking up points today. Meanwhile, for Marlo, it's been a successful day for them so far, as they beat Gorkha by a comfortable 5 wickets in the end in match 8. Noteworthy match as that ended. The final 5 runs scored through penalty runs, as the first ball is bowled here in the Portugal sun. The ball was bowled by Kumar, who has the ball in hand. Just played away into the offside there. It's Amandeep Singh and Azim Sarwar opening the batting for Marlo. It was a strange one earlier between Marlo and Gorkha 11. It was just such a slow, pedestrian fielding innings from Gorkha that they were beaten not only by Marlo but also by the clock. And, well, if it weren't for the penalty runs, I'm sure Marlo would have trotted to victory nonetheless. But a curious end to that game. Marlo will hope that the second part of this doubleheader also goes their way. They've just recorded the 1 loss so far in this in the Premier Division. And that was quite a big loss as well. They were bowled out for 100 in game 2. Lost by 37 runs to Awareness. And warm welcome back to everyone in the chat, as we have an appeal on the field here. I think it's probably too high, also going down leg. They run through for a leg by, and, well, head on hands moment there for all the fielders, because I think that was pretty close to a direct hit run out. It was certainly not close to an LBW, and there was a bit of hesitation there from the batter, and yeah, well, he would have been well gone if that was a direct hit, and you can see exactly what Adnan Ali thinks of that. A good effort. It could have been an early wicket, and what a start that would have been for Punjab CC. As it is, they jog through for a single leg bite. That's a big booming wide down leg side. The keeper there, Gagandeep, did well to get anything on it just to stop that ball flying for an inevitable 5 runs. And they just sticks out a paw there. And it's Adnan Ali who almost affected that run out, who mops up. There'll certainly be a wide, as they have to re-bowl that one. That's a big swing through mid-wicket, but it's actually stopped well by Captain Rao Imran in tandem there with Parveen Singh. And, well, this has not been a too bad start actually for Punjab CC. The ball hasn't found the rope yet. And apart from that one wide, they've managed to keep it quite close. They had that tight, almost direct hit run out. Warm welcome to everyone joining in the chat for this final game of the day. Lovely to have you with us. And of course, it is random question time, so anything's on your heart for both, well, either me or Phil. As that one comes towards us in the commentary igloo, is going to go all the way. And just as I said, this was a tidy start for Punjab CC. I put the mockers on them because the next delivery goes all the way for the first maximo of the innings, and it's off the bat of Amandeep Singh. Just a lovely swish through the line there from Singh. Random questions, bring them in for me or Phil, G-Force or anything else. Anything on your heart or mind on this sunny Sunday. Well, there's something on Amandeep Singh's mind, and that's I'm going to hit the ball as far and as long as I can, and he's gone back-to-back 6s. That one probably even bigger than the first, as he just sits back on that delivery from Anil Kumar. And well, it's a bit of a stand and deliver hit there. Goes all the way to the rope, and what started off quite promising from Punjab CC ends in a double 6. That takes us to the end of the first. Marlo 17 for no loss. So we'll take a quick look of where we are in this mammoth tour of Portugal. Challenger series in the can, Lisbon Supergiants lifted that trophy just 2 days ago. It feels like a lifetime ago, but here we are in the middle of this Premier Division, finishing with the final on Friday. And then, well, don't adjust your sets because we're going straight into some international action between Portugal and Norway. Both men's and women's, 2 days of T10s, followed by 3 days of T20Is. So all action here at the Santarém cricket ground. And well, if the sun continues to beat down on us, then we'll be very happy and we'll be treating you to an absolute feast of cricket. Gurjit Singh, he's treated us to a wide ball on his first delivery. Wicketkeeper Gagandeep has been flying left and right. Did well again to stop any more damage to the scorebook. And now as good a time as any to welcome back my partner in crime, Phil G. Can come back after this ball, give you one more break. Well, we're still trying to get the second over off to a start. It started off with 2 wides, but I'll introduce you nonetheless. For the final time, I'll introduce you. How you doing?
Thank you very much. Doing well. Yeah, I was just holding my breath there to see if that delivery was going to be a legit delivery or we get a break or what was going to happen. That was well played out. Thank you, Tina. Yeah, thank you for that. Welcome back. Yes, doing very well indeed as we head into this last game of day number 2.
That one flies away, not the place where Asim Sarwar wanted to hit it, and certainly not where Gurjit Singh wanted the ball to end up, and that's at the rope. There was a fielder there, kind of a short, fine leg, and it went away to him and ping off the shin. That's going to hurt the ego, it's going to hurt the leg, and it hurts the scorecard as well as Marlo move up to 23. That was actually still the first ball of the second after those duo of wides.
I think Gurjit Singh is thinking about the fielder there, saying, "Good, should have stopped it. Don't use your shins. If you do, it's going to hurt."
Yeah, it certainly does hurt. Oh, it's a well-directed Yorker. We've got the left-hand, right-hand combination here of Singh and Sarwar.
Yeah, it was a well-directed Yorker, that one. Really nice one into the block hole. Just clips it out, and skipper Raul Imran there in the covers to try to prevent that one. Usually that's his place to field, either in the cover or at deep cover if he feels the need to drop back.
That one is slightly over-pitched, and it's been given the treatment. It's going to skip 1 bounce for 4. And that one, well, it's over-pitched, but I think he'll be all right. It was just a low full toss. It probably wasn't troubling the no-ball column, but, I mean, you wouldn't want to go too much higher there, as we see that on replay. Great replay there by 2 circles. And well, it was given the treatment nonetheless.
Yeah, true. I like this open combination too of Amandeep Singh and that man Sarwar as well. It's a really good aggressive move by Marlo.
Aggressive, and also the left-hand, right-hand, as we see some all-fours fielding there. It was a good first stop initially. He had to slide round to his left, and that Grizzly threatens to crawl away from him, and he says, "Come back here." Good stop, and then 1, 2, 3, shuffle, and gets it in. Good fielding out there in the deep.
Come back here, you. Where do you think you're heading off to? That's exactly what he was saying. Hey, good to note that Simranjit Singh is out there. He was clapping during the warm-up, so that's a good sign for him, having got that really bad blow. And that is a tremendous blow, that one. That's gone over us, and that's gone way back.
Yeah, nothing can be done to stop that one. It's Gurjit Singh who's taken some punishment here in the second over. Asim Sarwar lined that one up and just hit it long and straight. And that takes him into double figures. It takes Marlo to 35. Still 1 ball left of the second. This is a solid power play from them so far.
Yeah, this is terrific stuff. Just saw DB in the chat saying to everyone out there watching, if you like what you're watching, like and subscribe. Definitely get subscribers to the European Cricket Network. There's so much in the library of our YouTube channel. There is just every single game going way back. Anything you want to watch, it's all there for you.
Absolutely. And, well, you might want to watch that one back because that was a lovely shot from Asim Sarwar. He goes back-to-back boundaries. That one doesn't quite clear the rope, but I'm sure he'll be happy with his ball's work as that one pivots along. 4 runs, takes Marlo to 39, takes Sarwar to 16. That's also at the end of the over, 39 for no loss. And, yeah, not only the YouTube channel, also take a look at all our social media channels, TikTok, Instagram. There's some great clips on all of those. Entertainment for hours as we take a look at the hours of entertainment we've offered so far, which means that, well, Punjab, CC Amadora, they're not too entertained at the moment, sitting at the bottom of the table. But a win here, they could slowly climb their way up. They certainly don't want to finished day 2 of this tournament 0-4.
So true. It's interesting that every team has now played 3 games, and this is obviously the 4th game for these two teams. You see it there in the centre. But with every team already playing 3, it's interesting where the ladder is sitting right now. And at the end of tomorrow night, it's going to be more interesting as we turn at the halfway point. So that'll be 15 group games done. And that's going to tell us a little bit more about how things can end up. Well, I'll tell you how that's ended up. Adnan Ali has smashed into the stumps with an absolute ripper there. Got rid of Amandeep Singh. Bang. Lovely delivery.
Yeah, nice delivery there. Adnan Ali straight into the attack and straight into the wickets. And you can see how much that one meant to him. Just a bit of a length ball. And I think Amandeep Singh is pretty fuming with himself that he's let that one go through. Because it was a good enough ball. It was hitting the stumps. Any ball that hits the stumps is a good one, but he just swung hard, missed it entirely. And look at that celebration. Ooh. Fired up, Adnan Ali.
Oh, he was. He ran down the pitch. He just gave a little glance towards Amandeep Singh just while he was hooting and hollering. And there's a bit of a confab going on there in the centre, and now it's been breaking up. And Punjab CC Amadora saying, well, that is someone we had to see the back of.
Yeah, it just tailed in a little, didn't it? Maybe Amandeep Singh was waiting for it to tail away, but he's a big scalp. Portuguese national team player. He got a lot of runs in the night series.
Oh, yeah.
79 not out. Over 1,500 runs on the network, so I don't blame Adnan Ali for giving it the big old celebration. And, well, when you get a wicket off your first ball as well, you have every right to be a bit fired up.
I think so too. One of the first times I saw Amandeep Singh bat was in the night series in 2024, and he got a 98. And he was stuck on 98 for an entire over, and then the innings closed.
Oh dear.
He was going for a couple of runs on the final. They completed the first. Guess what? He got run out on the second.
No.
He did. He was absolutely gutted. Literally had about 5 dot balls in that last over and just couldn't, for love of money, get bat on ball, having batted so well for 9 overs. Oh, I felt so bad for him.
Well, here's a guy that batted well in the previous game. Najam Shahzad. He gets a juicy full toss in the first delivery that he faces, and again we're gonna have to look at it on the side. I think probably okay, and yeah, it's just dipping, and it's a nice delivery for Najam Shahzad to get his eye in, but I think he's probably already got his eye in after he scored 42 off just 20 deliveries in that game just 2 games ago against Gorkha that they won by those penalty runs, but they did win by 5 wickets.
Need to apply the old X-ray vision to see through Parveen Singh as he just moved in front of the camera there. But yeah, you can see that it was dying on its trajectory. And good shout that, and good call as well. 43 for 1. Shahzad on 4 with that lovely strike to get off the mark.
That time is a swing and a miss. Good time to say hello to everyone in the chat. And we've got a few questions in already. Deborah Hall says, this is obviously for you, Phil. Loved your awesome pineapple shirt on Friday, celebrating Peacock Friday, followed by a tropical shirt today. Is this a new you?
Absolutely not. I can tell you for starters that the pineapple shirt was obviously my original Peacock Friday shirt for the night series. I forgot to pack it though.
Oh dear.
Instead I had this one.
Well, I like it. I suppose, was that your first and only Peacock Friday last Friday, or have you got one coming up?
No, that's it. That's all I've got. Because me and
Vinny are on finals day, aren't we? So
I'm flying next Friday.
We have a Peacock Friday each, so I'll have to pull out all the stops this Friday to try and compete with Vinny. We know he's incomparable, difficult to keep up with him, especially on Peacock Friday, but I'll do my best. I'll pick up the mantle for G-Force.
Thank you. It means a lot. Actually, Vinny gave me the win. He said, Phil, you've got me today. I'll give you the points.
I think it was a victory on points. Well, that's going to be a victory for any Baximo fans out there.
Indeed. Oh, no, it's a 4. Thought that might have carried. The umpires had a little confab there as well, and there was a nod, and the 4 indicated, so that is...
comfortably in, actually. Well, I'll let you into a little secret. We can't actually see the rope the other side of that boundary because it goes up the hill, back down the hill. And, well, we'll trust the technology and, more importantly, trust the umpires on field there. As that one goes for a Binimo. Yeah. And it's Asim Sawa who motors along 20 off 8 deliveries. There's still 1 ball left of this power play. Can they crack the 50 before the 3 overs are up? Oh, it's hit hard. There's a man out there and it bursts through his hands. And it goes in and it goes straight back out. And is that the previously injured Simranjit Singh?
Yes.
Who puts his head on his hands there, feeling, well, it looks no ill effects of that prior injury. I did see him walking around with a bit of an arm brace, or at least ice on his arm earlier. Looks like he's recovered from that, threw the ball in anger, and well, they run through in the end. That is also the end of the over, the end of the power play. Marlo just losing the 1 wicket. They don't quite crack the 50, but they end up on 49 for 1. I'd say a solid power plays effort for them. As we take a look at some of the other random questions, Johnny comes in, and this was probably on the back of the lovely Santarem video. Have either of you tried one or more of those lovely cakes yet? Well, you went on a bit of a culinary exploration yesterday, didn't you?
Yeah, I kind of think we might have already covered that one, Johnny. Yes, I definitely did. I went on a bit of a pastry tour yesterday, and I was watching how they were being made. I was watching the chefs putting all the ingredients together and the crew working the dough and the pastry for some of those lovely desserts you see in that clip we have at the top of the matches.
Yeah, sometimes I have to look away as it's just too much temptation on offer. And that was a tempting one as well for Asim Sarwar at the start of the 4th. Adnan Ali has come back for his 2nd over. In fairness to Johnny, maybe he hasn't tuned in for all 12 hours of our broadcast today, so maybe he missed that one earlier.
Fair comment.
But those cakes are certainly not ones to be missed.
Yep. A couple of places I went to yesterday as well. Queues out the door, and that was at about, what was that, around about sort of between 10 and 11 o'clock in the morning. You know, perfect time for maybe the 2nd cup of coffee after you've gone for a bit of a stroll. But some places couldn't even get near to. Just queues out the door, you know, sort of 10 deep going up the street, that kind of thing. It was astonishing. But there's a couple of pastry shops that some of the locals pointed me towards, and they said, you know, you need to get there early. They close at midday, so you've got to get there early, and I can see why. Yeah. Very popular.
Follow your nose straight to the front door. It is in fact Lovepreet Singh who's on to bowl. It was Adnan Ali that took that previous over. It went for 10, and Lovepreet Singh has been hit for a massive 6 here. And well, that's Najam Shahzad, who hasn't fired yet. He's only been out there for 3 balls, but he's hit that one and almost more than doubled his score on just that one hit, as Marlo move into the 50s, 56 for 1. And this one is going to be back-to-back boundaries. Doesn't quite have the legs on it, but it does roll away. And Najam Shahzad, he's tucking into his afternoon's work here, just like Phil tucked into those pastries yesterday, moves to 60 for 1, Marlo.
Yeah, Marlo in danger here of blowing this game apart in the next couple of overs. And Punjab CC Madura, you know, you can see why that catch to Simranjit Singh that was put down was so important. It went like a rocket, but it needed to be held, because this one is going downtown as well. The people in the dugout, if they're not wearing helmets, they better be watching what's going on, because they are right in the hitting zone.
Yeah, well, that's 3 in a row off the bowling of Lovepreet, and 17 runs come off his over so far. Still 1 to come. Najam Shahzad, he moves into the 20s. And when he misses out on that one, Lovepreet Singh held his nerve there, just teasing outside the off stump. And at the end of the 4th, Marlo 66 for 1.
Yeah, this is still an absolute run fest for this team from Marlo. Well-known team. They played in the ECL as well just recently. Were unable to get through to Championship Week. But still, they were there because they were top of the bunch for last year, and they got the gig to go to ECL. Known very well. There's a lot of international players who play for Marlo, as well as Punjab CC Amadora as well. So these two teams, I mean, when they met in the night series, I described it as the unstoppable force versus the immovable object, and they had a really good couple of ding-dong battles, these two teams. Just big names and big hitters in both teams. And it's this clash between these two, it's kind of become my little fun sort of battle that I get to watch and sometimes get to commentate on. Just real enjoyable stuff.
Adnan Ali is now back for his 2nd over, and that one, well, there's fielders out there, but I think they're really contending with the setting sun, because well, they were like immovable objects out there. They didn't take a single step towards the ball. In fairness, it did fly away to that square leg boundary, and well, Punjab CC, they need to move their way up the table if they want to even keep their noses in the race for finals day. As you said, Phil, we're turning around and on the home straight tomorrow at the end of, well, tomorrow will be match 15. So at the end of tomorrow, we'll be halfway there. It'll be intriguing to look at the table then. And Punjab CC don't want to be seeing their names rooted to the bottom.
No, they do not. Struck nicely. Interesting to note that the fielders out on the offside were all in front of the wicket. There was no one out. I mean, the player who's now backward point right on the boundary only moved there about one ball ago, because that player was very, very square. So we talk about that part of the ground where all the runs are scored and that comes off edges. There was no one back there to protect the boundary, and there still isn't.
Yep, fair point. That one, well, a low full toss is never actually too bad of a delivery, especially if it's low enough. I mean, you don't want kind of serving up a pie like the bakeries of Santarem, but that one was just a low full toss. He got away with that one, and it was Lovepreet Singh who did the fielding out here in the deep.
Like I say, on a personal note, I probably wouldn't bowl a low full toss to Shahzad and expect to get away with it.
No, absolutely not. And, well, he's not going to get away with that one.
Wow.
It's Asim Sawa on strike, the left-hander, and he goes and says hello to the scorers, because that's a big hit, and the Grizzly falls just short of saying knock-knock on their, hopefully, cricket ball proof glass.
That went really close to the scorer's hut. There it is there. It's right in the top corner, probably about 4 metres away from the front of the scorer's box. And that scorer's box is recessed quite a fair way away from the ground. Yeah,
that's some hit, and I wonder if we're going to see that Grizzly going up to the box at some point this week. We've got the big hitters in this Premier Division to make it.
Yep.
Sawa is certainly one of them, and we're going to duck in that igloo here, but I think it's going to go over us. Such is that hit. I mean, the igloo's not even in shot there, because that was a monster hit from Sawa. He moves to 39.
Wow.
And Marlo, well, they go up to 84 for one ball left of the fifth.
I have received some Grizzlies from Sawa during the night series. I remember distinctively there was one match where he hit 2 of them and it landed in the commentary box. One of them smashed the front of the table, didn't touch the gear. The other one just hit the side of the box.
Well, he goes big again. Doesn't get a hold of it at all, but enough for it to fly through, because he gave it a big old swish. And he gets enough on it, 88 for one. As we see this on replay, it certainly wasn't where he wanted it to go. It was a half chance actually for Gagandeep, but it rolls away to the boundary, and we have the opportunity for one of the last times today to welcome you into the G-Force Igloo. It's lovely to have you with us here. And, well, the sun is setting here. I wouldn't quite say the sun is setting on Punjab CC's campaign. That's a very early call, but they do need to get some points on the board, don't they?
Oh, they really do. They're just struggling big time. I mean, this is their 4th game. You go zip and 4 into, say, day 3 of a 6-day tournament, you're going to be fighting for a win and points every single match thereafter. And if they're going to put themselves in that position, the pressure on the team, it could cause a bit of an implosion. It can happen, and suddenly you find yourself not playing finals Friday.
Well, they are a giant of these Portuguese series, but they just need to make sure to give themselves just a chance in this game. But at the moment, when you've got Asim Sawa and Najam Shahzad out there, they're not really serving up too many chances. It's 89 now. First ball of the 5th. It's Mubin Tariq who comes on for his first bowl. And maybe just Punjab CC missing a few big hitters, a few difference makers as that one flies in. Make sure Mubin Tariq, his hand is still fit for purpose. He's moving around the wicket to the left-hander. That one's been mistimed. There's 2 fielders out there. One of them should do the fielding and just about. Not the most elegant of fielding, and well, just underarm bowls it in, but he does the job.
Does the job. It's you alluded to this before, Tina. It's a part of the ground on this time of the last match.
Yep.
And this will happen in this next innings as well. That's a really tough part of the ground to field on. Staring straight into the sun, which is on a really tough angle for the fielders.
Oh, well, that's a chance there, and he has a second bite of the cherry. And we'll have a look here. If he took it cleanly, it would have almost certainly been out. And again, we need to bend our necks around the fielder there, Parveen Singh. And in fact, well, you can just about on the ear, the left ear, see the disturbance of the stumps. And well, his bat is in the air, isn't it? But that's when the ball is.
It's in the air there.
Depends whether the gloves have the ball there, because it was a secondary fumble from Gagandeep, and it was only the second time when he collected the ball. As we can roll through maybe a bit further, because when does he actually break the stumps with the ball?
Yeah, this will be an interesting one. Might be inconclusive, you know.
Yeah, it's a tough one.
Just watching this replay really close, and also I'm watching the umpires just over the top of the monitor to see if they're having a discussion. They're still having a chat, a long way out of the crease.
There he fumbles it, and there the stumps are broken. It's tough because you've almost got to assume that the bails are are broken there, and his bat is in the air, that's for sure. And then in the next frame, his bat is down. You can see the bat is in the air there, but it's also so difficult because it's inconclusive. You can't go on, you know, the shadow of the stumps, and if it's inconclusive, the batter lives to fight another day. It was good camera work there. Unfortunate just that Parveen Singh, well, he decided to be a fielder instead, which I suppose is fair enough.
Maybe the skipper should have a word to Parveen and say, mate.
Stay there.
Well,
don't stay there if you want the stumping, but
yeah.
it depends what they want to block the view of. Well, there's no blocking that ball as that one flies into the third region. There is someone in the ring there, but Gurjit Singh can only throw out a hand and then get some steps in to collect that grizzly. Yeah, it was an interesting one, wasn't it?
Yeah.
Unfortunately, we just didn't have the right angle. We can use the technology as much as possible, but sometimes if it's inconclusive, you have to go with the umpire's decision on field as well.
Completely agree.
You can't give a stumping based on guesswork and looking through the ear of Parveen Singh.
Yes, we don't like to make assumptions when we're using the technology, otherwise don't use the technology. Stick to your assumptions.
Well, this one has been stuck well past the long on boundary is Najam Shahzad, and he brings the 100 up for Marlo. There's still one ball left of the 6th. He moves on to 33 off 12. He got all of that and then some.
Absolutely smoked that one downtown. That has gone a crazy distance. That's gone a long way. This man is capable of absolutely destroying grizzlies and putting him so far into outer space it's not funny.
He goes again.
Exhibit A.
Yeah,
right
well,
there.
It's probably exhibit B, C or D at this point because he's already had a few big hits. That's his 4th Maximo of the innings. He moves on to 39. Asim Sawa at the other end, he's on 44. This partnership now worth well over 50, well over 60 in fact. Marlo moved to 106. The fall of the first wicket was 39 for 1. That was Amandeep Singh, who left relatively early in the piece, the first ball of the 3rd over, but since then it's been an exhibition of explosive hitting from Sawa and Shahzad.
Amandeep started well, but his wicket, even his innings, just seems like it was in the last match. It seems that long ago. And I'm not saying I've got a bad memory and stuff like that. I am the wrong side of 50 for that kind of thing. I almost felt like saying, Amandeep who? How much did he get? What did he do? Because it just seems like so long ago, because we've been absolutely thrilled by Sawa and Shahzad just switching it on. Sawa eyeing off a half century here.
He won't quite get it. There's a big appeal. There's a equally big shake of the head. So umpire John out there saying thanks, but no thanks. And we can have a look at this one. It's Parveen Singh into the lineup, and well, you might as well just stop it there because it pitched outside leg stump. You're bowling left arm around. It's always going to be difficult to get that on the angle, and you can see why the umpire was shaking his head even pretty much before the ball was bowled.
Yeah, John Foster with a pretty straightforward not out there, fellas. Back to it, thank you.
And well, that's just dug into the pitch, and well, this one might be saying hello to the scorers, and that's as close as possible as we're going to get to the scorers being threatened, as one of them actually does the fielding there. Hello, and thank you very much, Simon.
Unbelievable. That's the biggest hit. That's got to be the biggest hit so far of the tournament.
Where does this land? It lands just to the left. Oh, it's the car passing in the background. He knows he's got to get out of the way quickly. And Simon, after having a nice iced tea and a couple of biscuits, he gets out to stretch his legs to field that one.
Oh.
And the next one, well, we're looking if this is a bump ball or not. The bowler, Parveen Singh, I don't know if that's a little fake fake appeal because no one else is moved. Well,
yeah, I think he's done the crowd catch. Is he?
Yeah, he is actually out. Let's have a look at this.
Well, batter did not want to move at all.
Well, Parveen Singh was absolutely convinced, and
that's astonishing.
A strange sequence of play there. As Asim Sawa, he does get to that 50 as we were distracted by the scorers having a grizzly attack there, but it's 50 and out as the very next delivery, Parveen Singh gets him caught and bowled. A bit of a strange sequence of events there.
If you watch Parveen's body language, as soon as this happens, he literally just goes back to, yep, I'll just try that again, and maybe better luck next time. Maybe I won't hit into the ground. He felt he hit into the ground. Well, bowler felt he didn't, and umpire concurred and said, yeah, that's a decent caught and bowled.
It was maybe a perfect storm there of not much of a celebration either, because while they know the trouble they're in, But there might be another wicket here. No, there'll be another 6. So Osama Javid comes in, wastes absolutely no time. He sees Asim Sarwar fall and he says, I'll carry on doing exactly what you were doing. 6 off the first delivery. Yeah, maybe it was a perfect storm because, of course, the celebrations aren't going to be massive when, well, you're 112 for 1 at the time.
Yep,
but
true.
The batter also, he didn't want to leave. He was just having too much of a good time. Osama Javid, he's late to the party, but he's having a great time too. Back-to-back 6s. And, well, Parveen Singh, he must have known he got the wicket. Everyone else was just waiting for a bus, I think.
It was just a bizarre moment in time, just really strange. And I wasn't sure the umpire was going to agree, and I thought we were maybe trying to get a replay to see if that was a bump ball. And before you knew it, the finger was up, and, well, the batter was walking. Sarwar was on his way for a very good quick fire 50.
Well, it certainly fooled us here in the igloo. And I've completely lost sight of that one. It's gone high up in the air, and it's actually Simranjeet Singh who takes the catch, throws it in anger, and well, maybe he was just flexing his wrist to see if that's still okay. In the end, though, he takes the wicket, and well, that one went straight. So I was thinking, are we in danger here in the igloo? But it was only Osama Javid in danger of getting out, and that does happen at the end of the 7th. The second wicket in that over, it still ends up going for 18 runs, 3 6s sandwiched in between there. But still, Marlo on for a big score here, 124 for 3 overs left.
Yeah, this is really blowing out of proportion. You sort of feel that it's already too many runs for that Punjab CC Amadora team that we've seen so far in this tournament, who haven't really got an innings that's gelled for them. And you just get worried that they're going to just run out of steam here. Let's have a look at what's going to happen tomorrow, day 3 of 7. Tomorrow we get Monday cricket, starting with Awarash against the Gamblers. Gorkha 11 come along to take on Lisbon Capitals. Punjab CC Amadora versus Gamblers in the midday game. Gorkha and Awarash and Marlo against Lisbon Capitals.
I'm looking at that match 13, Punjab CC against Gamblers. It's a basement battle at the moment, isn't it?
Yep.
And, well, it could be not quite curtains for sure, but one of those teams will at least keep themselves in touching distance. Najam Shahzad, meanwhile, he's within touching distance of a half century. The first ball of the 8th. It's Anil Kumar coming back for his second over, and that one flies to the boundary for 6 runs.
Now he is 45 not out. Kutan has just come to the crease. Those two put together a terrific partnership in the earlier game that Marlo played and saw them home in that run chase, and that was against Gorkha 11. So we might see the same thing happen here. Gorkha 11 put 126 and Marlo chased it down pretty comfortably in the end, thanks in part to these two. And also Amandeep Singh had a wonderful cameo in that as well. It was like 37, I think, off 9 or something like that. But these two especially, they've batted well together in this tournament so far. Let's see if they can do the same thing.
Yeah, Amandeep Singh, 36 off 9. It was these two. Najam Shahzad, he came in. It was interesting, they've changed the order around a tiny bit. Shahzad came in at 6, Hardeep Kutan at 7. So I suppose it's only just been a bit of shuffling of the pack.
Yep.
But Shahzad finished 42 not out off 20, Kutan 13 off 6. And he's got license here really to just go for it. And well, that one has been given the treatment. It's still Najam Shahzad on strike. He moves 1 away from his half century, 49 off 16 deliveries. Marlo moved to 134 halfway through the 8th.
Yeah, Shahzad, he's had a good day with the bat, hasn't he? He's stood up tall, hasn't yet been dismissed. I think he was not out in the previous game, wasn't he?
Yeah, 42, and he's backed that up with 49.
There you go.
So well, that's an impressive haul for him. He wants to maybe get over 100 for the day. That's always a nice little milestone for any batter. And, well, he's not going to get that milestone. He's not going to get the 50 either because he's dismissed. I'm sorry about that, Najam Shahzad. I'll take that one on the chin. He gets dismissed for 49. Still a great hand by him. 17 deliveries he took for that. It's the first wicket for Anil Kumar. Again, muted celebrations. There was no doubt about that one, though, as the stumps end up splattered on the floor. Marlo, 134 for 4.
Yeah, muted celebrations is exactly the tall order there because the damage has definitely been done. This score, I feel, like I've said a few seconds ago, this score already feels beyond their reach. So I think that wherever they end up, thanks to Shahzad, that man right there, and Sarwar, who also departed not too long ago for an even 50. Those two together really did so much damage in these overs. And Amandeep Singh at the top there with a quick fire, I think 18 that he picked up. Trouble aplenty. This score would already be a little bit tough for Punjab CC Amadora to get after. But anything's happened, you never know. But still, it's looking steep, and we're not even finished the innings yet.
Well, this would certainly be a good time for their batters to fire, but they've still got 2 and a bit overs to get through. And, well, one set of batters that are firing are those of Marlo. It's Mohamed Adnan coming to the crease, brand new, as is Hardeep Khatan at the other end. He hasn't faced a ball yet, but Mohamed Adnan, he's faced one, and it goes all the way. Does it go for a maximum? No, it safely lands in. And, well, the sight there of the point fielder, absolutely zero interest in fielding that ball. Someone's got to go and fetch it, but he was firmly rooted to the spot.
It was a real statement. Just there was it's quite an amazing image when you see that kind of, it's a streaky edge, it goes for 6, and there's a fielder in the foreground, arms folded, and what's going through his mind, it's got to be nothing but negative. Just what's going on there? How's that happen? I'm not going to get that. Now, batter's just gone across to the Square umpire and said, have a look at my bat.
Yeah, a bit of bat maintenance, I think maybe, yeah, just a bit of tape hanging off there.
Ah, yes, I see, yep.
And I'm sure umpire John will reach into his tool bag there to try and, yeah, there's just an errant string. Certainly wasn't the middle of the bat, so Mohamed Adnan, maybe he thought, well, if that bit of string was on there, I bet that would have gone for 6 and not for 4. As it is, though, he gives himself a moment to put all his equipment on the right side. Left glove, left hand, right glove, right hand. Yep, looks like he's managed it. As we take a look there, yeah, a bit of sawing work, and he says, no, I'll just use my teeth.
I
Yeah,
will bite
job
it.
done.
I will bite it, and I'm fine now, thank you, sir. Using your teeth. Well done, sir.
Final ball of the 8th. And this over goes magical, because that's a big hit off the bat of Mohamed Adnan. Whatever he did, biting that bat, it certainly worked, as that moves Marlo to 144 off 8 overs. That Anil Kumar over goes for around 20. Did pick up that wicket as well, but went for 2 4s, 2 6s, and a dot ball. Bit of everything going on in that one, and, well, everything's going on for Marlo here as they threaten to post a really imposing total.
That really is. I mean, we've had a couple of, 3 wickets in the last couple of overs, but that run rate graph, it's still ticking upwards. It's currently sitting at 18, and there's every opportunity for this one to even tick up further, just to go a little bit steeper, as, well, these guys have got absolute license to go gangbusters here in these last 2 overs. 12 deliveries to come, still got 6 wickets in hand, and 2 batters out there who mean business. Adnan with 10 from 2. Well, the good news is that Khatan, he's going to get to face his first delivery now, so that's good for him. Maybe that's not so good for the Punjab Sissy Amadora. Is it, well, Rohit Sharma's got to come on and try and find some magic.
I think it's Parveen Singh, actually.
Parveen Singh, sorry, I thought it was Rohit Sharma.
Yeah, well, it's fair enough that Parveen Singh gets another go after he picked up those 2 wickets of Asim Sarwar and Sama Javed in the previous over. And that one's a full bunger. Side on, please.
Oh my goodness.
And it's going to go over the fielder at square leg all the way for 6. And he might be saved from the no ball here by the fact it's a bit of a slower bowler. And yeah, I'd say so, especially because, well, it looks like waist high only because Hardeep Khatan is down on his hind leg.
Yeah, that's a fair call. But just that rank full toss. There's not much else a batter of this caliber is going to do apart from put it out of the park.
And he goes again, and that one's a massive hit. That's gone all the way into the neighbouring field. The cows say hello, and Hardeep Khatan says thank you very much. Back-to-back 6s off the bowling of Parveen Singh. That was a bit of a hit-me ball.
That was a crazy hit-me ball, and hit me is exactly what happened. And I guess, you know, you bring back Parveen Singh because he's got a couple of wickets, but he did go for 18, and he's already gone for 12 off 3 deliveries. So, yeah, he's not returning the trust of his captain here. And captain just trying to find Rawi Imran Rawi. You're over there in the covers. Surprised he hasn't sort of trotted over and said, look, we've lost another grizzly to the cows. We can't keep doing that. All right, company's been on the phone. It's going to cost us. But more importantly, mate, it's now 156 on the board. We're going to be chasing 180 if we're not careful. That's probably where the target's going to end up, in the 180s. This is reminiscent of what we saw from the Super Giants a few nights ago when they put 183 on the board. Yeah, this is going to that territory.
Looking like a big total, and, well, that one's a good comeback. And was it actually bowled, or was it the stumps taken off? Well, yeah, it was, again, a bit of a fake celebration there, as it bamboozled me. It also bamboozled the batter there, as we just take a look, and yeah, I think the keeper was just keen to get involved in the game. When we take a look, it hits the hip and then it hits leg stump. And keeper, he just wants to get on with it. Maybe he's got his dinner in the oven. As we take a look at this, just glances the pad and no doubt about that. Sometimes the camera plays tricks on you, but that was as clean as a whistle, that wicket. And Hardeep Katan, well, a couple of big hits. He more or less did his job as he gets an escort off the pitch there, a smiling escort. And that is the 5th Marlo wicket to fall. And it was the non-celebration of the keeper there that really threw me for a loop.
Yeah, you can be forgiven for missing that deflection off the hip. And it did look like on the first instance that maybe the stumps were disturbed. But no, definitely took a deflection and bowled.
It's Hassan Khan that comes in and he just knocks his first one for what should just be a 1. Fielded there by Simranjeet Singh. It's Parveen Singh who's picked up a 3 for here. He has gone for a few at the same time though. 31 runs. Still 1 ball left of his spell. It's a big swing, a half-hearted appeal as we're going to go upstairs. It's Mohammad Adnan on strike. And well, it goes through him. Does he swing back? No, he's out. And again, not too much animation there from Gagandeep. It was almost a strangled appeal as he asked the question and almost it felt like he answered his question as no at the same time. But that is pretty conclusive. And the finger goes up there. Umpire Kroot at square leg, sending the message, and that is the end of Mohammad Adnan. And quite a good comeback here, actually, from Punjab CC Amadora, even though it might be a step too far. They've picked up, what was that? 5 wickets in from the 7th over onwards. So 2 wickets in the 7th, 1 in the 8th, and 2 now in the 9th. Smart bit of keeping there from Gagandeep.
Yeah, it's interesting that the wickets have been tumbling, and obviously with a wicket, you know, in this situation, it's a dot ball, which is terrific.
Yep.
The problem between those wickets is it's been sixes and 4s. So the scoring hasn't let up at all, and they will be really gutted about that. Only 4 wide so far in this, so it's been a more disciplined bowling display.
As it's Lovepreet Singh who comes on to bowl the final, and a big swing and a miss there. Maybe it's a case of what could have been for Punjab CC Amadora if they got a few earlier wickets. But, I mean, it's a big if you've got the likes of Amandeep Singh, Asim Sawa, Najeem Shahzad at the top of the order. They're not easy customers, but it seems once you get to that middle lower order, there's some dots to be picked up, and that's exactly what is happening here. It's Hassan Khan who's swung and a miss 2 occasions now. It's the 3rd time lucky. Well, it goes up in the air, shouts of catch. It's Rao Imran, the captain, underneath it, and a safe pair of hands. And the flurry of wickets continue here as the next Marlo batter falls. It's 157 for 7. A lovely over so far from Lovepreet Singh. 2 dots and a wicket, 3 balls left of this innings.
Yeah, 3 dots in a row in the over, but for me, I feel that you know, the horse has well and truly bolted and taken everything with it as it runs screaming across the field. You've got 157 on the board. You'd have to feel pretty comfortable as a bowling team if you were defending that score. However, you are going to be bowling to a team which has a reputation that precedes it. It's just that they haven't fired yet. This could be the game where they fire, you never know. And I know Marlo have got a lot of history with this team, Punjab CC Amadora. So I'm sure in their head they're thinking as many runs as possible. That's what you need against Punjab CC Amadora. These 2 teams have played some absolute terrific battles out.
It's Rushan Singh into the action, and he jogs through for 1. But it's still been a great final 7 balls, even if Phil is consigning them to potential defeat. Punjab CC Amadora, last 7 balls gone for 2 runs and 3 wickets, and just 2 balls left now.
Yeah, I mean, don't get me wrong, they're every chance to gather these runs. Just feel that the Punjab CC Amadora team you saw yesterday and the one we've seen today is not the same team that could chase this. So, you know, they need to really turn this around.
Well, there's a 6 to add to the score, add to the collection. It takes Marlo to 164. Still 1 ball left, and it is a mammoth total, even with that flurry of wickets towards the end. Shamshir Singh, he comes in and hits his first one for a massive 6, and he's still got 1 ball left to try and, well, take this even into the 170s, around 170 with a 6 here.
Yeah, it's going to be just a moment here while we get the ball back. I'm not sure how many Grizzlies we've actually lost today. I mean, I think maybe 3 that I think of have gone into the pasture. So maybe that's maybe the only 3. But yeah, it's been absolute carnage.
Carnage, final ball coming up. That's gone straight up in the air. There's a big old chase on actually for Lovepreet Singh. They should scamper through for 2. They come home comfortably. And well, Anil Kumar, yeah, well, look at that. Just off screen, if we can get umpire crew on the camera. Calls for 1 short, so they do run through for 2, but it's an illegal 1. So it's just the 1 they get. And that means that Marlo finish on 165 for 7. Lovely side profile there of Kruk, giving the old 1 short signal. And well, whether it's 165 or 166, if Phil is to be believed, and I would believe him, Punjab CC Amadora, they have a tough task here on their hands.
Yeah, this is a massive run chase. This would be one of the biggest run chases in ECS history. There have been bigger ones, don't get me wrong, but this would be a mammoth effort for them to overhaul this. It's a Mount Everest of climbs here for this team. And we see it all unfold here when Marlo got off to an absolute flyer with Amandeep Singh and that man Asim Sawa, who kicked things off. And it was a good idea pushing them up the order. They had a pretty good partnership together in the previous game. And then things came apart when Adnan Ali got a good delivery straight through Amandeep Singh. And then, well, things started sort of getting a bit sort of sideways for Punjab CC Amadora. And then the accelerator just got put to the floor. And it was, well, Shahzad and that other man who opened, that was Azim Sawa, got amongst the runs and they got absolutely flying. And the dugout area had a fair bit of work for themselves. They were really busy with their shots all around the ground. Not too many people were protecting. Watsby Field was being placed out there in that backward square leg for the left-hander. There was a lot of runs got through that part of the ground. I was surprised they didn't go for any boundary coverage there. You see the umpires were getting a workout as well with the big 6s being signalled. Edges were flying away, straight hits were flying away, everything was flying away. It was some crazy batting.
Yeah, that second wicket partnership between Sawa and Shahzad worth 73. And well, there was 9 4s, 9 6s between them. And said hello to the scorers, making sure every single one of their 50 and 49 respectively were tallied up. And it was a bit of a strange end actually for Asim Sawa, so explosive, and then he decides to chip one back to Parveen Singh, who was the first and seemingly only person on the pitch to realise and to decree that that was out. And well, Osama Javed, he came in 2 big 6s, but that was all that he contributed, as he then hit one into the hands of Simranjeet Singh. But Najam Shahzad at the other end, he kept on plugging away. Hardeep Khatan, he came in, again, a few lusty blows, another 2 lots of 6 for his 12. He was clean bowled by Parveen Singh. Mohamed Adnan, he decided to take teeth to his bat, see if that would work a treat. Well, it did, until he was stumped by some good work from Gagandeep, a bit of slow batting there to get back in play, but there was enough 6s raining down on this SCG to keep the score ticking over, even when the wickets were flying that time. It was Hardeep Khatan who was clean bowled. Another nice stumping there. That was Mohamed Adnan falling to the quick hands of Gagandeep. And then there was a nice comfortable catch as well for the captain Raut Imran. That was the end of Hassan Khan. And Shamshir Singh, he had time for 1 more big 6 as he walked off 7 not out. Rushan Singh just contributing the 1. A little bit of pointing and gesturing, but all is fair in love and war here. And Marlo at the halfway stage, 165 for 7. We'd say maybe Punjab CC Amadora, if they were at their firing best, this could be a run chase. It still is going to be a run chase for them, but it's going to be a tough one when they're on the back of 3 defeats in a row. And you can see that's a solid scorecard, isn't it? Runs all up and down the order. It was only Hassan Khan who departed for less than 10 runs. So it's going to be a difficult run chase. And, well, Punjab CC Amadora really have to get their batting boots on, don't they?
They really do. Right from the get-go, they're going to be under pressure from the absolute first delivery, needing to go at 16.6 per over to try and pick up a win here. It's going to be really tough. Bowling card looks like this. So Anil Kumar 1 for 36, Adnan Ali 1 for 32. Lovepreet Singh gets 1 for 25. Parveen Singh, he ends up with 4 for 31. So 4 wickets for him. No wonder towards the end there, even though it was a muted celebration, his screams of delight did echo across this SCG Stranraer Cricket Ground. Not too many of the people were joining in though, because they really felt that they had been witnesses to an absolute hiding to nothing by the Marlo batters here, getting 165 for 7 on the board, setting a big target for Punjab CC Amadora.
Yeah, well, they'll hope that they have something to take away from this game. Punjab CC Amadora, 3 points would be ideal for them. 4, well, that's probably out of their grasp. But they certainly won't want to go home with 0. It's a big run chase on, 166 runs needed here in this ECS Portugal Premier Division 2025. The final match of the day, match 10, and the run chase will begin in just a few minutes' time. So join me, Tina Goff and Phil G, the G-Force, for the final run chase of the day here on the European Cricket Network in just a few moments.
This European cricket event is proudly brought to you by HCL Software, Rado, 1xBet and Victorinox.
Welcome back to the final innings of the day in this Day 2 Premier Division 2025 here in Portugal It's match 10, and at the halfway stage, Punjab CC Amadora, well, they've got a bit of a mountain to climb if they want to avoid going 0-4 in this tournament. 165 was posted by Marlo. So Punjab CC, if they want to take home all 4 points, they'll have to get that mammoth total in 7 overs or less. And well, maybe more likely, if I were a betting lady, 115 is where they need to get to for that single bonus point. We've already had a 4-0 win today. And in fact, it was Punjab CC who were on the receiving end of that one. So what they certainly don't want to do is leave today completely pointless. 8 points on the table, 4 they've already handed over to the Swans, to Ariras, and well, there's 4 on offer here. And it looks like it's Rao Imran, the captain of Punjab CC, who has taken this one by the scruff of the neck. He's out there opening, and well, it looks like, I'll have a double check who that is in the setting Portugal sun. It's hard to make out the figures of the batters. It's certainly Osama Javed with the ball in hand. And it looks like we're just getting sorted, and it's Simranjeet Singh who has the bat in hand at the striker's end. He will be taking the first ball. See those long shadows being cast by the setting Portugal sun. In fact, there's a shout for a chance straight away, and yeah, it's 0-1. There's a bow and a little wave to the fans there, as well, it doesn't take Marlo any time at all to get in on the wickets. Osama Javed with the delivery and the pretty straightforward catch there. And in fact, it's Aitzaz Arshad who was on strike. Well, he wasn't on strike for long. And the captain, who in fact is not out there, has to watch as his opener departs for a golden duck. So we might be seeing the captain sooner rather than later. It was a comfortable catch in the end by Shamsher Singh. And well, that mountain to climb is getting steeper and steeper. It was just dug into the pitch, really. It was there to be hit, but it was also there to be caught. Smile, bow, wave to your fans, and give the guy you've just caught out a little tap on the back as he walks off. As that one, that's the second delivery. It's Adnan Ali who's come out to the crease. Simranjeet Singh is the batter at the non-striker's end. We've got that all sorted now. That one is tickled away. The chase is on. The footwork, I wouldn't call it fancy, but it's footwork nonetheless, and they scuttle through for 2. And, well, while this footwork just gets shown for a second time, it's a downhill slope. I'll bring in Phil G, my partner in crime, the second half of G-Force for this mammoth task here. And well, that one, I was looking for that one up in the Portugal sky, somewhere to the leg side. In fact, it must have hit the Q end of the bat, as that one just goes straight down the pitch. Where did this one hit, Phil?
Have a look at this. This has pretty much hit the toe of the bat and gone straight. That was a good shout there, Tina. Really good shout. Yeah, funny on that. Everyone's looking towards leg side to cow corner. No, just dribbles back. Oh.
And then the next one is definitely going to have to be re-bowled.
Yes.
Someone's just thrown the wrong side of the line. Osama Javed getting into his work, and oh, that's a good stop actually out there, as that ball was hit firmly into the covers, and it was a bit of a turn away, put your body on the line and hope for the best. And one that was more or less the best outcome, as it didn't go for 4. No broken bones, and just the one taken there. And that brings Simranjeet Singh on strike for the first time in this game.
Now, I'm interested to keep an eye on Simranjeet Singh. I think he faced only 3 balls before he took that bad knock on the arm.
Well, it looks like he's suffering no ill effects there, as he slices that one over point for 4 to end the first over. Punjab CC Amadora, they lost that early wicket. In fact, first ball of this whole innings, Aitzaz Arshad departed, but well, it finished at least with a flourish as they moved to 8 for 1.
Yeah. Simranjeet Singh, he's a batter who I would simply describe with one word, and that is explosive. As we look there at 28 matches since a golden ball, it has indeed started to become a while. That number starts to increase. We're going to have to do something about that, Tina. I think you and I need to probably just work a little bit harder in the next few days, see if we can arrest that number and bring it back down again. Maybe nice and fresh for the next series. If we can demolish that one, that'd be good.
Yeah, we'd like an international golden ball, wouldn't we? But
Ooh,
we'll do some manifesting. It's Portugal women's first outing on the international stage.
Yes,
so
indeed.
I mean, wouldn't that start with a bang if they had a golden ball in those international fixtures against Norway? But we've got a lot of cricket before then, so we're not fussy. The G-Force will take a golden ball. We'll take it today, tomorrow, maybe even the day after tomorrow. We'll see.
It's fine. We're pretty easygoing about that sort of stuff.
Hassan Khan into the attack, second over. That run rate creeping up. It's beyond 17 already. And that starts with a dot, and got a chance to say a warm welcome to everyone joining us again in the chat. It's random question time as well. The final chance you have, at least for today. We'll be back tomorrow and the day after that, so we're not going anywhere. But if you do have any questions, John Higginbottom says, are we still doing the bingo card? Yeah, I think so. So we had this ECN bingo card earlier in the day. So things that happen on the European Cricket Network, which you might not see anywhere else in the world of cricket. And well, that's a big swing and a miss. You see that in every game of cricket, everywhere, from village to test match.
Absolutely, you do. Yep. I've got a random question I want to put to the chat rather than putting to us. But we invite the random questions. You mentioned about films. Let's get some film chat going. My question to the chat is: name me a film that you're very proud to ask your friends and whoever to watch, and when they do, you love their response. and let me give you one example straight away. I'm going to say 1982, John Carpenter's The Thing.
Okay, that's a solid shout, and that's a solid delivery there from Hassan Khan. 3 dots in a row. So it's one of these films where you've watched it, you love it, and then you invite other people to watch it, and you're more excited throughout the whole film to watch their reactions than you actually do watch the film. I get that.
Exactly.
Yep.
Because maybe they haven't watched the film because, oh, I've heard of this. I don't think it's for me, or I think I may have seen this. I don't think I like it too much. But when you watch it and their reaction is suddenly, oh.
Yeah.
Oh, why did I not know about this?
You've got to give it the hard sell.
The hard
just kind of
sell.
say, just you wait, and then when you feel vindicated afterwards, you're like, see, I know what I'm talking about.
Exactly. I don't want to hear people coming out with, oh, I told my friend to watch Gladiator once and they thought it was amazing. No, that's not what we're looking for. I'm looking for almost like a bit of a sleeper, a unique film.
Hidden gem.
Yeah, it doesn't have to be an independent. No, don't get me wrong. It can be mainstream. But just that kind of movie that makes you feel good that you've just shown someone part of the cinematic world that they didn't ever know about.
Yep, we're after film Hidden Gems, and that one's a bit of a gem there. It's not quite where Simranjit Singh wants it to go, but thanks to the fielder there, who signals 6 runs, and umpire crew obliges. And, well, that's the first maximo of the innings. They'll need a few more where those came from, though, if they want to challenge that total at all. That run rate creeping up towards 19.
Oof, it's over 3 runs a ball now, Nita. That's how dramatic things are getting out there for Punjab CC Amadora. And we're getting towards the end of the second. There's only 15 on the board. It's just steep, this mountain, really steep.
Hassan Khan, final ball of his first over. And that one doesn't beat the keeper. It's actually a smart piece of fielding there to stop that going any further. It's Rushan Singh behind the stumps, who's a very tidy keeper, isn't he? He's quite a force to get past.
He's an accomplished keeper. I mentioned in the early match that he took a pretty nasty injury in the night series.
Yep.
Almost had his teeth rearranged. All teeth are in the right place, though. Did cut his lip, though. The ball hit the inside of his lip. Go figure why the mouth was open. So when he takes the delivery that falls in front of him, watch him turn his head away. It's sort of like crept into his little defense mechanism there.
That one's up in the air. It would be an amazing catch if it's taken. In fact, they don't stop the ball from racing to the boundary. It's that downhill reverse bowl of the SCG coming back to haunt Marlo there as 2 fielders ran underneath it, and it just drops and then goes to the other side of the rope. As we take a look at the standings at the end of the second over, Punjab CC Amadora, well, they need a big total here if they're going to climb their way up off the bottom. Maybe they just also target that bonus point. That'll at least take them beyond gamblers, but of course this will be their 4th game already. As for Marlo, they certainly want to keep in touch with what looks like the top 2 for the moment, Oweras and Lisbon Capitals, who both secured big points earlier in the day. Lisbon, of course, only had the 1 game to date, but that's all they needed to pick up the points. There's one of the big hits that they need. They need a few more of those. Is that me out there doing the fielding? He feels like he's not done enough for today as he gets in on the action with the vest, one of the boundary riders out there.
I think that is out there. And these two batters have got their work cut out from now. The runs need to be flowing. They need to be hitting 3 boundaries and over a minimum, and one of those has got to be Maximo as well. Let's come down towards us, and that's going to just slow and roll ever so slightly close to us.
I was ready there, Phil.
Yep, I saw you leap out of the seat there, but Amandeep Singh is the man looking after us in front of the commentary position, underarms it back to the field, and the ball gets back to the bowl eventually.
The rope actually stopped the momentum there, otherwise that grizzly was certainly coming to say hello, coming for dinner. But the door was closed firmly in its face. And that one's also been hit firmly. That's no doubt about that one. That's a big 6 towards that wide, long off region. And that's actually 3 boundaries in a row. So a good start for Punjab CC Amadora in this 3rd over.
Yeah, this is more of what they need. And they need to press on here. But the problem with the Punjab CC Amadora, and it's a slight problem, is they need to do this all the way through to the last ball of the 10th. This is exactly what they need to do, but they have to do it constantly, continually. Slight little mishap, the slight little dot ball, that run rate suddenly just jumps with every dot ball.
Yeah, it's that proverbial scoreboard pressure and, well, wicket pressure as well, as that's a nice grab there at point. It came in hot, it came in flat, but it went straight into the hands. Again, a little fun celebration there. Adnan Ali is the man to fall. He goes for 18 off 12 deliveries, and Osama Javed picks up his 2nd wicket.
Yeah, that did go pretty fast. It was a good catch in the end. Really well taken there. And that is a problem then, because that's not only wicket, it's also a dot ball. It means a new batter has to come in and set themselves. Need to do it all over again. And look at the percentage chances there. It's changed ever so much. And with that wicket, it just ticked up to 18 runs per over now, and even 18, 34 for 2. Lot on the shoulders of that man who's just come to the crease, skipper Rahul Imran, together with Simranjit Singh. Those two together in any other day, they strike well. Their strike rates are well over 200, even up to the 220s, 230s. They've got big scoring capabilities, but this is a precious situation against Marlo in this game.
It absolutely is, and Rahul Imran starts with a dot. That was a hot take, wasn't it, from Najam Shahzad? It came at him hard. He fell 1 short of his half-century, but plus 1 catch. We'll call that a half-century for Najam Shahzad as he gets in on the act in the fielding innings. As that one, well, it's a bit of a full bunger. It's given the treatment, and that's gone all the way for a 6. We'll check this further side on. Obviously, the spinner means it is dipping a little, and yeah, that dip means it will fall safe. It won't be a 7-up. It definitely still will be a 6, though. And that marks the end of the 3rd over, the end of the power play. Punjab CC Amadora 40 for 2. In any other circumstance, you'd say, oh, okay, not a bad power play. But when you're chasing 165, 166 for the win, they're really up against it here. And those 2 early wickets won't help either.
Totally agree there. Power play done and dusted, as you say. 40 on the board. Not enough, nowhere near enough. Have a look at that, well, the towel block situation above on the top line there. Some big overs there. 3 magical overs in total. 2 22s and a 20. A couple of 18s and 2 17s as well. And well, Punjab CC Amadora need to match those sorts of magical overs if they're going to have a shot here. The target is 166. 116 for the bonus point as well. Note that.
Amandeep Singh into the act and almost straight into the wickets as it flies through to that kind of short 3rd, fly slip position, whatever you want to call it. And Simran Singh doesn't get a hold of it, and well, nor does the fielder out there. He got 1.5 hands to it, I'd say, and it does just drop to the floor. I think it's Asim Sawa out there doing the fielding. It prompts Amandeep Singh to tinker with his field, make sure everyone's in the right position.
Dave B gave us a movie called Black Venus from 2010. That's the movie he likes people to sit through and get their reaction, because he's in it for 3 seconds.
A bit of a vested interest then, really.
Just a bit, yeah. Another shout-out film I'll give is Proof. 1991, Jocelyn Morehouse directed. Sensational. It's made in Melbourne, my hometown. Filmed all around the Brunswick area of Melbourne. Going to run all the way down to the fielder down there, featuring a Hugo Weaving Matrix, pre-Lord of the Rings, before he sort of got to the big time Hollywood, and a very, very young Russell Crowe.
Okay. Hugo Weaving, also V for Vendetta. Not that you could really...
What a great film that is.
Yeah, that is a good film. Ahead of its time, almost. Well,
Yep.
that's gone ahead of the fielder there in covers, and it's racing to the boundary. Simranjeet Singh, well, he retired hurt in that earlier game. So it's a case of what could have been for his side in that game, and he's showing us exactly what we missed out on earlier. As he moves to 19 off just 5 deliveries.
It's actually a good trivia, movie trivia quiz question, and it pops up occasionally with me is who provided the voice for V in V for Vendetta. And a lot of people will get a bit sort of, oh, I thought it sounded familiar. Yeah, you should, absolutely did.
That one's hit away hard, and it's a late nutmeg, late in the piece today. And it's gone straight through the hands, legs, the everything of Mohamed Adnan there on the rope. Let's take a look at this one. You can't blame the sun. The sun's right behind him, but look at that. His hands are about 3 meters off the floor, and maybe a bit of self-preservation there. It was coming in hot, but long barrier, Mohamed. Come on, you can do it.
Anybody new to cricket will be saying, why do they keep saying the word nutmeg? Let me just look it up in a dictionary. That's exactly what you'll see. That's a great illustration. Sun was in my eyes? No, the shadows were all over you. You just didn't manage to get that one.
Yeah, didn't get his legs together, didn't get his hands in the right place. It did go for 4. A low full toss there from Amandeep Singh to finish off his over. A bit more textbook fielding there from Osama Javid, showing Mohamed Adnan exactly how you stop the ball flying through your legs. As that's the end of the 4th. Punjab, CC Amadora, well, they're well behind here. 51 for 2. Maybe again, I know it's early, but readjusting to try and get that bonus point. That's at 116. Big target of 166 if they want to take home 3 points.
Yeah, big time. Have a look at the worm situation here. It's Punjab CC Amadora's worm is turning the wrong way. It's going away, well away from that gold line. It is still above the red line for the bonus points, so that's something for them to think about. And Tina, you mentioned this early in the piece as well about how important it is that they get at least a bonus point out of this game. They've got to take something out of this game.
Yeah, not only out of this game, but also out of this day. As they lost 4-0 to the Swans back in game 7. And well, he's got all of that, has Simranjeet Singh. And well, if there's a bonus point, it's all in Simranjeet Singh's hands at the moment. And well, he just deposits that one. It's Daniel Asghar who's come into the attack. In the previous game, he picked up a wicket on his first ball. This time, the very opposite happens as he goes for a big 6.
Yeah, that was dispatched with maximum effort from Simranjeet Singh. The man who is Mr. Stand and Deliver, stand back, watch this kind of guy. I love watching him play.
Again, dragged a bit short, and there's no one out there long on. Well, there is someone, but he was very wide and very stationary as that one was fired back straight down. A little duck there from umpire John. He was very safely not in harm's way there as that one races again to the boundary. And not the best of starts here for Asghar as he goes 6-4 to open up his over.
Good shot. That probably went about as straight as it possibly could. So long off had no chance to get to it, and long on just gave it a bit of a glance and thought, well, I can't get that, therefore I will not try to get that. You're right. 10 off the first 2 deliveries. This is not an auspicious start. Exactly what Punjab CC Amadora need.
Again, dug in short, and there's a fielder out there. And well, the previous one went through his legs. That one went about 3 meters over his head. It's gone all the way for 6. Simranjeet Singh, he moves to 40 off just 10 deliveries. And Daniel Asghar, he's just bowling a bit too short here. He's bowling hit me ball after hit me ball.
Simranjeet had a good game against Lisbon Capitals yesterday. He got 41 from 15 in a game where they couldn't quite catch the score. And he's doing something good here. Even better though, even quicker scoring.
Yeah, and he turns a single down there, but this over still gone for 16. 2 balls left of it before get to the halfway mark, and that bonus point is certainly in play now. Even possibly the target run rate below 19. That's a hard hit, and he's taken that, and that's an outstanding catch. He can't stop a ball that's rolling towards him, but he can take a spectacular catch on the boundary. That's Mohamed Adnan out there. Bit of a low-key celebration, but he must be jumping for joy inside.
Oh, I tell you what, that went to him so quickly at a rate of knots. Watch this, crunched it, middle of the bat, taken down low, comes forward, steadies himself to stand up, and maybe he's in a bit of a state of shock of how did that stick. Simranjit Singh cannot believe he's undone, and Ashkar gets revenge. That is a big, big wicket because Simranjit Singh was just starting to get on a heater there, and he's come undone. Can't believe it, and that could almost be the ball game for Punjab CC Amadora.
Yeah, that is a great catch, isn't it? It was down low. Maybe the key to success there is to not let yourself have any time whatsoever, because he had an absolute age to see that ball roll through his legs just a few balls ago. Now that one was hit hard at him by that danger man, Simranjit Singh. He does have to depart 40 off 12, a good hand by him. But they need, well, they need a whole pack of cards rather than just a hand to get back into this one.
They certainly do. I don't know. I still don't know how they're going to claw themselves up here because they still need so many runs off so few deliveries. And they need to be constantly scoring. Constant boundaries all the time. Winds up. Crunch 4.
Well, there's one of those boundaries.
Yep.
It's not quite constant, but it's still the 4th of the over, and that over goes magical. 21 runs off it, but I think probably Marlo would take that to get rid of the dangerous Simranjit. They've traded in 21 runs for his wicket. That means at the halfway stage, Punjab CC Amadora 72 for 3. As we take a look at the upcoming events, and what a treat we have all through April, an Easter treat as we go to Madrid for the first time ever. Bologna, I'm looking forward to that one. Dreux in France, former ECL champions. Malta again, part 2. I know there's a part 3 coming up later in the year as well. And then we go to your homeland, Czechia.
Yay! We're going to see some T20 action in Czechia. Lovely stuff. Yeah, Malta. I was in Malta last year. Sort of hopefully... Actually, I think I am set up to go to Malta for the encore later on in the year. So it looks like maybe G-Force will be reunited. Maybe before then we'll be reunited, but definitely in Malta towards the back end of this year. But in the meantime, so much ridiculous amounts of cricket to get through. It's going to be terrific.
Yeah, can't wait. But we're right in the middle of it here, so we don't have to wait for too long, as it's Amandeep Singh who comes back for his second over. First one went for 11. Hasn't picked up a wicket yet. As that one is hit straight back at him, and well, that's the commentator's antidote, as we've now named it. Not the curse, the opposite. I said he hadn't picked up a wicket. He duly obliges, and that's another nice caught and bowled to add to the collection. A nice dive to his right, takes a tumble. You can see what Parveen Singh thinks of that. Not too much, but it's a wicket, and it's the captain, Raut Imran, who, again, not too much to the score. He had 7, just that one big 6 before he falls, and, well, Punjab CC Amadora in a whole world of trouble, 72 for 4. Great catch.
Yeah, that was a really good catch. And you can see what I meant to Amandeep Singh. He turned around and gave the ball back to the keeper. Look at the smile on his face. Very happy with that effort. It's a funny old chance. It didn't come back too hard and fast, but it's one of those ones where you have to judge that speed really quickly.
Yeah, you do. And, well, he judged it well, and this is a good judgment as we see in slow motion. 4 there. That was done in about 27 stages. Mohammed Adnan, well, he was the hero a couple of balls ago with that brilliant catch, but sorry, Mohammed, we're going to have to watch this one again on replay as he goes 1, 2, 3, 4, down he goes. Thankfully, he's back up. Well, that's a fun one to end this day, isn't it?
And he's already thinking, I bet the commentators are going to clip that and put that on social media sometime in the next 24 hours. That's why he hung his head there. Bit of a moment there for Adnan.
Don't worry, we'll clip your catch as well.
Yeah.
We love the drama, we love the comedy, we love it all here on ECN. Nice bit of fielding there from Shamshir Singh.
So Gagandeep is out there now. He needs to try to find something here. And I feel the game is gone, but the bonus point is not. So unless they can prove me wrong in the first instance, maybe they can prove themselves by maybe picking up the bonus point here. It's 89 from 26 balls. The run rate to win is 20.5 and a bit more. That's been hit out towards Mohammed Adnan again. So, sorry, that's not Mohammed Adnan. He's switched places now. And that is Hardeep Kutan, who's out there. Where's Mohammed Adnan gone? Maybe he's hidden himself away after that little bit of a dancing effort that didn't work too well. He was like somebody with ice skates for the first time. Just, he's going to fall eventually. He's going to fall, and he's down. Yeah. And he's down. It was like that. I'm going to see the last ball if he's over.
That's chipped away, and it's going to go all the way, despite the calls from the bowler and the fielders. It's Gagandeep who's come in, and he's introduced himself with a 6 here. He moves into double figures. Parveen Singh is at the other end. And that, well, he'll have a chance now, as that is the end of the 6th, 84 for 4. Still a lot of runs needed, though, for that win.
Yeah, big time. And only 4 overs left to get him as well. Only 3 extras so far in this, 3 wides. That's a pretty disciplined bowling from the Marlo team, doing their absolute utmost to defend this mammoth score they've got on the board. Simranjit Singh so far on the board, probably the only person who looked really, really threatening with that 40 off, I think it ended up being only 12 deliveries. Didn't help though when Arshad went first ball. That was a real body blow to the batting team's chances of picking up the runs here. So 82 from 24. The run rate required is exactly 20.5 runs per over. Anyway you cut it, you need to go magical 4 times in a row.
And it might just be about trying to get that bonus point, which is a bit more of a manageable total. 116 needed for that. Starts with a dot. Mohamed Adnan, well, he's been in everything. He's taken a terrific catch, which probably sealed the deal for Marlo, getting rid of that really dangerous figure of Simranjit Singh. Then he took a tumble, and now he's been given the ball. And he started off with 2 really tidy dots.
Good evening to everyone in the chat, by the way. Krista Ward in the chat. Hello there, Wardy. How are you? Johnny He. Johnny Gray as well. Good to see you in the chat. Paul Kempen. I thought I saw Krista Smith come and go. Maybe Chris Smith is still there. Hello there. And also Golam. Good to see you. Santori. Hope you're well, mate. Hope you're all well. Dave B's been keeping eye on everything out there. Barbary Corsair has been keeping me guessing and entertaining with a lot of good comments. So, guys, wonderful if you keep us company throughout the day. Thank you so much for that. We're having a great time here reading your comments along the way.
That was a nice take there from Rushan Singh. Just sneaked inside that wide line.
Yeah, yep.
Hits firmly to the man wide long off, Shamsha Singh, but he can only run and collect that one from beyond the boundary. It's a firm hit from Parveen Singh, who, well, he was frustrated, wasn't he, when his captain came and went, chipped up that catch to Amandeep Singh. So, well, what have you got, Parveen? Because it's easy making that judgment from the non-strikers. And well, he's got a bit of that. Has he got all of it?
Ooh, yes.
He's got 50.35 meters on that one. It does go all the way, so he's unleashing maybe a bit of frustration at his teammates who haven't really been able to stick around. But Parveen, he needs to stick around a bit longer if he wants to at least get that bonus point, which is certainly in sight now. Just 22 runs needed for that.
It's funny, I know the moment you're referring to as well, when Raul Imran just hit that straightforward catch back to Amandeep Singh, the bowler. And yeah, the look of, well, I don't want to say disgust. I mean, you don't want to be discussing your umpire, but genuine disappointment. I mean, really just upset.
Oh, that's a meaty hook shot, and he picked that one up off a leg.
Wow.
And, well, that bounced almost over his head. But look at that. This is the gladiatorial shots I was talking about, as he just swings at that one. The keeper was going high up, and there was a puff of smoke there in the setting sun here at Santarem. And he picks all of that. And that goes all the way to the boundary. Parveen Singh, he finishes that over with a flurry. First 3 balls went for 3 dots, then 4, 6, 6. As we take a look at what's happening tomorrow, Gamblers SC, it's a big day for them as they have a double-header against Awaras in the first game, and then coming back in match 13 at what might be, well, a game between the 2 winless teams so far. One of them's got to win, and in between also we've got some tasty fixtures. Marlo, Lisbon Capitals, that promises to be a strong end to that day, and well, that will mark the halfway stage as well. By that point, everyone will have played everyone a few times. There'll be 15 matches out of 30 done in the group stage, and we'll have a good idea there of how the standings look, looking ahead to finals day next Friday.
Absolutely. Ahmad Shafiq, caught up with him during the break after the game, where he got player of the match, by the way, and asked him how he was feeling after that. Smiled, yes, thank you, Phil, very good. How do you feel about tomorrow playing against Marlo? Yes, Phil, thank you, very good. He was big grin on his face, and he's looking forward to that too. I was saying to him, that's a top of the table of the battle. That's a clash for the ages. And he said, I can't wait. He said, yeah, we feel really good. Good spirit in the team. He was really talking it up. I wasn't even doing an interview, but it felt like a proper sports interview. And I thought, good for you. He's really loving his cricket at the moment, and he deserved the player of the match in the previous one we had here. So that, match 15, that for me, that's the clash tomorrow. I'm really can't wait to see it take place.
Yeah, excited for that one. Still 4 games before then. Well, 4.5 as this one goes up in the air. Someone under it, and it's again a lovely catch maybe won a bit for the cameras because he could have just taken one step forward and made it a bit easier for himself, but he decided to go all rough and tumble as he leaps forward and takes it cleanly. Actually, it's a lovely take. Good pair of hands out there, and that does mark the end of Gagandeep. It's the 5th wicket to fall for Punjab CC Amadora as he departs 11 off 4 deliveries, and Punjab CC 100 for 5, 2 balls into the 8th.
Yeah, still feel that that total is way too far away, but the bonus point, they may turn their attention towards the bonus point then, just to safely negotiate that bonus point situation and not lose another wicket or 2, just in these dying overs here.
And this one's up in the air. Catch it is the call again, and it's gone in and straight back out. It's Asim Sarwan, and you can see exactly what his teammate thinks of it.
Oh, no.
Unimpressed in the dictionary is that picture.
But Tina, can I tell you, that's his captain. That's Mian Shihad in the foreground. That's the skipper. Cannot even look at you, he says. I am so angry, I cannot even look at you. That is genuine, proper disappointment.
And it has been signalled a 6 on the play as well, because it was a drop catch and it went all the way.
Incredible. Tariq, good start for him.
And this one, another bit of sloppy fielding there. As well,
Marlo.
It's Mohamed Adnan, who you can't keep out of the action there. Well, he kept himself out of the action. As he was there in covers, he just assumed there was a player behind him. There was, but he was about 20 yards to his left, and that ball just, there you can see Adnan's like, that's yours. He's like, what are you talking about? It's about 40 metres away from me, and it just rolls for 4. Mubin Tariq, he goes 6 and 4, first 2 deliveries for him.
Yeah, there was a genuine moment there of bewilderment from all 3, just looking at each other and shrugged the shoulders. Even the fielder in front of us looked back at you and me, Tina, and just shrugged, like, what do you do?
Well, Hassan Khan comes back with a dot ball, and we got interrupted by that few moments of madness talking about the games coming up tomorrow. We've got that match 15. I think match 13 is also going to be very intriguing. It's the battle of the bottom, battle of the top, everything in between. And we're still early enough in this tournament that points can mean everything. Bonus points mean everything. Run rate means a lot. We saw that in the Challenger division. We started almost having to get our calculators out to know who was where. And there's a nick on that. I heard a sound, and the finger of doom goes up. Mubin Tariq, he wasn't sticking around for too long either. Umpire put the finger up quickly enough, but Tariq, he knew that his number was up there. And it's a flourish to finish over number 8. Hassan Khan picks up his 2nd wicket. And good hands there from Rishan Singh. That's Punjab CC Amadora 110 for 6 at the end of the 8th.
Yeah, we heard the nick pretty audibly coming through the mic that's just closer to the action there. And you're right, Tariq, he knew it as well. Didn't sort of wait too long before the finger was raised, but Roshan knew he got his man. Look at this. Good take, very good take. It was a feather edge, but it was loud enough for the noise to come through, and a good wicket. And this game is petering out now before our eyes.
It's just a case of Punjab CC getting at least that 1 point on the board, which seems extremely likely given, or barring some kind of collapse here. As you can see, they're comfortably within that bonus point, but that winning line is a long way away. 56 needed off the final 2 overs. You'd say even for the strongest, most firing Punjab CC team, that would be a tough ask, as we see, well, the final moments of sunshine here in Portugal are being enjoyed by creatures great and small. And, well, who wouldn't enjoy the cricket out here on display all day? What is it, 12 hours back-to-back, more or less, of cricket?
Pretty much.
So that one has been hooked into that general direction. And good hands there.
Great hands. Just got it on the bounce. Backyard cricket, that's given out. Have a look at that.
Yeah, 1 hand, 1 bounce. Love to see it. It's not a rule on ECN yet, but you never know.
There you go. That was our umpire Bucks, who was just walking around the ground there with the youngster on his shoulders. That was who we were just sort of focusing on, and the ball followed him around there for a maximo. And that is the point, the bonus point right there.
Yeah, off-duty Bucks. I'm sure we'll see him back in the black sooner rather than later, and that's back-to-back boundaries as well for Parveen Singh, who's putting up a little bit of resistance here. He moves into the 30s, 31 off 10 deliveries. It's all going to be a bit too little, too late, but a nice little cameo from him. He'll want to at least beat Simranjeet Singh's 40. 9 more to get that, but 46 needed in 10. Well, unless these 3 go, or 4 go for 24, then you'd have to repeat the trick in the final over. Big if. Lovepreet Singh, meanwhile, has joined him at the crease at the non-striker's end after that wicket on the final ball of the 8th.
Hope you all caught Tina's reference there to her favourite band AC/DC, Back in Black tomorrow.
Yep, absolutely. So that one has gone down to backward point on the boundary, and another excellent catch. Marlo have really flexed their catching muscles here, and that's another one tumbling to the floor. It's Hardeep Kuttam patrolling that boundary there, gives a thumbs up to his keeper, and a nice catch down low to mark the 7th wicket for Punjab CC Amadora, 120 for 7.
They are catching very well indeed. It's been a good display. Been a few gasping catches we've seen taken as well, where we've both at the same time just exclaimed as they are catching everything coming their direction. Just rare to see them put a catch down at the moment. And Punjab CC Amadora just can't take a trick there. 120 for 7, only a few more balls to come in this innings. Parveen Singh's watch is over, his watch is done. He was striking at 280 though, so he was really trying his heart out for his team to get them along, but it was just a bridge too far.
Bridge too far, and well, he met his match there in the tumbling figure of Hardeep Kuttam. He takes a nice catch. As this one zips through, it's Anil Kumar who's joined Lovepreet Singh at the crease. Lovepreet hasn't faced a ball yet in the non-strikers, but it's certainly, the sun is setting here in Santarem. It's setting on this innings as well. As well, maybe a bit of pride can be restored, a bit of run rate can be restored in these last few deliveries.
Yeah, I mean, the game is gone. They will not pick up the win here. They do bank the bonus point, and Tina, you've been talking about how important the bonus point is, and we've been discussing it for the last week as well. Absolutely critical to get the bonus point if you can, when you can, and it must be good to know that you can bank that away too. So 1 more to come from Shahzad, who's bowled pretty well in this over, 1 for 11. 1 more to come, and then 1 more over after that. So 45 needed off 7. The maths is not working in Punjab CC Amadora's favour.
Yeah, the maths is not mathing, and well, the wickets are wicketing as Najam Shahzad picks up his 2nd in the over. It's the final ball of the 9th. The 8th wicket falls, 121 for 8. It's Lovepreet Singh who comes in, goes straight back out. He departs for a golden duck. Nice little over there from Najam Shahzad. He'll be upset he only gets the 1. So that is the end of the 9th, and well, it's just going to be a stroll off the pitch for Lovepreet Singh and a stroll to the finish line here for Marlo, as they will take home 3 points from this game.
Yeah, that's exactly how it's going to fall. So yeah, there he is. Shahzad does really well. Has had a good game too, by the way. Need to give a shout out to him for maybe possibly player of the match. He's put his hand up. Sawa puts his hand up with a really good quick 550 as well in the Marlo innings. Not sure where I'd probably throw a blanket over it, 5 or 6 players, most of them all Marlo, for their terrific effort with the bat and now with the ball.
Yeah, Shahzad, he got that wicket now, so maybe he's put his nose in front. He also got that catch. So, well, we're not the ones making the decision. Maybe the G-Force player of the match can be shared. Najam Shahzad certainly in contention.
G-Force player of the match. Oh, I like where that's going.
It's a coveted award.
It is.
Yeah. And it's Mohammed Adnan. No, sorry, it's Mian Shahid, the captain, who will see out this win for his side. It's stopped there in the covers by Mohammed Adnan.
Can we have a G-Force employee of the month?
Absolutely. I think the odds are about 50-50 every month. But
cool.
I'm up for. I think you've got your nose ahead for picking up my tailoring yesterday.
Oh, that's very nice of you.
But there's still a day left of this month, so you never know.
That's true.
A few more of your early overcalls, and you never know.
Okay, so tomorrow all to play for.
Yeah.
Alrighty then. Alrighty then.
Not just on the pitch, but also in the Coventry Igloo.
There you go.
Prizes being handed out left, right, and centre. Me and Shahid finishing up here for his side. Slower ball, almost bowled that one in slow motion. It's Gurjit Singh out there with the bat. Hasn't been able to make contact quite yet, and well, that one's actually been given a no ball. as maybe it's a front foot fault. It's signalled there by umpire Crook. Let's take a look at the misdemeanor here. I think it was that the back foot?
Yeah, I think it's back foot no ball.
Yep. The lesser spotted. And this time, while he bowls from a good 23 yards,
He's
gets
way
it on the
back.
pitch though.
He's a long way back there, isn't he? Just to make sure that doesn't happen again. Oh dear.
Well, the crease is there for you to use as you see fit, I
Sure.
suppose.
Yeah, that's absolutely fair enough. 2 more balls to come in this innings and in this game, and for day number 2. Another swing and a miss. Good over this from Shahid. It must be really nice to come on as skipper right at the end, and you know the game is won. It just must feel so comfortable just to roll the arm over and almost feel like just a little training run to know there's nothing at stake.
Yeah, well, final ball, and, well, maybe the employee of the month is out of my hands.
Oh,
and
no.
look at that, nice pick out there to end the day. Flying high, that plane, and flying high will be Marlo as well, as they, well, despite that wide, they'll hopefully finish it on this delivery. As are we checking for another no ball? Possibly, maybe.
No.
Yeah, then it is given no ball. And Mian Shahid, well, this is maybe not what he envisaged when he said, oh, go on, I'll take the ball, I'll finish it off for us. There's 40-odd runs needed. Well, here we go again, back to live, take 3. And it's a free hit. It's just going to drop to pretty much the umpire there as he takes a knee, make sure he doesn't take one on the last ball of the day. All smiles here, and especially all smiles for Marlo as they take the win here. Comfortable win over Punjab CC Amadora. A bit of a curious final over there from Mian Shahid. When all is said and done, it only goes for 5. As, yeah, umpire Crew, he is giving Cricket 101, Crease 101 lessons here. And it's never too late to learn. You can teach an old dog new tricks as much as you want.
That is really quite funny to just at the end of this game, and there's giving a little bit of a school to the Marlo fielders and bowlers, and even the skipper saying, look guys, this is why I called no ball. Come in here, let me tell you the rules. Just bring it in, let me tell you the rules here. It's a lovely little moment. Meanwhile, the game is definitely over. Handshakes all around. Marlo get a really good win over the old enemy, Punjab CC Amadora. Quite a convincing win in the end. Tune of 39 runs. A score they put on the board, which was 165 for 7. It looked quite awesome already. And to their credit, Punjab CC Amadora, they fought all the way to get to that 126 for 8. They do pick up 1 point, which is the bonus point. Have a look again ahead to tomorrow, Awarish versus Gamblers at the start of the day. We then go to Gorkha, 11 take on Lisbon Capitals, Punjab CC Amadora back against the Gamblers. That's going to be the big fight to see who gets off the bottom of the table. Gorkha come back against Awarish, and then it's Marlo against Lisbon Capitals, which is our pick of the day. That's the one we are both looking forward to, and hope you're looking forward to all those games tomorrow here on the European Cricket Network.
Yeah, the G-Force will be back for that one. Well, the Force was with Marlo in that defence of 165. We knew it would be an uphill battle for Punjab CC Amadora. It certainly didn't get off to the best of starts as Aitzaz Arshad, he picked out Samshah Singh on the very first ball of the run chase. And, well, there was a wicket up before there was a run on the board. But Simranjit Singh, he made sure that wasn't the case for too long as he struck a nice counter-punch there. 3 6s and 5 4s on his way to 40 off just 12 deliveries. Adnan Ali at the other end, he stuck around for a while. He picked up 18 runs off 12 deliveries before he was caught. A smart catch there from Najam Shahzad. That was the first of many really smart catches, actually. Rao Imran came in. He hit 1 big 6 before he was caught and bowled by Amandeep Singh. Second caught and bowled, actually, of the day. And, well, it was all just a bit too little too late when this counter-punch came in the form of Parveen Singh.
Yeah, there was a good partnership between Simranjit Singh and Rao Imran, wasn't there? It was a good partnership, but once that came undone, Simranjit Singh unfortunately holed out very shortly. I think this is this delivery here, the one he hit straight down the throat, which was a terrific diving forward catch from Muhammad Adnan. When that happened, just felt that things were going to crumble away because he'd put on 40 in really quick time. And he's someone, if he can get onto an 80 or 90 in about 20 deliveries, which he's very capable of, wow. There you can see that was the wicket we talked about before about poor old Parveen Singh just being really upset that his skipper went in very sort of docile fashion.
Yeah, and well,
hang on,
and
he's down.
That was Mohammad Adnan going from the sublime to the ridiculous on that one. I'm sure we'll see that one later on social media. He won't mind too much though. he'll get himself into the scorebook as well. And, well, there was a few big hits. Mubin Tariq, he hit a 4 and a 6. That was all he got, though, before he was taken behind from catch from Rushan Singh. There was some fielding for our boundary riders there. And, I mean, there was some nice shots there from Punjab CC Amadora, but they were equally matched by the outfielders who were taking stunner after stunner, especially on that leg side.
Oh, look, the catching, well, I was about to say the catching was really good. That moment, I can't even look at you. Oh, I'm so upset. Here's Mian Shahid. I'm sure there'll be a discussion after that one. This is the epic vision that you were talking about earlier as well. The one bounce catch there. Well done, boundary rider. That was a great episode, that one. And so, yeah, no, you're right. There was some really good catches outfield. Case in point, thank you, as opposed to the one from earlier. And even the fielder saying, well, look, you know, this catching thing, this is good. I like this. Good catching, good hustling, good bit of noise in the field. The bowling changes I thought were very smart as well. And the defending of this total was really good. At the end there, obviously, umpire Krut had to just remind a few people about, look, this is a back foot no ball. Let me show you how this works. This is the crease. You see this line? This is a crease. This is also a crease line. This is mine, that's yours. And that's how it is.
Well, even when you've won 3 games on the spin, it's never too late to learn. And a few lessons actually served to Punjab CC Amadora. There was a bit of fight back there from Simranjit Singh and Parveen Singh in particular. Otherwise, not too much to write home about. And, well, Punjab CC Amadora, as we said, they will then leave this ground. At least they picked up that 1 bonus point, but 1 from 8 is not the best return for them. And they are yet to get 1 tally into that win column. Meanwhile, for Marlo, they're winning 3 games on the spin. A hat-trick of wins, 2 from 2 today. And there were 7 bowlers used, actually, probably because they knew they had that big total to defend. Pick of the bowlers, probably the top 2, Osama Javid, Hassan Khan, both picking up 2 wickets. Decent economies as well. Mian Shahid, a curious final over, still only went for 5 though.
Interesting 7 bowlers used. I mean, but then again, as you say, Mian Shahid, he brought himself on, probably because it was a case of, well, I don't want to roll the arm over. The game's done. We're not going to lose this one now unless something really crazy happens, so he brought himself on. So 7 bowlers used. In the final wash-up, though, it is a 39-run victory to Marlo. They get a win over Punjab CC Amadora, who do get to take a bonus point away, but Marlo get the 3 points, and that will put them on top of the table, I believe, the 3 points. I think they go up above Lisbon Capitals now.
Yeah, they have played those 4 games, but they'll be more than happy to put the pressure on the Caps and to take that win. And a great 2 games for them today as you join us for one of the final times in the commentary box. Hello from GeForce. The sun is setting here on day 2 of this Premier Division, and the sun is setting here in beautiful Santarem. And, well, what a day it's been. We've had a bit of everything. Well, for Punjab CC, they got that 1 point at the end, but it probably should have been a few more as well.
Oh, I totally agree. That was just a disappointing day for them, though. They really struggled. No excuses or anything like that, but you know what? If the team just isn't gelling, then you see that on the field. And this is the Premier Division as well. You know, these teams mean business. They're serious about their game. Not that Challenger Division weren't, but these guys, they're just a next level up. And you've got to bring the best team, the A team. You've got to bring them the guys who are ready to get out there. They're fighting fit and they're out there to do business. It was a shame that Punjab CC Amadora, they had that injury to Simranjit Singh in that first game they played today. Had to go off, was unable to keep batting. So maybe ifs and buts, we'll never know. But that's what happens, and you just got to play with that.
Well, the good news for them and for every other team is that tomorrow is a new day, as we can take a look at the fixtures as well. We've teased a few of them already. Matches 13 and 15 in particular. Every game is a big one, but match 13, Punjab CC against Gamblers SC, that's a basement battle as it stands at the moment. And then match 15, that's also going to be a big one at the other end of the table, Marlo versus Lisbon Capitals. But we'll start off match 11. The Swans take on the Gamblers. And, well, it's just top to bottom going to be an absolute festival tomorrow, isn't it?
Yeah, there's some real mouth-watering games in that one, to be honest. The 2 games for Awarish look really good. They're up against Gamblers and then against Gorkha. Lisbon Capitals get 2 games tomorrow. They're against Gorkha, which is going to be a tough encounter for them. And then the big one for them, match 15, Marlo Lisbon Capitals. Oh, that's the one we'll be talking about all day. But we've got a lot to get through. Match 13, I agree. The battle of the cellar dwellers is going to be massive, because as we get to the end of match 15, we then turn and we go into the second half of the tournament. And once we get into the second half of the tournament, well, after this, tomorrow night, we're going to be checking the standings, seeing who's ended up where, who's still on the bottom, who needs to get wins, how many wins do you need to secure 4 positions. Remember, of the 6 teams playing, only 4 go into finals Friday, exactly the same as the Challenger Division. There's going to be a lot of questions asked. This time tomorrow night, we may have some answers for you, but this tournament is wide open right now.
It's wide open and it's exciting. And, well, look at that at the bottom. Make sure to follow us on all those social media channels for more highlights, more content. I mean, there's more social media channels than I can shake a stick at. But, I mean, the G-Force have been back today. We've put you through 5 great games, 5 more pending tomorrow.
Yep.
All that's left to say is thank you to everyone for tuning in. Thank you for engaging with us on the chat. Thank you for the Blue Crew, Zoe in the hospitality, everyone for making this day another spectacular day. And we're going to do it all again tomorrow. So G-Force will be here with you tomorrow morning as we head into day 3 of this ECS Premier Division in Portugal 2025. So G-Force out for today. We'll leave you with the highlights. Stay safe. See you bright and early tomorrow morning.
Bye-bye.
My body back and forth. My body and forth. My body back and forth. My body and forth. My body back and forth. My body. Move my body and forth. Move my body back 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 and forth. Move my body. And forth. Move my body back 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 and forth. Move